The live stream is running right now. This class can you ask him if he thinks it's okay?
People are not here. So if you need something urgent, I'll do you the. I have like 5 gigs on the mobile, so I can do this transfer if you need something else. Just to see so it's not affecting because it could be really bad.
You can see for yourself which looks.
It's good. Do you see now the live stream? Yeah. Can you see it? It's online. It's working. Some of them are outside. Minibus is supposed to arrive. You start 10 minutes, so we have 15 minutes to start. 15 minutes is okay, I think.
I have an error message that says your network connection is poor, quality may be affected.
Okay.
So what is the quality like?
Yeah. So what's the quality like? Okay. Listen, we do have a problem because now we're asking people to disconnect because it's telling us the network is poor. So I'm asking you now, how is the picture? How do you see it? Is it okay?
And the sound.
And the sound. But then you talk over there, so
yes.
Or Ivan can talk because we are testing. So.
Sorry.
All you want.
We will ask them. I need to. Well, they will not be able to do that. It is good now, yeah. You can see it properly. It's working. But can you put some presentation, Ivan? So he see same Acer. It's like a logo. Can you zoom now? Is it okay? Test the Skype connection. Can you test the Skype connection? Okay, because they are connecting. So let me see how the Skype connection. How he said Skype connection is more important than this, but what?
Right now we can't see the whole. Take a look at my screen. We can't see the whole presentation.
Mm-hmm. We can't see the whole. Should we pull it back?
Yes, a little bit, but my cable's there.
It's very short, yeah.
Yeah.
You can't. Or should we find some smaller table? Or
in
on
a-
the chair? It's too small.
Wait, can you put it on the presentation again?
Sure. Ivan's laptop. We can, but he said it was.
I can give it a try. In general.
Damir.
Laptop, then you could do
I know you're great.
it's a line in.
Damir. We need sound.
No, we don't need sound. Come on.
Sound, please. If you can set live streaming, you can set the sound, trust me.
I know my phone, I don't know these speakers.
I know the general concept, however, we need the cables. I know where to get those.
This was provided by the hotel?
Yes.
So they should have cables.
Perhaps there's one.
Trying to fix sound. Dobar dan.
O,
Štovanjski. Kako si?
Poštovanje. Malo sam kasno živio. Malo sam kasno radio. Ima drago. Radio ne znam, mati. A, evo, sad smo se poznali konačno. Pa znam da su one normalne.
Da, ajde, što lošem se zove.
Yes, actually yes. Bigger tracks. Bigger scale jacks.
There's a, there over there in that cover, there's a bunch of
Let me get through.
because it will be live streaming, you need to prepare
You know the password of the Wi-Fi?
We are asking that everyone please disconnect from Wi-Fi right now because we're trying to live stream it and it's. I'm sorry about
That's
that.
it.
Sven, kaj kažeš na ovo? Vidim danas policija sad ponovo opsjeda. Pa nisam nikad znao da su ovako agresivni, da dolaze za ovu konferenciju.
I would just like to ask everybody
Mislim, znam da ovdje
If you are currently connected to the Wi-Fi, could you please disconnect from the Wi-Fi?
Da, biciklista ovdje je 2000 po sad u Hrvatskoj po 10, ili 5. Da, Pa, baš sam razgovarao s čovjekom koji sam spavao, dečko iz Ludbrega, inače kaže ovdje to je grozno, samo zaustavite se, sam kaj ti ne pretražiš opljine, sam da ti nešto nađeš će biti demontirano. Ti ono što misli. Sigurno si povjerenje, tako da je ga.
Everyone, the operation is starting in a moment. I'd just like to request that if you are currently connected to the Wi-Fi, could you please disconnect from the Wi-Fi just so the live stream can go through as best as possible.
tego przyjdzie,
Do you think there could be a video projector later? Said there was one. Oh, is it there? Yeah, right. No?
They're just using it for Skype now.
Good morning. Good morning. Can we start? Everybody, we are about to begin. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, ambassadors, and friends of liberty. It's my great honor to moderate this conference for you. It was supposed to be moderated by the president, but he called me on Thursday saying he was denied entry into Croatia, so we'll have to live through it with me. And without further ado, I guess I'll give the floor to Mr. President. I'm just still waiting for the people to come in. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the founding father and president of Liberland,
Thank you very much for coming to this conference. It is the unexpected development that we have to deal with, and I'm always saying that we use all the obstacles in our way to our advantage, and I'm happy that already Croatia media has largely covered this small exploration, and I'm very sorry that I missed the video for this special event. This is a first conference which is very international in its sense, and I would like this to be a regular conference taking place close to Liberland or in Liberland as soon as possible every single year from now on. And I'm really pleased and honored to have such a great group of people coming together. You are not only liberty-minded people, but you are also brave enough to step forward and be part of our new nation, be part of a new country which wants to be the leader in the liberty movement around the world. We want to be better than Liechtenstein and Monaco and these places in securing people's freedoms and securing their happiness and prosperity. So I'm very honored that we also have a number of creative students who help Liberland get started, who feel they have both nationalities, who feel they're like Liberlandians as well. Among them is Ivan Bartovic, who is going to speak right after me, Sven Samponiak, and I'm also very honored that we have three Croatian architects who are on the jury of our architectural competition, and that our special guest is Patrick from Zahahali, who is going to present the results of our architectural competition. And he will show you the most interesting urban designs that we had so far. And a part of that, of course, we were the founder of Pirate Party, Susan, the founder of Bit Nation, and a number of other important, interesting guests who are going to speak to you, not only in the conference, but also privately. And I think this is the most important aspect of this gathering, that we are going to socialize people that are most strongly at that beginning, or to the very early days of our nation and our country. And it's really hard, actually, to anticipate how our country and our nation will look like in a couple of years from now. We are not a traditional country in its sense. We haven't been born the traditional way. We are a very peaceful, loving nation that we are a good example. And this is also our main message. We never fight with anybody. We just push forward our positive vision of the world. And it's a much better way than to fight the existing systems when you usually get stuck with an entangled system of corruption and political systems that are basically taking away people's money, putting it in a big machine which is called the state, and distributing it usually mostly to the friends of politicians. And we want to be different. We want to install a voluntary tax system. We are very strict about separating state and economy. And we know very well that whenever the private property is secure, and whenever there is a high degree of freedom, especially economical freedom, we always end up in having enormous amount of prosperity and happiness in the society. And this is the main message. We are not going to change this in the future. This is the main message that Liberland is bringing. And no matter what happens to the territory of Liberland, no matter how hard somebody can put against Liberland, there is still this idea which will be there forever. And there is also nobody that can say that this territory is not Liberland. Everybody realizes it. Local police, border police. I was very happy to find out that the border police was well informed about our new national beer. They were following most of the border police that I met while I was trying to get to Croatia to this conference. They are following the developments in Liberland very closely. And the whole world basically recognizes that this piece east of Liberland. And Croatia is doing it indirectly. They are treating us as a nation. They are treating us not as a regular EU citizens, but they are treating us differently. They understand that we have a rightful claim to this piece of land, that we were the only ones who claimed it at the very beginning, and that we are still the only ones who claim it on the level of private ownership and also sovereignty. So thank you again for being with us. I hope you will enjoy the event. I hope I will be able to see you either tonight, maybe some of you. I'm only 25 orders, or we will meet for a boat trip tomorrow. I hope we will enjoy it. We should have a nice weather, and looking forward to see you soon and have a great conference. I'm extremely pleased that we're there despite all the obstacles in the way. And I'm very happy that Ivan Bartlovic is going to be the next presenter, and we will show you that many of you might not know that there has already been a Liberland in Croatia in many ways, and that there are many parallels that bind Liberland and the history of Republic of together. So I will be with you, I will be watching the live stream, I will possibly send some questions. We are slightly behind the schedule, so I would like to ask the speakers to narrow their speeches to 20 minutes so we can catch up. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you. Okay, perfect. You have the floor. Thank you. Sorry. So, in general, I don't like microphones. I believe everyone can hear me. So, if you don't mind, I will talk to you like this. So, hello. My name is Ivan Bartlovic. I come from Zagreb. I am a member of European Students for Liberty. I'm within their executive board in charge of this region. I'm also politically active. I do a lot of stuff. Technically, some could say that I'm the first Croatian politician that actually called for recognition of Liberland. Today, we're going to talk about small but beautiful things. The general idea is to compare Republika Fraguza, or in Croatian Dubrovačka Republika, the republic that was formed around the city of Dubrovnik, and try to see how it came to be, and perhaps presented his idea in his greatest work, The Breakdown of Nations. He presented his idea with, I believe this quote presents the idea the best, where he says, "And if the body of a people becomes diseased with a fever of aggression, brutality, collectivism, or mass idiocy, it is not because it has fallen victim to bad leadership or mental derangement. It is because human beings, so charming as individuals or in small aggregations, have been welded into over-concentrated social units." So, the idea behind it is that we, people, Homo sapiens, work best as individuals or in small groups and communities. To some, this comes naturally. To some of us, this is like something that we accept per se. We see that as something we do not question. However, there is more to it. There are even certain comparisons within branches of both economy, biology, anthropology, and so on, which propose that this is not just a sentiment, that there is actually some merit to it. Some merit comes from Robin Dunbar, with his Dunbar's number. So, his proposal is that comparing the average size of human brain and comparing it to primates and cognitive functions of humans and primates, he came to a conclusion that every human can have up to 150 relationships which he can maintain, quote unquote, on his own. So we can know, for example, up to 150 people with whom we have a relationship. We know we like that guy, we know we hate that other guy, we're in love with that beautiful girl, we are completely annoyed by that fourth guy, and so on. For anything beyond that, we need general rules. We need certain ways in which which assure us that interaction will be safe and familiar to us, because the new person is someone we don't know his habits, we don't know his character, we don't know what he's like. So we need some general rules, whether it's customs or laws or enforcement norms, something that we know how to behave toward that unknown person. Critiques of this theory are that, considering the prehistoric human feeding habits, 150 people is too much, too large, that they believe that the number of people we were capable of interacting is even smaller, somewhere around 50 to 80. So it doesn't go higher, it can go lower. To me, 150 people, well, that sounds somewhat reasonable. I don't know. How about you? Do you have more than 150 people you know and like? It's hard to like 150 people. It's hard to like more than 15 people. Anyway, but there is also some truth to it in the sense of economy, especially production side of economy. There's this thing called congestion. So I believe most of you are very familiar with economics, or know the general rules and ways in which economy works. And probably most of you will recognize this representation of economies and diseconomies of scale. So the general idea behind this is that the more you produce, the lower the costs of something what you produce are. Therefore, you have smaller marginal cost and higher marginal profit from every additional unit you produce. However, if this were something that could be taken to infinity, we would have no small and medium-sized firms and enterprises, because eventually big corporations would have to overtake, because they simply can produce better, because they have more resources, and their economies of scales are much higher and bigger and stronger. However, we're humans, we're sinners, we make mistakes. And this Q is technically what represents our inability to be efficient, perfectly efficient. We are striving towards it, however, it is something that we are yet to achieve. At this point, these economies of scale occur. That means that with every additional unit, you're actually losing money. And this is the point when you should stop, obviously. So, why small, beautiful? The best example would be in a bakery, for example. You have a baker who does everything. He buys the flour, he makes the dough, he bakes the cake, and he sells the cake. But if we specialize, we're better at it. So we can move this cube more towards the right, so we can be more efficient, because we know how we do one thing perfectly. So then we have two bakers. One buys the flour and makes the dough, the other one bakes the cake and sells the cake. Then we introduce the third baker. Now only one is doing the supply and gets the flour, one is making the dough and baking the cake, and the third one is selling it. Now we introduce one more, and we're increasing our efficiency. However, at some point, there is just as many bakers that can be in one bakery. At one point, then stop stepping on each other's toes. It's just too many people in one place. And eventually, what we come to is that we have too many bakers and... Calm down. We get to a situation where we have too many bakers and not enough cake. Excuse me. This was not something I planned, but it's working so far. Do we have, imamo li krpu? Nikakvu, just give me one moment, please. There we go. Uza, or Dubrovačka Republika, as we call it in Croatia. Dubrovačka Republika was a small sovereign country in the south of Croatia, which was independent for a part of its during its existence. Before it became independent, it was under different rulers. Later on, it was occupied and brought down by Napoleon's General Marmont, who conquered it and dissolved it with a decree. But during the time that we could look at this republic, at Dubrovnik and its neighboring cities, and during which we could see what's happening, we got a beautiful glimpse of what happens when small states are left alone. So just to get a sense of proportion, this is Croatia, and this blue part here, this is called Dalmatia. So this is the southern part of Croatia with beautiful coasts, seaside. Everybody goes there for summer. It's wonderful. I would definitely recommend to anyone who wasn't there already. What comes next is within this Croatia. This is what used to be Dubrovačka Republika. It's rather small, but still, it's not a small part of Croatia. It's definitely visible there, right? Why am I showing you this? This small but beautiful thing could not exist through means of force or military might. It's a small area, and it's not easily populated. I mean, imagine medieval times, how many people could have lived there? A couple of tens of thousands, perhaps, including children and women. So it's hard to imagine that they had a strong military presence. Don't get me wrong, they did wage war. There were wars. They had some wars with Bosnian counts, I think that's the proper term in English. And they had some fights, of course. They had some fight in them. However, their main tool, their main weapon, their main means of fighting for their freedom was not weapons and arms and military and armies. And especially due to north in Adriatic Sea, you have the Republic of Venetia. Venetians are great traders. They are trying to build their own trading empire. And there you have a small competition right in your neighborhood. God, you hate them so much. You wish you'd wipe them out, don't you? And there they are, a thorn in their eye, and they can't do much about it. Why? In those times, there was one other thing that was very big and very strong. Very big and very strong. The Ottoman Empire. This is the Ottoman Empire at its greatest. This is the most that Ottomans have managed to conquer during their conquest within Europe, Africa, and Middle East. Do you think, I mean, look there, I don't think we can even recognize where Dubrovnik is on this scale, a map of this scale. Do you think that Dubrovnik would ever stand chance against something this big and this strong? Let's be real. I mean, a small battalion could take it within a day. However, Dubrovnik retained its independence. Dubrovnik had its own sovereignty. Why? Why would such an empire? And this empire has its crown jewel. It's called Vienna. It's trying to take Vienna because it's the proof they've entered Europe. They've conquered the European cities. It's right up there. And Dubrovnik is right next to it. A great trading hub. It's important because you need to bring all those troops from Middle East to Europe to fight for you. Why would they do that? How could they stand in a way of the might of such an empire? Well, the answer is simple. Through trade. the diplomacy. Dubrovnik, of course, paid their tribute. Let's be real, the Ottomans were really strong. You wouldn't want to make them angry. But in exchange, they got more than just their sovereignty and their independence. They could enforce their own rules, and they got to live the way they did so far. However, they even got special trading rights within Ottoman Empire. And now Dubrovnik, which is already a famous and known trading hub for the West, for Europe, whose ships already sail in many European cities, now have the right to trade and are protected even within Ottoman Empire. It got so far that Dubrovnik had some trade deals. Of course, the general idea was that the trade deals should not interfere and should not be opposed to Ottoman Empire's interests, of course. However, at some point, they had so many trade deals that one could definitely question whether that's fair and whether it's in Ottoman Empire's interest. Yet, this is what they did. They traded. And don't get me wrong, the Ottomans weren't all too happy about that. They did try to annex Dubrovnik. It's not something unfamiliar. As a matter of fact, one of their famous diplomats, Marin Kloboka, was actually jailed because Ottomans thought that Dubrovnik is a diplomat and an agent of a sort that's too strong for this republic to have. The poor fellow was jailed for several years. However, one of the campaigns to conquer Vienna was just taking place, and the person who actually ordered his imprisonment got killed during this campaign, so luckily for him, he got released soon thereafter. But still, do you see how powerful their diplomacy was? That they did not jail their generals or soldiers or take their ships. They had to put away their diplomats, the people who traded, who were trading and bargaining for both goods, for both services, and for freedoms of this small republic. Why was that so? Well, when finally French conquest came about, these are depictions of some of the flags that Dubrovnik actually was waving. You see there, Libertas, freedom. Dubrovnik did not fight back. They tried to bargain again. They tried to strike a deal. However, megalomania took over. They could not bargain with someone who's interested solely in the conquest of anything that's to be conquered. But these are the values which you can see here, which were cherished by the Republic. Freedom. It went so far as to say that sloboda se ne predaje za sve zlato svijeta. Liberty is not sold for all the gold in the world. These were traders. Their main job was to know the price of things, and they told there is no price on freedom. There is no price for liberty. And through that, they confirmed one of the old maxims of the time, which was later on vocalized or written by a famous economist or economic advocate, so to say more. If goods don't cross borders, armies will. And Dubrovnik was trying to make sure that as many goods cross borders to prevent armies from going there. After World War II, no two Western democracies have waged war against one another. And in my opinion, they will not. Not merely because the war is so expensive, and it is. It's very expensive. But not merely because of that, but the opportunity cost of this war is far greater. Because once you wage war, you have to cut your ties, you have to stop your trade, you have to stop any exchange of goods and services and financial assets that you have, and it all stops there. Imagine the money lost. As Donald Trump would say, it's huge. So, where does Liberland stand in all of this? Comparing it to Dubrovnik and the republic that was there is not easy because the times are different, the situation is different. A lot of things are different. However, there are certain similarities. Both of these states cherish freedoms, personal freedoms. They insist on personal freedoms, they insist on free trade, voluntary interaction. Both of them are surrounded by countries that wage war or are in constant strife, constant problems. This is in wrong. This is not actually accurate position. Liberland is up north. Up north. Yeah. This is actually. I've later on realized that the map is not right, but you get the general idea. And there's one other thing that they both have, if I may be a bit bold, and to say that they both have a big looming empire above them that's doing its best to take as many countries within its grasp as it can. In my opinion, Liberland's only way to achieve this is by getting the approval and respect from, first of all, its neighboring countries, and that's not easy. I mean, quite a few of you have had the unpleasantries of dealing with Croatian police. I'm not very happy. I apologize for that, for what it's worth. Serbia, well, they don't give a damn. They're okay with having everything on the eastern side of the Donau River, whatever is to the west, they don't care. They also require the approval of international community, because international community is now even much stronger and more influential than it was before. But also, money talks, money works. And as much as we like it or not, the thing is, freedom cannot be sold and should not be sold for anything in the world. However, there are ways to buy your freedom. And these, in my opinions, are the ways that Liberland can proceed forward. And the only thing, again, in my opinion, that can stop it is a megalomaniac who simply just wants to own land. And that's about it. Thank you for your time. I hope it was interesting. I'm open for small inquiries. 5 minutes time for any questions. If there are any, please do be aware that I know something about it. However, there may be even questions that I don't know how to answer. So please, if there's anything you would like to know, I'll try to answer. Yes, please.
How long did the Dubrovac Republika last? From what date?
It was from 1207 to, let me think, I think it was 1800s that, yeah.
Early 1800s.
Some 600 years. Some 600 years, yeah. So, quite a while. I mean, 600 years, that's a long time. You will have to agree. I mean, the United States is not that old. Anyone else? Yes, please.
Are there any members of parliament in favor of Liberland?
No. No, this is a non-issue. Nobody wants to talk about it. It's like a taboo. You just don't talk about it. It's not interesting. It's not something you want to talk about in Croatia. Croatian politics has its few topics, which it recycles all the time. And it's generally concentrated around what was happening during the Second World War, what was happening during our when even the Donau River was flowing differently. So, as far as I know, it's either under it's very disputed, because the thing is, Croatia wants the border as we had it. Yeah, sorry.
I don't mean which state owns the land. I mean who is the owner. This land is registered. Is there any kind of legal person? State?
No. As far as I know, no private person or no company owns the land, as far as I'm aware of. I may be wrong. I'm not 100% sure, but as far as I know, no private person owns this land. And technically, only so after the war, we had this agreement how the border will be set, and Serbia wants the border to be set along the Donau River, and the Croatian side wants the border to be according to this agreement. And there comes this empty part, which technically no Croatian could own in a sense as through Croatian enforcement, because it's not within Croatia. Technically, that's Serbian territory, technically. So, of course, the enforcement of that is something completely different. So, I'm slowly running out of time. Thank you all again for listening to me. I hope I wasn't too...
Thank you, Ivan. And the next speaker is going to be...
Yes, I would like this slide from the previous presentation. Please, go ahead. And then I will change, okay?
Okay. The next speaker is going to be Sven Sambunjak, who is a IT consultant, is that correct? And a representative of Liberland in Croatia. So I'm looking forward to his presentation, what Liberland within 1 year has done in Croatia and how it's helping Croatia actually. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Do we have this laser or something?
Pointer.
Pointer, yes. Let's try it. All good. So I would like to ask you, can you find the Liberland on this map? Huh? Those who can find it, please raise your hands. Well, about half of you. Okay, good. So Liberland is actually so small that it is almost impossible to be seen. So it is somewhere like here. Here. Okay? And then there is also a region that we in Croatia call Slavonia, and we're actually now in Slavonia/Baranja area, and that area is about this, of this size, and it goes like this. This is about Slavonia, see? Okay? And it is one of 3 Croatian regions. One is Slavonia, and then this is like the central, and then this is Adriatic area. Anyway, now I would like to tell you a little bit more about Slavonia. And now I'm going to change to my presentation. Just a second, please. Okay, guys and girls, my name is Sven Sambunjak, and I'm the representative of Liberland in Croatia. And I pride myself with the fact that I was, together with President Jedlička, the first person to ever be in custody because of for the cause. Okay, and you, on this picture, you are able to see aerial picture of Liberland area, and this is something, it is about like this. And it's beautiful. It's very nice. We even have an island. This is also ours. We have an island on the Danube River. Anyway. Now I would like to tell you a little bit about the bigger region, which is called, as I mentioned before, Slavonia. And the Slavonia is very flat and fertile, and used to be, and still is in some ways, very agriculture-oriented, very, very famous for centuries. But now, these days, Slavonia is actually suffering greatly. Of all Croatian regions, Slavonia is probably likely in the worst shape, far the worst shape than any other region of Croatia. And I will give you some reasons for that, and I will first show you what is actually going on here. It is rather sad, and the reason why I would like to tell you this is because that is our huge selling point for Liberland. If we gain minds and hearts of the people and the politicians for bringing economic prosperity back into that region through Liberland, I think we can indeed persuade Croatia to talk to us and to give proper heed to us. And so I'll show you some articles from Croatian media about the situation in Slavonia. This particular article was published in the regional daily newspaper situated in nearby Osijek, Glas Slavonia, and it says, Slavonia wakes up every morning with 14 less inhabitants. So the number of people either leaving for economic reasons or not being born, or fertility rate being in this balance is staggering. So in the past couple of years, it is estimated that Croatia in general, and particularly this area, lost tons of people. We used to think that we have about whole Croatia have about 4,200,000 residents. Now it is believed that we have less than 4 million, and it's rapid, and particularly it is because of economics. And this particular article was published just yesterday. Every day, several buses leave Osijek to Western countries, and young families are leaving in droves. And it is so alarming that that new bus lines had to be introduced so that people can go easily out of the area. And this is depressing. And again, please, I'm telling you, because I personally believe Liberland can actually change that trend. And we should more emphasize that thing more often in our communication with Croatian authorities. Now, let me tell you another thing. As Mr. Berkovic mentioned in his speech, Croatian politicians and even public to a degree are not interested very much in economic themes. They are more interested in some other things, which I'm going to explain in a little bit today after this slide. So as you can see, there is a certain, let's say, not animosity, not hostility, but some kind of discomfort in the area and in Croatia as a whole for Liberland. And although from our perspective that is not based on any reality, I would like to give you a little bit of the reasons behind why is it so these days. And I will show you the culprit right now in the next slide. This blue area is the real culprit. And I'll explain this map a little bit. As you can see, this is Croatia, this is Slavonia, here is Liberland, here this little tiny pocket. And this is something that it consider itself to be a state through several years in this area in the 90s. It brought to this area and to these people incredible amount of pain and suffering. And because of that fact, they even had a president, and they have whatever you need to have in order to consider oneself a state. And so the reason why people here are rather wary of Liberland is perhaps they had a very, very bad experience with self-proclaimed states in the area. And now I'll show you some pictures of the results of the doings and workings of that state. So when people in this area, and particularly police or even politicians, kind of are hesitant to accept as legitimate, please keep that in mind. Please, this is very important. They are afraid, you know, although it is the fact that this little tiny thing cannot be compared, and not our methods at all can be compared to what happened. But, you know, to the people, in people's minds, whether the Liberland is tiny comparing to this doesn't matter. State is state, you know, self-proclaimed, you know, they used to have that word in their mind and stuff. And so you have to understand, we have to understand that fact. It is very, very important fact to understand. Okay, now let me give you a little bit of explanation how come that that Liberland actually can exist, and how come that we have this opportunity to claim that land as our land, which is extremely interesting story. Very interesting story. Now you know that there was a war, and there was in many ways a peaceful resolution to that war. The devastation was horrendous, but Croatia managed to struck the peace with Serbia on a certain terms to bring back those territories that were under that republic to its national border, within its national borders, and during that period, and that period of transition was about like 2 years long or something along those lines. And at the end of that period, one of the deals that they struck was the temporary border between Serbia and Croatia. And that was acknowledged to be the middle of Danube River. But Croatia is actually not happy with that because they think that they have a right. This is the Danube River here. And so the Croatia believes that they have a right on some areas on the left side of the Danube River. And also concurrently, Croatia believes that that Serbia has a right on, for some territories on the right side of the Danube River, like this, and this. And of course, no Croatian politician would ever accept to give away these for these. And of course, the same is with Serbia. And so the point is that those areas here, both countries claim sovereignty over, and on these areas on the right side, they fiercely deny, both countries fiercely deny the sovereignty of those, because if either of those countries would say, well, yes, that's ours, that would basically mean that they give up that bigger part, let's say, of the territory. And so that is our huge opportunity. Huge opportunity. The reason why Croatia, besides the fact that they have a recent history problem with self-proclaimed governments, another problem that Croatia has with Liberland is because they consider these areas as wild cards in negotiating with Serbia. And so they believe, Croatians believe, that if they give up completely these areas, then it would be difficult for Croatia to negotiate those other areas on the other side of the Danube River to be theirs. However, I personally believe that because this temporary agreement that the borderline goes in the middle of Danube River, I believe that with every passing hour, Croatia has less and less powder to claim that it is theirs. And so I believe that Liberland is God-given gift to Croatia, which she can use in negotiating with Serbia for the areas there that she is interested in. But our politicians still didn't realize that fact. And I'll give you an example for that, and with that I will close my today's presentation. Right now, all these areas are just barren, uninhabited land. And their economic worth is close to non-existent. But if we succeed in developing this area economically so that it becomes valuable, I am sure that at one point Serbia might say, well, why shouldn't we give up all those other lands over there in order to obtain this one? Of course, we will do our best that does not happen in terms of our inability to continue to perform economically, but I think that that's a wonderful chip for Croatia to use in those negotiations. So if I was a smart politician in Croatia, I would say, okay, that land is not ours anyway. You do whatever you please with it. You develop whatever you like. And if that thing increases in value, then we will use it as a chip for negotiations with Serbia. And I hope that someday some politician in power in Croatia will begin to understand this game and ultimately use it to both our advantage and their advantage. And as I said, I'm going to close this presentation with this. This is one of the renderings of how Liberland might look like in the future, and I hope, if not this, something else, but definitely, nevertheless, nice will occur in that area. And again, I have to tell you that I am so thankful for the opportunity to get to know President Idlichka, and I'm very thankful for his will and might in pursuing this wonderful idea, and I hope that that idea definitely has a future, and I hope each and every one of us will offer a little bit to the bringing that idea to reality. Thank you very much. How many seconds do I have for questions? 5 minutes. Wonderful. 9. Wonderful. Please.
Two questions for me.
Yes, please. One at a time, please. Thank you.
Can you tell us a bit about life in the village of Kengia, which is the Croatian village on the Serbian side of the river? Do people live there, and how does that work?
I'm not sure if I recognize the word.
Kanjia.
Kanjia. If you go back to the map that you just had,
Okay.
if that's possible.
Yes.
And then right at the top you have Batina, and then on the right-hand side you have Kengia. Now, that's still an official Croatian territory as it was. And there is a village there with Croatian people living there, as I understand it.
My understanding is that that particular area, if it has some houses, there are very few houses. So maybe 2, 3, 4. So I'm not entirely sure how things are there. Yeah.
My second question is, you're now building this sort of brand of Liberland and this concept and this
Yes.
nation and everything else, and you're starting out with a location here, which could take years, it could be very, very quick. As you get more international interest, support from private people, initiatives in the concept, would you consider perhaps looking for a different location elsewhere in the world, or even doing a deal with some nation to actually buy some land?
Yeah, good question. Thank you. So basically the question is, if I understand correctly, this does not pan out, do we use some other territory like that? Well, first of all, the President Idlichka, before undertaking this endeavor, he checked all areas with a similar status, which is kind of like no man's land, or no country wants sovereignty over the territory in the whole world. And this particular thing is the only remaining place in a continental or normal climatic area in the world.
Okay. But then my question is, like,
Yes.
if you consider the way Ryanair does business, they actually get destinations to finance them so they bring the aeroplanes, so they lift the tourism in the region. And so what about a concept where you went to an economically depressed area, not just Slavonia, but somewhere else,
Yes.
where the local people are much more receptive to the idea that if we built this micronation on some of our land and we had an agreement, we sold it to you, and then we could see the economic benefits.
Sure. Well,
that's something to consider.
The point is that the concept that is in President Vidlichka's mind is not that.
Okay.
Basically, what we're trying to figure out is undisputed territory where there are no claims on sovereignty for a certain territory, and then build from there. Of course, right now we have some difficulties to actually exercise that sovereignty, but ultimately we believe that we can show the case that this is the right way to go. As for your suggestion, I personally believe that it is somewhat difficult to create such things in other parts of the world because the sovereign nation can always say, well, no, you're not supposed to do this, that, or the other in that territory because that's our jurisdiction and you have to follow our jurisdiction. And so then you may end up in trouble and perhaps losing your investment and whatnot. Whereas this is a very specific, peculiar situation I personally like. And yes, please.
You mentioned that in order to be able to claim these all yellow territories, both countries are separating from the territory of Liberland.
Yes.
How it relates to the fact that police in Croatia is similar, for instance?
Again, this is actually, I tried to explain that in my presentation. There are two main reasons. First is this horrific experience with self-proclaimed states in the area. They had terrible experience with that, and they're mortally afraid of going through something, you know. And I mean, look, those things are not necessarily logical, they're more political. So, you know, it is, you know, self-proclaimed state is self-proclaimed state, and, you know, so.
Yes, but,
so the second thing is, again, Croatian politicians believe that if someone else other than Serbia takes this area, that would mean that they are losing the chip in negotiations with Serbia. And so they're trying to isolate that area and not to touch it, but also not allowing anyone to touch it unless it is Serbia. So that in the future they can claim, well, look, we didn't do anything with it, and so please bring those other areas back under our jurisdiction. And so, but again, if we make a case that it might, that it will be better for Croatia to actually let Liberland develop here, that may change. What is that the answer? Thank you. Please.
We know what politicians think about Liberland, but what people here think about it.
Frankly, they don't think, I would say, the most
But
part.
did you make some survey? Or
Pardon?
Did you make some survey or something?
No, no, we didn't do. I mean, I'm not in position to make surveys, official surveys. Yeah, that might be a good idea for President Lichka. Yes. So, as I mentioned, this whole area was very heavily, not this particular here for some reasons, but it was very heavily psychologically, emotionally, and economically, and many other ways stricken by the very, very fierce war. And so the consequence of that is that people are not very open to thinking about another state, please. You know, like my grandmother, she never moved, and she used to live in 6 or 7 different countries. Do you understand why? Okay, and so, you know, so as for a little people, you know, we have some people who approach us and who were sympathetic, even some prominent people in the local community, but we still haven't scratched the surface of going together, you know. We had some also things that occurred, for example, police was kind of like politely telling people not to like help us with, I don't know, boats or something, you know, they might get in trouble, whatnot. But, you know, all these things I can consider understandable. It's, yeah, please.
Yeah, I have 2 questions. First of all, I mean, instead of proclaimed states, it's not proclaimed states. Eastern Slavonia was part.
I beg your pardon?
I'll try to rephrase it. I mean, you said people have problems with self-proclaimed states, but I mean, Croatia itself is a self-proclaimed state, I would suspect.
Oh, that's a good debate.
At least that's how I remember the early 90s.
No, yeah, well, we can discuss, I mean, we can discuss that.
Yeah, but I'm thinking, I mean, how is the feeling in the region? Because, I mean, they were forced back into Croatia under, I would say, rather strong military impetus. I mean, there were two large armies basically looking at each other with this territory in the middle. And you realize that basically either they make a deal or it's going to be a very bloody fight here. So how do the locals in the region actually feel about being part of Croatia?
Again, I can talk hours about that. But the point is that, you know, the issue of states here are a button, you know, and so depending on whom you ask, you will receive different answers. But my point is not whether these are right or that these people are right or those people are right, but instead I'm just explaining to you why it is not as easy to establish Liberland as one might expect, you know. So and then the answer to that question would take long, so we can discuss it later. Yes.
The second part of the question is, I mean, how is today's what's Croatia's feeling today about you resorting to force? And I mean, how much
resorting to force against whom?
Well, for instance, they've already arrested a few people. They keep arresting them. I mean, somehow their resources has to right now be poured into having anarchists thrown out of Liberland. I mean, it's not cheap running a court system. And
Don't
for
worry
people
about
in
it.
jail, it's not a boom factory in the economy for you. My question is, how much trouble do you think Croatia is willing to go through just to keep up pretending that they own this land, which they clearly do not own, according to their own
That's a good question, and the answer is, well, I personally believe that depends on what it will be our attitude toward Croatia. If we are developing attitude as it is been developed by President Jedlička, and that is of peaceful coexistence, of non-aggression, of peace and things like that, love and liberty and stuff, then I believe in a long run both the government and people and police and whoever would soften. But on the other hand, if we take another approach, then they will be, I assure you, there is no resource that Croatia will not use in order to defend what Croatia considers right. Please.
How is the island considered? So is the Croatian authorities preventing people from going to the island? Will they actually go to the island and arrest people, or is there a chance for you guys or us to just settle the island and establish the factory? So who would clear out the island? Who is defending
Look,
the island?
let me show you the first picture.
Yeah.
Here. So this is the island. This is the island gentleman talks about. So basically, the temporary borderline that it is considered defended by both Serbia and Croatia goes something like this. In the middle and then here. Okay. And so Croatia temporarily claims I don't know how I wouldn't say sovereignty because Croatia does not want to say that, but you know, do you understand my point?
Actively, have you tried it?
Yes. I mean, not personally me, but there were people. Yes, we are out of time. So thank you for your questions, and I hope we'll continue our discussion a little bit later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sven. I'm advised by the Minister of Finance that we should take a 5-minute break. But please, in 5 minutes sharp we'll continue.
This is a temporary agreement. What the question later?
Yeah, it seems to be working. There's sometimes there's an interruption and I have to click retry and then it works fine.
Because Wi-Fi.
Yeah, but so that's why I need to stay here.
It would be good to have dedicated Wi-Fi for.
Yes, yes.
I might be buying it. Next time I can arrange it somehow or how.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's like, you know, if we...
And so we can Croatia claims. Yes, actually you can go to any place, the rest of place here, and you can get the list and the reason why, because Croatia does not claim or have the national records for Liberland. And they claim, Croatia claims that Serbia has all my information no.
Ale nie wiem, czy robisz chyba tak z przekonania tak politycznie, bo no wiem, ale
that's kind of information, and the point is that Serbia reportedly has some records. Depends on who you say that. So you would say that to Serbia? First step is we get some kind of loosely, unofficially, whatever, recognition that at least Croatia let us come in, not necessarily from Croatia, from Serbia. And then we start building. And then we go from there. We'll see what happens. You know, ultimately, if they decide that this is Serbia, then we'll start having problems with Serbia, or not. You know, but the point is that you do one step.
Guys, can we please continue with the conference? I would please ask you to take your seats.
It's built between the two countries. It's purely on
I know Mr. Salmiak has the best presentation, but please allow us to continue. Can you, I was now asked to remind you to please disconnect from the Wi-Fi because the president is watching us through the live stream and we want him to have a good view of us. If we already have people back I guess we can continue. The next presentation is going to be by Dominik Strokal, who is a professor of economics at the University of Economics in Prague. And he is going to speak about how rich Croatia is going to become just by having Liberland as its neighbor. It's a very intriguing talk. So, Mr. Strokal, you have the floor.
Okay, I will not use the microphone as well because I like to talk and walk. So I just remembered, and I know that Reed is watching us, so I encourage him not to listen now, because he's my friend for years. And I remember that one day I woke up. It was exactly a year ago, and in the news I read just the title was something like, "Someone from the Czech Republic started a nation." I said, "Hey, this must be weird." Well, he was really into all, not only crazy, but things we were not even able to imagine, like this one. And a year ago, if someone would ask me whether we will be able to gather here in these boring, so that's why I put a lot of pictures of cats into the presentation. Because otherwise I have all the numbers. I teach economics and it's not really interesting. So we've tried from the beginning to calculate what can be the growth added to Croatian growth because of the Liberland. And it was complicated. We also thought that it may be negative because there are some good arguments on both sides. I will try to present you the arguments for Croatia and Serbia, why it can enrich them. So, it may be only a one-slide presentation because you all know that trade works, that competition works, and that we can just say, because we all know some economics, some of the basics of liberty, that if the people trade, both parties are better off, and that we can apply this also to countries. So if both countries trade with each other, we can be both sides can be better off. So we all know this, but you have to convince the politicians. So this is why we run some numbers. So the question is, can a tax haven between Croatia and Serbia have a positive impact on the economic growth of these countries, or negative, or even negative? Or if, then how much? And the argument is that on both sides, we have some sound fact. We can talk about tax competition, and this is the same with the tax haven. Tax haven is in fact just an introduction of a tax competition in the region. So you can have lower taxes which will attract firms, and to some extent, yes, the firms from the neighboring countries will come to the tax haven, which will lose some jobs in Croatia and Serbia. So yes, in this simple zero-sum game, it may be so. And even if these countries are leaving, these firms are leaving the countries, then you have lower tax revenues for the things we generally considered, or not me, because I'm libertarian, but most of the people consider to be public goods that we need to build, I don't know what, roads. However, on the other side, it leads to some positive impacts. We know that it increased the pressure to lower the taxes in the neighboring countries, which may be a good thing for growth or not. We have to look at it. And that it can significantly decrease transaction costs in the tax haven, because all companies will try to be close to each other. We see that in Hong Kong, we see that in other tax havens. So which side is right? We have some numbers about the taxes today. If you would do this presentation 20 years ago, or not, sorry, 10 years ago, it would be more pessimistic because all the taxes were increasing in between, let's say, 1990s and 2005. But today, corporate taxes from 2005 to 2015 actually decreased on the world, on average, decreased from 35 to 30%. So it's quite positive, but still, it's quite high. If you look at it, it's 30%, the average tax rate in the world. 30% is still pretty high. So if you look at some countries without, this is the weighted average of all taxes, but if you look just at the countries without corporate taxes, you see some, Liberland may be here in the table as well soon. And the question is, and now the taxes are decreasing, but they are still high. So the question is whether a country with zero corporate taxes, zero taxes can promote growth to the neighboring countries. The first question we need to solve is whether it promotes growth even to itself, which I think is fairly solved as United Kingdom. Now it's richer than United Kingdom. So it's just one of the examples. We have many of them. Yeah, but this is the example everyone knows. So we know that low taxes, easiness to do business, less regulations, that all these things lead to higher growth. So if we assume that this is true, let's assume this, then we can say that, that the growth to Liberland will exist, and what will happen to the foreign countries? Because otherwise, if lower taxes would lead to catastrophe, then it doesn't make sense to talk even about the country itself, not to say about the neighboring countries. So here, just some boring numbers, as I said, this is why I had the cats there. This one is especially cute. Then, for example, we know that if you increase the taxes, then it has some costs for the economic growth. Increase extra 1% of GDP taken in taxes. Yeah, so from, for example, the 30% to 31% will lead to reduced economic growth by almost 0.5%, which is quite a lot. So yeah, we see the negative correlation between taxes and growth. There are studies for that. I just put some numbers here because this is something which should be presented not only to people who know about that, but to people who are not convinced, especially in the Croatian side. And this is why we... Second thing which is important to stress, and it's not obvious, is that when you decrease taxes, and if you decrease corporate taxes, then most of the benefits, 75% to be precise, goes to the workers rather than to the owners, which is interesting. And again, it may convince some people that this is the benefit, because it's not just that the companies will be richer, but also the people. Then we know that tax havens have many benefits, like that companies want to be there by definition, so we have twice as much holdings in tax havens than in non-tax havens. That larger firms are more likely to be there, again, something obvious. And that if you have a higher fraction of foreign operations, then you would much more likely have tax-affiliated partners, tax haven-affiliated partners. What is important here is whether there is the trade-off, whether if the company is in Croatia and then there is a tax haven next to it, whether the company will just move and there will be more employment and more growth in the tax haven in Liberland and less in Croatia. It can be proven by data, a lot of data, that it's not true, that actually there is positive trade-off, that if you lower the taxes in one country, the neighboring country, then there is increased investment activity in the neighboring country. Again, it depends how far are you from the borders. So I guess that Liberland will not make such a difference for Dubrovnik, but it will make more difference to the cities close to Liberland, like this area. So if you run the numbers, we can say that if we would lower the taxes by 15%, which is in Serbia, and 20% in Croatia, to zero, not to lower them in these countries, but to lower them by moving or having trading partners in the tax haven with zero taxes, then it increases empirically to 9 to 12% higher likelihood to have tax haven partners. And we have other studies which show that, and I don't want to go through all of this because it's boring, that will show that if you have tax haven partner, then it leads to economic growth. So, the number is that 1% greater likelihood to have a tax haven partner is associated with a small, but it's 0.5% increase in sales and investment activity, which is something which may convince the people even here, because as you said, we see here that the investment activity and sales will not be the largest part of the GDP of this area. We went here and passed a lot of tractors, so I would say that the agriculture will be here more important than investment activity, building shopping centers or whatever. And through all the studies, we have no empirical support that existence of a regional tax haven encourages or substitutes the economic activity in the neighboring countries. So the question of how much is that, again, if you just run the numbers, combine them all together, for Serbia or Croatia, it's small. It's 0.5% to 1%, 1 percentage point of the GDP growth, which may seem low. And when we started to run the numbers, we've expected it to be 50%, and it will be say, a miracle. But it makes sense. It will not be much more. So, but if you look at this number, 0.5% to 1% of GDP growth per year, if you prolong it to, let's say, 50 years, then in 50 years, it can give to Croatia and Serbia between 28 and 64% of today's GDP per capita, which seems like something which you don't want to just throw out because of, I don't know what, some disputes over a small part of the land. 64% of the growth, or 28, is about $6,000 to $13,500 per year added, just because of the tax haven, which is quite a lot. So it's just 0.5% to 1%, but if you look at it as something you do for your grandchildren, that may convince you, I would say. And other spillover effects that if you have, and this is something I will try to finish with, there are plenty of other questions. You can have questions whether the lower taxes lead in the neighboring countries to more responsible fiscal policy, because you don't want to be responsible when you have close neighbor with low taxes and lower regulations. So the same regulations, and even the monetary policy, if you have a better currency, then the same, whether it leads, and definitely it leads to a more responsible monetary policy, because the people, and it happened throughout the history many times, that when the monetary authority was not responsible, people started to use the currency of their neighbors. It was quite common, so it it pressures the neighboring states to act more responsibly. So the final question, at least for me, is whether they want it. Whether if there is, and I hope there will be at least, the question in the higher circles, then whether they want it, whether they do want to act more responsibly. So you want to give your grandchildren $6,000 per year for free. And that's something you can work with. But do you want to act responsibly? Do you want to be the one who have to act responsibly because otherwise the people can join the neighboring country? That's a tough question. So what is crucial and what is the end of my presentation is that for that, the popular support is crucial, that people need to want it. Because I would say the population still, even though it's at least $6,000, we know that. So the people have to care. So thank you. I would end with what I started with. This is the easiest answer for everything, but in the meantime, I tried to present you some numbers we've tried to run, and if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. Yes.
So what is being done actually to get popular support from people in this region?
This is the question to someone else, I would say, because I'm just the economist behind that, but I'm not the diplomat or politician, so I'm not doing this, and I hope the guys like Swan and we are doing a great job in this, but I cannot answer this question.
Yeah, I was wondering if, okay, sure.
So, do you have any questions? I guess if you're hungry, yes, well, yeah, you have
I do understand your presentation about the tax haven, but would you consider the future of Liberland as a tax haven?
I hope so,
Otherwise
I would not be here.
But when you mean a haven, it means like a protection from tax.
Yes.
Like we are stealing other people's money by not collecting taxes that they should be due paid in their countries.
This is basically what the media said, but economically speaking, those are the countries with low taxes or extremely low taxes.
So
yeah, but if you look at it as media, the tax haven is something who try to cover that you stole some money, then yes, then this would be a problem. But I'm talking about tax haven.
What I mean, Hong Kong is not a liberal country.
Economically is, yeah, there is some problems with personal liberties, not that, or they have some problems with elections. The representatives are not elected as we are used to have it here. But yes, but economically speaking, they are. So I was talking about the economics. Hopefully, Liberland will be even free in personal liberties. Yes.
Well, I just wanted to comment something. You mentioned $6,000 to $13,000 additional GDP per person in 50 years or something. I believe that if we make comparatively this area to whole Croatia, I think that this area can benefit much more than that because the vicinity of it, and that the same thing happened to Hong Kong and the Shenzhen area in China, and so that's something that perhaps we should put a stress on when we actually discuss these.
Yes, I totally agree. This is what I said, that it will not help Dubrovnik so much, but this region much more. Yes, so I agree. And what we've tried to do is to try the lowest possible numbers. You can always try to look at the extremes on the other side, but it's much more convincing when you look at the lowest possible numbers, the conservative estimates. Yeah. Okay, so thank you, and I'm looking forward to the next presentation.
We know you're hungry, so we won't keep you too much longer. The next presentation is going
going to be by the Finance Minister of Liberland, Mr. Hukabek. Who is gonna present you with some facts from the state coffers of Liberland. Hopefully they're very rich, and that's why they can host this wonderful conference. So you have the floor, Minister.
Thank you, Martin. I'll try to speak around the microphone as well. So, I don't have kittens or cats in my presentation, but it's a good idea. So maybe I'll start using. I would like to talk briefly about basically the roots and beginnings. It's always necessary to repeat. And then some economical principles we are standing on. Where we are today, after 1 year of existence, and the possible future we are heading. Actually, when Liberland was established, we all felt something wrong about the current economies and current world. We are measuring, guys from Liberty associations are measuring the so-called tax freedom day, which is in Czech Republic is about 160 days when people are working for the government, and the global average is maybe something about between 100 and 200 days when the people are working for the governments out of 365. So this is one point. The second point, we all know that we have about, especially in the region like Central Europe, 20 or 40 types of different taxes and fees. And the percentage of the total redistribution in the economics is extremely high as well. So, and also at the time was very well actually quantitative easing, Fed and European Central Bank printing trillions of US dollars and euros. So there was something strange. And is it consequence or coincidence that, for example, European Union has no growth last decade? So it's not normal. There's high unemployment, and of course huge debts the governments are generating, and they are actually unpayable, these debts. So yeah, so something was wrong, and but on the other side we knew, and we all here probably know that prosperity comes as a byproduct or by effect of the economic and personal freedom. And Hong Kong is maybe the greatest example. This is the basic curve that shows the dependency. It's not even linear, but it's exponential dependency between economic freedom and GDP per capita. The blue dots are countries. And so it's also important to realize that prosperity has nothing to do with, well, economic growth has nothing to do with natural resources. And again, Hong Kong is a great example. It was a rock actually. Liberland is a swamp with mosquitoes, so great parallel. And one great quotation from Dennis Waitley, who is a big motivator. And I read it. There are two primary choices in life: to accept the conditions as they exist, or accept the responsibility for changing them. So, guess what? How did we decide? So we decided for the second choice. Yeah. So we saw different future, not only in economics but in the total side, politics and yeah, as an example, European Parliament, it is not the best, most efficient way how to lead a country and a society in a region. This is not a good example. So instead of centralizing more power into one place, far from the ordinary people, then we were thinking like a network, like a decentralized power. So that's our vision. The vision is we see the future. The future is in peer-to-peer economics. Decentralization of the financial services. The banks will be not needed in maybe 10, 20, not 10 definitely, but 20, 30, 50 years. Energetics will be decentralized. Will be the trend of so-called Uberization. It's important. So-called peer-to-peer economics is going stronger and stronger. And of course, cryptocurrencies, which is a typical example of decentralization and peer-to-peer service, how to provide payment services. And we also think that government should have, especially in Liberland, should have no bigger role than a middle management of a company, because the strategy and the long-term vision is done. It's done by the constitution, it's done by the vision of all the people around it. So the government, no matter how it will look like or how many people will be there or whatever, government should not have many competencies. It is and should be on a operational management. So we set we defined some key financial principles at the beginning, and all of you probably know them, of course. And it's voluntary taxation, no government debt, minimal government expenditures, which also means no fiscal policy. There is no reason to make any fiscal policy and to try to somehow influence, for example, the employment or unemployment rate in the country through some fiscal expenditures. Free competition of currencies, that means no monopoly legal tender. Maximum transparency and online automatization of many of the services can be automatized by algorithms and computers, and there should be no space for humans, because it automatically creates space for corruption. And it also is connected to digital voting and blockchaining, so-called blockchaining, the state agenda. Maybe Dominic will be able to explain in a more detail, but Bitcoin, especially blockchain technology, is not about the Bitcoin and the currencies. You can run on blockchain many documents, many agendas, like notaries and other stuff, and agreements between two parties. So it's also the future. Yes, so one more point. It was privatization of public services, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. So this is a demonstration of a fixed fiscal structure that we would like to show that government should have really minimal expenditures. Because normally most of governments, they care about plenty of so-called collective services and goods. The green box, it's like education, health, social issues, transportation, and stuff. And it is not necessary, absolutely. The state is not, any government in the world is not the most efficient one who should provide these services. So this is the big box, and we think these services will be provided by the market forces much more efficiently. Other part of these of the normally services normally provided by the governments can be provided by on the principle which is called pay-per-use principle, and it's especially courts, various registers and agendas. Even the jail can be run as a commercial project actually, or can be paid by its users, its consumers. So this is a small part of the remainder. And the smallest part is the smallest remainder that needs to really be covered by Liberland budget in the future. And it's actually only the diplomacy, security, if any, and some basic administration. Similar information from a different point of view. This is showing, it's not readable, but it's not important. This chart shows the federal budget of the United States. And also the numbers are not important, but it's about the structure of the columns there. So we took it and we did this. Yeah. So 3/4 of normally paid expenses are absolutely no necessary, and they are, we would say, harmful for the country. So we did this, and we did of course this because the volumes are different. This was about fiscal issues so far. Now about monetary issues. As I've already mentioned, no monopolistic central bank. That means almost no monetary policy. There will be no central authority that would like to regulate interest rates of the currency and somehow targeting the money supply, as central banks normally do. And yeah, one of very well-known aspects is Liberland merit, which is cryptocurrency. We call it cryptocurrency. Actually, it's not yet cryptocurrency. Actually, it's some kind of pointing system, somehow evaluating the labor. Started as a labor points, but the future of Liberland merits is definitely in transforming into tradable whatever it is. Then it's and it works like a currency. Then it is currency, or people use it like a currency when it's tradable, exchangeable, and the market gives it some value. Yeah. We also have built a structure in the Ministry of Finance where all the agenda is somehow structured into the departments or sections. The Finance Minister and 3 departments. It's here because I would like to show you what's the daily, or will be in the future, the daily agenda. The finance operations are taking care of the payment system, cash management, controlling, budgeting, accounting, auditing. So it's the kind of operational finance management. There's second department is some strategic management and strategic leadership, and it's about the policies and possible development of the financial system and the economy, and also in the future possible membership in the international organizations, which is definitely not the European Union, but of course institutions like European Free Trade Association. That would make sense because it's a free association of voluntary members. And the third part of the agenda is the monetary agenda, which is currency system, financial markets in the future, and the macroeconomic relations. I would like to point out the Liberland Economic Advisory Council, which is an advisory body that we are building at the moment from economists not only from Czech Republic, but from all around the world. It will include not only a specialist for each of the parts, so like for cryptocurrencies, for macroeconomics, and sort of stuff. So it's very helpful, and not only from the daily working, but make some good reputation to the Ministry Department. Yeah. So where we are at this moment, after half a year of work, we do have transparent cash flow in some basic standard. We are almost having accounting in the international accounting standards as well. It's like IFRS or IAS international accounting standards. We have already an agreement with the international audit company who will be providing audit statements for Liberland, which is very, very positive. We have some department structure roles and responsibilities. We have the budget, which is very volatile, of course. And we have some financially sustainable model. There's a currency behind it, some real land, which may be put it into a collective fund of mutual fund. There's citizenship and real resources of inflows, which is nowadays the voluntary tax. Of course, the donations, but I don't call donations to be a sustainable model, because donations are great at this moment, and Liberland is living from donations, mainly, the first year, but it's not sustainable to have a economy of Liberland based on donations forever. So donations are only temporary. Where we go is our to-dos next year. We hope that the business incorporation will be available. It's still for the lawyers, task for the lawyers. But even without being recognized as a country, there's a serious possibility to incorporate companies in Liberland, and they can be recognized in the international trade. So there is not so strict relation that if Liberland is not recognized as a country by the diplomats, then it doesn't mean that the companies will not be recognized. So we are quite optimistic about incorporation, which is a big task because it will really attract real businesses to Liberland, even without the territory. Yeah, we would like to attract more businesses and investors. Yeah, of course, they will see low tax, low regulation, better to domicile in Liberland. They will see the commercial potential, not only in the region maybe, but also in the virtual community of Liberland members, which counts hundreds of thousands of members. And there is a strong potential in this. And the first case of Liberland beer producer declared it. He sees the potential in the network of Liberland commercial representatives in the world, as well as in the community itself. We are discussing possibility of country rating, which will be nice. And we are discussing the land mutual fund and some auction of shares in this fund. We are discussing about future and the development of merits, how it will go further, and how to make them tradable and liquid. And we are also looking at the possibilities how to join the international banking system, and so-called SWIFT. So those are the standards for international banking transactions. And we also will have to work on automatization of the reporting and controlling, because we would like to have all the numbers almost in real time online and reported and showed. It would be nice. It would be a great example to other countries and other governments to be such an open government. Yeah, and we also attract other volunteers and cooperators to employ other ministries, departments, not only Ministry of Finance, but other departments in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Internal Affairs. So as a summary, we have clear vision, we have clear roadmap how to reach the vision, and we hope to get stronger and grow together, because Liberland is not about it's not about me, or it's about the community, it's about the strength coming from the community. Liberland is you actually, you are Liberland. It's not beat, it's one person. So it's about being stronger together. Benefits for the region, Dominic has good arguments and calculated arguments why it's beneficial for other countries. I didn't calculate it, I'm not able to calculate. 50 or how much he said, 60%, and 50 is a great number. But basically it's about improving services in the region, improving infrastructure, growth in employment rate in the region. I also think that land and some high-tech topics. Thank you. All questions are welcome.
Two questions. Where do you do your banking?
Actually, currently Liberland Finance is served by its service operational company, which is incorporated in Hong Kong. But we hopefully this year, 2016, we will be having our own bank account in the name of Liberland state, which will be very good. It's not agreed, or it's not final yet, but we are very optimistic about it. And it will be a great signal that Liberland is a real entity. It will be so we are working on that.
Okay. And second question: Is it a secret how much money you've spent in your first year? And
it's not secret, of course. Nothing should be secret.
And also how much money you have.
Yeah. Basically, what was there was a slight surplus after the first year, but it was less than, I don't have the concrete number now, but basically it was something below $100,000 basically.
You spent $100,000?
Yeah, less than $100,000.
And how much money do you have at the moment?
You mean the current balance? It's a couple of thousand $. Because there is quite a regular inflow from the donations every month, so quite on a stable and regular basis, which is important. And most of the traveling and that stuff, basically.
Is anyone getting a salary?
I think it's all this is public as well. Yeah, of course, the president is somehow covering his even personal expenditures. But the other are working for merits. So you are invited as well to it. Yeah. So any questions? Yeah.
Can you tell us how many donations you received? How much donations?
The total volume I mentioned, it was less than $100,000 for the first year. But it includes, to be honest, it includes some extra investments, so donations was not that amount. At this moment, the average donations are about to $1,500 a month or something like that.
Yeah. You mentioned the voluntary taxation. By that, do you mean like fundraising or like providing some, that Liberland is going to provide some services, I don't know, like for instance, judgments, arbitraging contracts or something like that, and by that raising the funds? The idea of voluntary taxations, for example, in objectivism, the idea of state of objectivism, there is understood as to be some governmental services like let's say, judgments.
Yeah.
And do you mean that by voluntary taxation, or you mean simply fundraising? So the
Actually, it's not that easy, because these services you mentioned, like courts and this, it should be paid by the users actually.
Yes,
I think. And in terms of donations, nowadays the people who are sending money, sending $10 or whatever, they call it donation. We calls it voluntary taxation from the individuals, which is I prefer donation because actually it's donation, and in fact it's exchange of US dollars or euros or whatever to merits. So actually it's not a donation, neither donation nor voluntary tax exchange. It's buying to merits actually. So there are three three ways how to explain it, but. What a concrete, from my point of view, the best example of the voluntary tax, as I like it, is from the company producing the beer, because they said, hey, let's cooperate. I will produce beer. You will give it some marketing. I will use your trading network and so that stuff, and I will pay you 5% of my purchasing of my price of my end price. Simply said. So this is typical example of voluntary taxation from my point of view. But the others, yeah, something between donations, buying merits, and yeah.
How far have you come to the on the creating Liberland companies track? Because I guess that's like a very big question for a lot of people who perhaps would like to have a company in a place which is not so government controlled.
We are receiving many questions and inquiries that people from all around the world would like to move their company to Liberland. So I would say from a technical point of view, it's not as difficult because the incorporation of companies in other offshore countries, it's still provided by external providers. So it's not that difficult to hire another experienced provider to run the same story in Liberland. But we are not still sure if it makes sense to push on it so fast, because if no one takes it seriously, it would maybe harm the.
Well, I guess it's up to the customer whether they take the company seriously. But I would suspect.
I think in this year, in 2016, we make serious progress and serious steps to decide, like, either set a deadline where it really be launched, or we will finally get some statement that it's not possible.
Working on it,
yeah, it's one of the topics we are working on, and which will move Liberland to another level. So it's important. Yeah.
Can you just give us some numbers about how many people now have applied for citizenship, how many people have made it to that next stage, and how many citizens you have?
Actually, this is not questions to me. There is a number about 400 applicants so far accumulated. But,
so I think there have been something like 400, close to 500,000 applications.
Really?
And we told me the other day that we've got something like 40,000 citizens.
Yeah, I can confirm. Sorry. First thing is all the applicants. We are guessing maybe 1/3 of them are relevant. Yeah, so that's the first important to say. And second thing about the citizenship, it's not as easy. And I must say it's not so easy to define what is citizenship nowadays, because the list declaring the citizenship, I guess there are about tens of them so far. So I don't know what's the number of you mentioned, 13,000. It must be some level in the process, some different level. I don't know, so I can't. But maybe with answers.
But if there were 40,000 citizens and they were paying 10,000 merits to those bubbles, then there'd be a lot more money in the merits account.
But it will not push them to pay taxes.
No, as far as merits go, you can earn merits by doing things. So you like do things that is considered worth $10,000, and then you get the city.
Yeah, you might.
So you don't have to pay cash.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, 40,000 people haven't done things worth $10,000 to get citizenship, surely.
No, I'm not sure. I don't think that 40,000 people actually got.
I think that's the amount of people eligible.
That are eligible, not that they.
Yeah, that's what we maybe. Yeah, that's the difference. Yeah. Yeah. So thanks.
From whom is this?
Minister.
Minister.
Oh, that's fine.
It's yours. Thank you.
So thank you, Minister, for your presentation. And now we have a 2-hour lunch break. We will start at 2:30. Thank you for your attention and enjoy your lunch. Good.
tím nechci znevažovat, já taky programuji třeba v Metapad, nějaký projekty.
Já se snažím neprogramovat, já to hrozně nemám rád, když už se to udělat.
Ale je dobrý to procesovat a navrhnout ty komponenty a propojit.
Přece já nemůžu všechno ostatní a my to je, že bych to musel zahazovat. To jsou priority a komponenty. Já tam jako sila, a tak taky samozřejmě to je tak jako můžu dělat
ty kontroly celkově tak to na něčem musí běžet. Ať už centrálně, decentralizovaně, ale něco to musí potřebovat. A zajišťovat to komunikaci. To nejde říct všechno do těch centralizovaně. No to musí centralizovat něco.
Tak to Ukrajině prostě konkrétně jakoby. Já vím, že to je vypadá třeba pod ministrem vlastních financí společně s Liberlandem, ale to šlapalo. Já rozumím, no, jako, a víte vám, třeba se baví s dělali Liberland, tam jako by způsobili, že budou nějakou prodali, nebo tady se soupořit toho. A to je jenom jako, estonské právě to není čekývá. To není jenom doufat, že to prostě ústavní. Myslím, že to bylo jako dobrý dílo, akorát, že oni nějakého prodat za ale minimálně se jako takhle koncepční přístup jako se tam jako snažíme. Na druhou stranu je hrozně moc různých jako firem, různých světa, kde se snaží pomoct, ale mě to rozčišovaný jediná prostředující, že napadá ten government.
To je zase někdo, kdo je provider, znáte nějaký prachy a prostě další konkáři. Nechci to vyřešit, by musí, ale musím se stát větší jurisdikce z odpovědností v tom státním modelu. Kdo by to neměl na starosti? Třeba v Čechách máme, že jo, ministerstvo
ale teď
to byl dřív, to je také úřad architekta. Ve státní správě existuje něco, co úřad architekta, který státní správa že se dělá public správa, to se týká lidové služby, aby státní věci mohly běžet na nějakých fondech. V podstatě dělá se ten, já ty věci znám, že to dělá se. A v podstatě někdo musí určovat, že to ty služeb.
Okay.
Because I'm afraid if you leave.
I was just suggesting that
Or maybe December. But there is a great chance that he will be established that this is only a pre-election. He's protectionist. Consistently says that you could roughly expect something. Yes. say what it is? He said that he speaks for an hour, he says, and everybody is like that. Now, first time in America, someone was like, oh,
Yeah.
Hello, guys. We're about to start.
It's really helps investments, literally. Yeah. Some village my mother is and they are maybe planning to move. So I will be there in summer. But not we are in winter. Around 60 miles. Yeah, it's some hill and yeah, I would be glad to be your host. Anytime you want to come, we have a place to sleep, to eat, everything. Yeah, anytime. Wherever you want, just send me an email or SMS or on Facebook. Yeah, my email and also this is my business. I'm available. much or less I think that
Sorry,
that's
this is going to sound again repetitive, but can you again remind people about the internet and how people have turned it back on? I can't notice it.
I have once again requests for you to please disconnect from the Wi-Fi so that we can share the live stream and the president on the screen. Mr. President, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I hope you enjoyed the lunch. You also had a good time socializing. I'm waiting for Jeffrey Tucker to join us. He will probably join us slightly later because of the time difference that we didn't calculate.
Yeah, it's 8 a.m. in the morning in America.
That we didn't calculate it correctly. But I would like to say a couple of things. I was looking at the stream and I was actually, I wanted to comment on a couple of things. And one of the things is that I would like to clarify the situation with citizenship. We've got now 406,000 people that are registered on our website. Those are the people that have shown the interest in the project. Some of them think that they still are the ones that already applied, but it's not true. In order to apply, you have to fill in the whole application form, which is another 20 questions which we ask people. And that number is now 91,000 people. And these people come from all around the world. We even have one person from Vatican, 4 people from San Marino, some 8 people from Liechtenstein. We've got our representative from Liechtenstein actually attending this conference after us. Thank you for arranging the streaming of the conference. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Faisal Bhatt from Pakistan. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good. We've got Faisal Bhatt from Pakistan. Faisal, can you stand? Also, I would like to acknowledge you for the work that you have done already for Liberland as well. Thank you very much. And we have visitors from Slovenia and his colleague Gregor. Thank you very much. Great show, and of course, that has done also a great job in Croatia, and you already presented this. And I hope we have also Sergeant Samas has done a great job dealing with different things that we needed over summer in Serbia. It was kind of our representative in Serbia as well. So we have people from around the world coming down to the conference. I cannot name all of you, but it's you that are creating Liberland, and I'm of course very grateful for that. So we have got all these people, and the main task of Liberland is to activate these people. And I think at this stage we are using the network that has been created. Actually from 1 or 2, maybe 3%. So the potential of the nation that we are creating is enormous. Just let me remind you that we've got some more than 500,000 people that earn more than $1 million a year that also apply for citizenship and they want to help. Usually even these people, they just wait for us to contact them to have a personal approach. And I'm happy that Jakub Andries, who is our IT guy from, he has also made a tremendous job that our IT systems are working. Thank you, Andries. Thank you for doing that. And that now our representatives have full access to the data, which is quite secure. That everybody, all our representatives can actually work with the data of our applicants and can build up the network. And that is the greatest potential that we've got. We've got 91,000 people that we know a lot of things about, that are very interested in helping Liberland. And once these people get activated, there will be a country all the way in very short time actually. We were able to utilize it from 100%. But we have to do it kind of a slow process so we don't make big mistakes at once, step by step. And my other thing was, there was this question about financing. I think we are now the only country in the world that has completely transparent incomes and expenses which are visible online. I think we are kind of bad, but I think we will improve that very soon. I'm very happy that we've got some professionals in that field who will help us to start to set up our crowdfunding that we get much more interest in the project than financial side. And also, I actually hope that last year we had a budget of around $100,000, probably half of it went for my personal traveling, another for actions on the spot, and 30% were really miscellaneous. We will disclose the full report from the first year of existence, and we will budget on annual basis, starting with the birthday of Liberland. So aspect, anybody can look up all the income of Liberland right away, and you know it on the financial donation side. And that's probably about it from me. There is some of you want to visit me in the evening. That would, I don't want to do too much, but if you want to visit me, of course you are welcome. I'm from Dresden. We will probably have actually Richard Sulik coming down here to the province. He is a very important for the position, and also is a supporter of what we are doing publicly. And then there is another important thing. We are kind of short on boats as the engines are breaking down. I'm kind of suspicious that there has been some sabotage going on. But we've got now 2 boats. We can take 20 people at once. So we are trying to find a solution that maybe part of the people will have to walk most to Liberland, and part of the people will like actually go down with we are working on this, so we should pre-organize this down there, so we have a nice boat trips tomorrow, and we have to manage with only 2 boats. Play with the weather. If he doesn't, that's a bit big, but we've got another exceptional speaker. We've got our representative from Virginia. Are you with us?
We can't hear you,
yes.
Mr. President.
Yes?
I will disconnect the call and call you once again. We can't hear you.
Switch off the video.
Okay.
And please, for everybody, can you switch off Wi-Fi, because we don't have enough internet connection, and it's very, very bad now.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you. You can see me?
Sort of. So
the last thing we heard was that the boats were under sabotage and that you can take 20 people at once.
Yeah, that's the simple difficulty, but we will manage to like one to trip at a time.
Turn on the video.
And then we will do another boat trip at around 12:30 in the afternoon. And I would like to acknowledge a little bit more for this event, second the message of yesterday for organizing this for quite some time. And it has been a great deal of
I think the internet is dead.
Hello? Anyway, I hope that Adam is with us, that he can do the next presentation right after me, and that we also have Pavel Lustak, who's going to speak about cyber anarchy with us, and that also we can follow up on the presentation. And I don't know if you hear me now. I hope that we overcome all the difficulties and that we can also have presenters from around the world that will present the architectural concepts of Liberland over the Skype, and I hope it's gonna work better. So I will leave it to you, Martin.
It seems that our connection is back again. Can you take some questions from the floor?
Yes, definitely.
Anybody wants to ask the president something? Mr. Minister.
Hi, maybe there are questions about citizenship we were not able to answer, but you already did, so it's nice. Can you?
I couldn't hear you. If somebody can write me the question.
We got the answers about the numbers of citizenship, but you already explained, so I think it's now clear.
Once again, number of citizenship. Yeah, that's a very important aspect of you are probably asking about the number of citizenship that has been granted. And I can tell you that you will be the lucky ones if you are interested in the citizenship of Liberland. You will be able to get one from me, each have the tickets tomorrow paper. So we will be probably around 230 people that got the citizenship of Liberland. We have one concept that actually, can you hear me? Yes. We have one concept that we will actually have an e-residency of Liberland. It will be even more cheaper than the residency of Estonia. It will be very cheap. Anybody could very easily afford it and enjoy the environment of Liberland. The bureaucracy would be almost non-existent. And the other thing is a citizenship, which is a rather prestigious title that people will earn after making the country, pushing the country much more forward. So again, we also brought the citizenship certificates from the Czech Republic, and it's possible to put your name on the list of the people that will want to get the citizenship. It will be filled in today, and I will sign it tomorrow.
Will you also repeat tomorrow's plan? Because we heard the boat is under sabotage. But we didn't understand well the plan for tomorrow. So one group takes the boat and the other group walks or swims.
Yeah, well, can somebody write the question very fast?
The question was again regarding the boats. One group. The question was whether one group walks and the other group takes the boat, or
Well, we'll probably have to do it in that way. That we will send part of the people with the boat. They will travel down there, and the other group of the people will simply have to travel with the bus all the way to as close as possible to Liberland and then take like a 40-minute walk. It's not too bad. It's a question of 40 minutes probably. I don't see any other solution since we are short on boats, rather more than I would expect. But anybody could go and have a boat ride next to Liberland and see it from very close by. And you just need to divide the people into groups. And that's one thing, and then the other thing is the citizenship. But for now, we are only granting temporary citizenship as a title. I think it is also a technology.
Okay, anybody else has a question?
I have.
Yeah, Mr. Sven.
Do you expect anyone to be arrested tomorrow?
No. I was actually in Liberland yesterday. I got sunburned, so you might expect to be sunburned. It's nice weather as today, so take your hat or something on the head because it's really shining out there. And I don't expect any other incidents to come. We were already traveling to the plant for some maybe 40 times, and we never ever had any problems with Croatia police. They always accompany us. They take the pictures of the people that travel down the Danube, but I can tell you there is nothing that they could consider illegal in any way. So you don't have to be worried about being hurt.
So, in your experience, is the sunburn worse than the Croatian prison, or better?
Very cool.
According to your experience, is the sunburn worse than the Croatian prison, or is it better?
I think the sunburn can get very bad, so be careful.
So careful, people. Take your hats. Any other questions? Or are we moving on with the schedule?
My question is really if Adam Keller is with us.
Yes?
Is he?
Yes.
Is he ready to present?
Are you ready to
Adam,
present?
Yeah, ready to go. Let's do it.
Yes, he is ready. Yes, he is ready.
Okay, so then I will give word to you when you can introduce him. I'm looking forward to either tonight or tomorrow, but I would rather have the party at a room where it's organized, and then we can meet each other on Saturday mornings and Saturday night.
Okay, thank you, and we'll give the floor to Adam. Thank you, Mr. President. Have fun in Serbia or wherever.
No, I did the work.
So how was the quality? What should we say?
Would you mind taking a few pictures?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. Just whenever during the presentation.
So the people have spoken one start.
Is there a possibility of being arrested?
Hang on one second.
I know he wants
Just for camera.
So while they're doing stuff, you're in. So the next speaker is going to be Adam Kayla, who graduated from Virginia Tech in 2004, and since then has acquired more than 10 years of digital marketing experience, owning a critical role in the development of an internet marketing agency from the ground up. Adam is leading the conversation with respect to blockchain-based voting systems and has been featured in publications such as the Independent Voter Network and Bitcoin Magazine. At his core, Adam is a visionary and a protagonist with a powerful imagination and a deep desire to make a major difference in the world. His speech is called Follow My Vote. We are close to getting there, I guess.
Can anyone watching the live stream comment in the chat and tell me if the quality is better now? We seem to have improved the internet situation. Could you just confirm that?
Maybe there's more to the sabotage than just the boats. How did you like lunch, by the way? Excellent.
I mean,
yeah.
I
So the lunch was excellent if you had it someplace else. Was it? I don't know, you said it.
Yeah, I'm gonna export real quick. Sorry about this, guy.
This would not happen in Liberland.
There. Not sure why my adapter's not working. I apologize. Give me just one more minute and we'll be up and running. You have PowerPoint on this, right? On that?
Have another go?
Yeah, another go. Check what I have and check things
give it up for Adam Taylor.
All right. Thank you guys so much for giving me the opportunity to be here and speak with you guys today. I appreciate the introduction. As he was saying, my name is Adam Ernest. I was born in May 11th, 1982. I'm a millennial. Okay? And I'm here today to talk to you a little bit to tell you a story, okay, about my life, and hopefully inspire you to do the things that people say can't be done. Okay? So before I start off, well, I'll just dive right into it. It was the year 2000. Okay, in the year 2000 was a year that I turned 18 years old. So when I turned 18, I was eligible to vote in the United States, and I was waiting. I couldn't wait to cast my vote in an election. In 2000, we had probably what was the most controversial election in U.S. history. Up until that point, it was George Bush versus Al Gore, right? And it was a very, very heated debate. The country was a tug of war. And when they announced on election night, they first came out, the news organizations came out and said, Al Gore is going to be the next president of the United States. Well, shortly after they made that announcement, they came back on the radio and they said, wait, no, we got it wrong. It's George Bush. George Bush is going to be the next president of the United States. And that didn't make Al Gore very happy at all. He got very upset. He said, no, I want to recount. So let's get to the bottom of this. It all came down to Florida. It was a contested state. And so they decided to do a recount. And it's 2000. We have the internet, we have computers, but yet we're still voting on paper. And these are the infamous hanging chads. People literally had to poke holes in paper to cast their vote for the president. And this was in 2000. So they literally they started going through ballot by ballot, trying to determine whether or not the intent was to vote for Bush or Gore. But after 2 weeks into the recount, the United States Supreme Court stopped the recount. And I said, hold on. Like, we're actually investigating the truth. We're actively working to get to the bottom of who rightfully won this election. And that's when I realized that elections in the United States, and I presume in most countries around the world, they happen in a black box. You fill out your ballot and you cast your vote. And do we really know whether or not our votes are counted? And I did. I was actually living in Europe at the time. My father was in the military. He was in the Air Force, and we had lived in Stuttgart, Germany at the time. So I had to mail my ballot in, and so I wanted to know if they even got my vote, let alone did they even count it. I mean, statistically, 4% of all mail gets lost. So anytime we're mailing in a ballot, there's a chance that your vote just might get lost. So this had a big impression on me. I said, I want to at least be assured that my vote counted and that my government heard my voice. And I was upset. I was really struggling with this, right? It's like there's got to be a way. I had no idea how I was going to solve this nationwide problem. I didn't even know what I wanted to be. What I wanted to go to school for, what my major was going to be, let alone how to solve this problem. But I held on to it. I said, I'm going to fix this. I don't know how, I don't know when, but I'm going to fix this. And so I made a pledge. I said, all right, I'm going to be a part of the solution to this issue. And in 2015, or 2014 rather, I learned of blockchain technology. And I said, oh, that's it. The blockchain will save us all. Blockchain technology, using blockchain technology, you can build a verifiable voting system for use in elections. And when I realized that, I said, that is what I'm going to do with my life. That is what I'm going to make my mission. I said, I'm going to bring transparency, truth, and freedom to the world. and we're going to use the blockchain to do it. So voting is just the first step. But I'll go into my journey on starting a company that is now poised on my own. You know, I literally bootstrapped this company. I spent my life savings, poured it into this job to get it to where it is today. And we were just mentioned in the Huffington Post, one of the largest news media organizations in the world. We're now poised to disrupt an entire well-established, multi-billion-dollar election systems industry, all on heart. And let me tell you a little bit more about our story. So, as I just said, blockchain technology, it will save us. It can save this problem. This 2000 problem will never be an issue again, leveraging our software. Right now, the industry, almost on a yearly basis, we hear about voting scandals and our voting machines and how corrupt they are. These are some examples. Just recently in my own state, in Virginia, in the United States, our governor just decertified the WinVote voting machine. We're using these voting machines in our elections, but they've proven time and time again to be hackable, to be manipulated. So we have this electronic voting machine, WinVote, that has been used in 3 past election cycles. 1 in 4 people that voted electronically voted on one of these machines. And the governor's team hired a team and investigated how secure these are. And someone was able to just sit in the parking lot, out there in their car, in a centralized polling location, and was able to hack into the WinVote voting machine using the username admin, password ABCDEF. I shit you not, I'm not kidding. That's how easy it was to access the system. And you have to scratch your head. I mean, did they even try to secure the system? Because it doesn't seem like. So these machines are being decertified left and right, just because they're so vulnerable. So it's gotten to a point where the Brennan Center for Justice, they recently hosted a panel in Washington, D.C. that said we have a huge technology crisis with respect to Americans' voting machines. They're all at the end of their lifespan. So because of the issue with the 2000 elections in the United States, the United States government passed HAVA, Help America Vote Act, and they set aside $3.5 billion to build voting machines that were supposed to solve the verifiability, the counting issue with respect to Florida in the 2000 elections. Guess what? The $3.5 billion is gone. They spent it on a bunch of new voting machines, but these voting machines had the same problems. They did not solve the problem. So they hosted this panel saying, hey, we need more money so we can go buy new voting machines. And because they're all going to die, essentially. And so I went there. I was in the room, and I stood up and I said, wait a minute, hold on. Do you really think the solution to this problem is to, my CTO actually stood up and said, we're building verifiable voting technology. Now our software, we're developing this software that could be installed on a MacBook, on your phone, on any type of computer, any off-the-shelf hardware is what they call it in the election systems industry. Our software is capable of running on any software. So literally you can use your own device to vote in an election. Now, and we're developing this software as open source software. So anyone can copy it and use it. We're giving it away. And they said, well, we said, why aren't you working on any legislation that will allow a system like this to be piloted and ultimately adopted? And they looked at us dead in the face and they said, you can't do it. There's no way to build a secure online voting system. And we said, challenge accepted. And we said, you know what, we can design one, and we can use blockchain technology. We can use the blockchain to solve this problem. We thought through. I don't know how many people know blockchain technology and how it works. Okay, wow, that's almost everyone in the room. So this is the key innovation with respect to blockchain technology. It's decentralized data storage. okay? This is the old way. You see the traditional way over here. This is the old way of storing data. You can change what the database says and no one will know. So, yeah, if you're thinking, yes, centralized database, yeah, there's no way to build a secure, unhackable system. But if you use the blockchain technology, it's different. The way blockchain works is that there's a bunch of copies of the database all over the world. And they all have a full copy of the truth, of the actual record. And so what happens is they take turns adding new records to the database, right? But they can't just add the new record. They have to add the full copy of the database from the very beginning and that new record to the system. And so every other person has to check, because they have a copy of their own. So they can check, did he make any changes? And if you make changes, it gets rejected and says, no, you can't add that new record because you're trying to change history. You're trying to change the other records in the database. So that fundamental way in which data is stored is going to change the world. It's already disrupting finance with Bitcoin. Everyone's heard of Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin? Yeah, Bitcoin was introduced to the world in 2009, built by Satoshi Nakamoto. And the underlying technology behind Bitcoin is blockchain. So, these are all the additional benefits. Not only blockchain can store data in an irreversible way, but it's verifiable. To the ballot box and confirm with your own eyes, you can see with your own eyes, that my vote counted. So that problem in 2000 where, I'm scratching my head, I don't know if my vote counted. Well, now I do. With this system, I will be able to literally count with my own eyes that my vote counted. And I also wanted to emphasize the privacy aspect. Now, when we sat down and we designed the system, we didn't look at all of the voting systems certification requirements. In our country, it was the rules. The government has developed the rules in which voting systems must be built. We threw out the rule book. We just said, forget that. We're going to sit back and we're going to design our own system. We have our own rules. And verifiability, transparency is one of them. But privacy is a big concern, right? If you're gonna start storing voting data on the blockchain, everyone can see this. So we had to come up with a way to protect people's privacy. And we developed a patent-pending anonymous ballot issuance process by which you can have your identity verified and certified to be eligible to vote. But when you cast your vote, no one can tell who you voted for. Your identity is protected. So let me explain. So, for instance, your voting ID, when you download and install our system, you will be voter X3, Y5, Z4, 7, a big long string of numbers that gets automatically generated. And no one knows that that's your voting key. We don't know. The government won't know. You're the only person that'll know. So when you go and look up your vote on the blockchain, you'll see voting key, and then you'll see the person that you voted for. And that way you can verify your vote without revealing your identity and who you actually voted for. And I won't bore you with this process because I have a bunch more slides I want to run through, but this is on our website. You can check it out at followmyvote.com. But literally, what we are suggesting is the same process that we have voting laws in the United States. And when you go to the polling location, right? You have to show them your ID card. And you have to say, hey, I'm Adam Ernest, I'm here to vote. They take the card from you and they look at the front and the back, they look at you. And then they go look you up on a list. And they say, hey, okay, you're on the voting list, that looks like you're registered to vote. That's the same process we're going to build online. And I'll tell you about, we're going to be working with Jumio, which is a technology provider, one of the best in the world. They cover almost every country in the world right now. I think they cover almost 200 countries. So this system, once up and running, people can use it in almost 200 countries right off the bat. But we also have, we have an adversarial model. When I say adversarial model, what I mean is that we've anticipated a lot of different ways in which people are going to try to hack our system. And we've designed around that. And so we truly believe that we have a really good security model, incorporating identity verification as well as blockchain. we've developed a proof of concept voting software. So back in 2014, we developed this software. We got invited by the California Association of Voting Officials to come and present, to talk about the future of voting. So I was standing in a room just like this, and I demonstrated this software. I showed them, you know, all of the, I went through an entire process where I had my ID verified, I got access to a ballot, and casted my vote. This is our booth at this conference. So we went to this conference, and we're sitting right across the street from the makers of the Diebold voting machines, Dominion Systems. You know, so you have Follow My Vote, this tiny little startup, and you have $1 billion company right across the side. We show up and we put all our stuff out there and say, hey, this is the future. And they just looked at us like they wanted to grab our necks and choke it. And they didn't believe that we could do what we were doing. And I mean, it got so bad. You see those business card holders there? People were chewing up a wad of gum and throwing it in the business card holder. Like, it's a dirty game. The election system industry is a dirty game. They saw us as a threat. They said, wow, you're going to bring voting online and you're going to make it open source? What? That's you're going to disrupt our entire industry. We're not going to be able to make and sell these voting machines for $5,000 each. You know, like, game's over. And so they laughed us out of the room. They said, yeah, no, you're not going to do that. You can't do that. And this is some of the quotes. This is some of the things that people told us. They said, good luck with that. You won't succeed. This is our industry. Secure online voting is not possible. People don't want to vote this way. And that couldn't be farther from the truth. I've traveled the world, and everyone wants to vote this way. Who wouldn't want to vote securely from your own device right now?
I don't.
You don't? Okay, we'll talk about that later. Because I want to know why. But they said, this is not voting. This is not how voting is done today. And I said, you're right. This is how voting will be done tomorrow. And so we said, challenge accepted. I don't know if you guys have seen this, this TV show, but it's very popular. But that's a catchphrase. Challenge accepted. So we said, all right, we'll show you. We'll prove it to you. We can do it. And just a little bit about me. This is our co-founder, Nathan Hort. He's one of the most, he's got his master's degree in computer science. He actually wrote from scratch. He wrote the new graphene blockchain protocol. So him and one other blockchain architect wrote from scratch the graphene blockchain protocol, which was just adopted by the BitShares blockchain. BitShares is one of the top 10 cryptocurrencies with Ethereum, Bitcoin, and some others. So we have one of the smartest guys in the world working on this project. This is some of our advisors. We have Brian Fox. He's an American Computer Program. He's famous for developing the GNU Bash shell back in the 80s. This guy's been coding for like 30 years. He's a powerhouse. He's an author. He's a brilliant guy. And we also have some very experienced people on the business side. Mike Flynn has got 30 plus years of experience, and Mike Abbott, he's worked with over 350 startups. So these guys know what they're doing, and they're serving as our advisors. We also have partnerships. We're part of the Open Source Initiative. We have a partnership with IVN, an Independent Voter Network. They're one of the big publications. We contribute to their publication a lot. We're also a member of the California Association of Voting Officials. This was the issue. This was the Printed Center for Justice panel that I was talking about earlier. We were forcing the issue. You know, again, they try to propose, hey, let's just put $3.5 billion aside again and buy a bunch of new voting machines. That's not going to solve the problem. That's not going to solve the problem. We're literally trying to solve the problem. We're not trying to get rich. We're not trying to make billions of dollars. You know, I think we have built a business model around this open source software. So we have a way of making a lot of money, but it's not about the money for us. It's about solving the problem that I experienced in 2000 and doing what we're doing because people told me we couldn't do it. You know, after the industry, turned us away in 2014, they came back to us later and they said, oh, maybe this internet voting thing, maybe you were right, Can you please show us, can you please help us learn how to do this? And so we were recently featured, Follow My Vote was recently featured in Secure Voting. It was put out by What Roots Democracy in the UK. It's a big publication talking about secure voting, a guide to secure online voting in elections. And we have a 5-page spread along with Seidel and Verizon. I don't know if you've heard of Verizon. It's a very big corporation, multinational corporation. And you have Follow My Vote featured right there. And you see all the different topics that we covered. So at one point, we were laughed out of the room and told, go home, you can't do it. And now people are looking at us and saying, please show us the way. The reality is people do want to vote online. And I know Dominic may not want to vote online. Most people do. And people are coming online. Everyone has a smartphone these days. This is basically on Forrester Research, a very prominent research company, talking about the trend of smartphone adoption. So by 2019, 59% of people with a phone will have a smartphone. So really, what we're talking about is, when you look at us versus the current election system in the industry, we're the Netflix to their Blockbuster. And you saw who won that competition, right? Netflix put Blockbuster out of business. And they're shaking in their boots right now. Like literally, once we got featured in the Huffington Post, I have people on the inside, and they said that the listservs are going nuts. That everyone is sharing the link to our website. They're cringing, like, oh my gosh, what are we going to do about these guys? Everyone in the industry is talking about us right now. So we just got mentioned. This is, if you want to go and see our article in the Huffington Post. The quote, I guess for the formatting issue from converting it to PowerPoint, messed it up. But it says, one of the most interesting things, this is an article about blockchain technology as a whole, okay? It talked about some really cool blockchain projects. But at the very end, it said, probably the most interesting thing happening in blockchain technology is in the election systems business. And it's with follow and vote. And so, coming from the Huffington Post, that carries a lot of weight. Not just voting. We're talking about blockchain as a whole. Huffington Post said we're the most interesting thing in the business. So you could, needless to say, I mean, people are paying attention to us now. So we're developing several types of voting systems. The very first voting system that will come out is a stake-weighted voting system. This stake-weighted voting system can be used by corporations. When shareholders vote for a board of directors and things like that, they will be able to use our stake-weighted voting system. It's kind of like a proxy voting system. It can be used by corporations, homeowners associations. There's a lot of different use cases for our software. And BitShares is going to be our beta testers for that software. From there, we're going to be working with some student organizations at Virginia Tech to further test our software. And ultimately, the president of Liberland, we just spoke to him, he said he's very interested in beta testing our software. And so we really have beta testers at all stages of development ready and interested in piloting our software. The biggest thing, the most exciting thing that we got coming up this year is going to be our presidential parallel election. Okay, so the whole world is watching what's going on in the United States right now. When you have Trump, you have Clinton, Bernie Sanders. So really, Trump and Bernie Sanders are these anti-establishment candidates that are causing a firestorm in the media. And everyone is paying attention. Who's heard of Donald Trump before? Okay, all right. See, so everybody knows, everybody's talking about it. Yeah, you and me both. Yeah, it'll be scary if he ends up winning the whole thing. I don't know how things. But anyway, we are going to run a mock election in parallel to the 2016 election to demonstrate our software. Remember the guys in Washington, D.C., they said we couldn't do it. And I said, not only are we going to do it, we're going to prove it to you by hosting our own election right alongside your election. And so we're going to encourage people, okay, go ahead and go vote in the system. Go wait in line for 2 hours and go cast your ballot on paper, Well, you have to get there first. So, drive 15 minutes, if you have a car, drive 15 minutes, go to the location, wait 2 hours in line, cast your vote, and then spend 5 minutes trying our system on your own phone and see how easy voting could be and how secure voting could be. We're inviting hackers from all over the world. Come try to hack our system. We want you to hack our system. I don't think they're going to have much luck, but we're not scared. We are truly committed to solving this problem. And if we can act, we'll figure out how to fix it and move on. We're on a mission. We are a mission-driven company trying to solve this global issue. So I want to tell you a little bit about some of our targets and where we're looking right now. Our company is located in Virginia, in the United States. So we're building a grassroots movement there in support of adopting our system. And the legislators are actually working on SB 11. So they're trying to get it legally passed for overseas military to cast their vote. When they're overseas, they want a way to be able to electronically cast their vote. And so we could be picked to be developing that solution for the military. Also in Oregon, Governor Kate Brown is very, very excited about online voting. They do all of their voting in Oregon on mail-in ballots. So remember that stat I mentioned earlier. 4% of all mail gets lost. So in Oregon right now, 4% of the votes are getting lost. That's huge. That could affect the outcome of the election. So we can solve that problem for Oregon by just bringing it online and making it more secure. The mail is not secure. Anyone can take a ballot, open up the envelope, or just throw it in the trash or whatever. It's just not a secure way of doing things. But it's a perfect opportunity for us. California, they passed Senate Bill 360. And they're allowing people now to invest in open source voting systems. And in San Francisco, they have a San Francisco 2020 project where they have a goal, the city has a goal of putting a verifiable voting system, an open source voting system in place by 2020. So we've been tapped to be a part of that project. Also, we're looking at Iceland right now. Iceland is a very progressive country. And the people have really taken hold in Iceland. And I've talked to several people that have a lot of connections in Iceland, and they want to work to put together a pilot, a demonstration. We have connections with the Pirate Party. We also have connections with 31 universities within Iceland, and that's how we plan to introduce it to Iceland. We're targeting millennials, right? Millennials get technology, they want to use it. And so we'll be working to implement our software as a test case on the collegiate level in these universities. Jamaica is also another opportunity for us, as well as European Union. Again, we're located in Virginia. We're at the Virginia Tech Corporate Research Center. We really want to expand our offices. We want to hire developers. This is a very big, ambitious project. Our goal is to get the system developed and completed as soon as possible and get it implemented in as many countries by 2020 as possible. So we need to raise some money. But we don't want to go the traditional route. I don't want to work with venture capitalists, who really have their only interest is getting rich, right? So we thought about it. How are we going to raise money? How are we going to fund this initiative? And so we decided, we're taking this to the people. The people are the ones who want it. The people are our customers. So we said, how can we protect ourselves? And it was to convert to a public benefit corporation. So we have now just joined Kickstarter, Method, Patagonia, and a bunch of other companies, and being one of the very few benefit corporations that exist in the world. As a benefit corporation actually protects me from getting fired from my own job. If our shareholders, once we go public, if I'm just for a normal a for-profit corporation, if I as the CEO don't do everything I possibly can to make my company money, even doing deals with people I don't think are good people, I could literally be fired from my job. So we decided to convert to a public benefit corporation so that we could actually do some positive things in this world and make our company about the mission and not the money. And so that's what very edgy companies in the United States are doing now. They're converting to a public benefit corporation so that they can actually do some social good in the world and not just have to protect the bottom line at all costs. And Kickstarter is just one of those companies. And so when we thought about it, we said, well, we need to raise money. What better way to do it than follow my vote, a public benefit corporation, joining forces with Kickstarter, a public benefit corporation, to bring this solution to the world, and that's what we did. We just launched a campaign on Kickstarter a few days ago. Actually, we launched our Kickstarter campaign on Liberland's birthday, April 13th, in honor of Thomas Jefferson. So we just launched this campaign. I literally just took this screenshot right before, 30 minutes ago. So we just started. We have 11 backers. And we've almost raised $1,000. And some of you have even donated here today, and I appreciate you. But look, this is very ambitious. Look, like, did you see, I don't know if you can see the fine print there, but we're trying to raise $3.2 million. And it's all or nothing on Kickstarter. Now, we have a plan, a very detailed, if you go to this URL right here, bit.ly at the top, bit.ly FMV crowdfund, you can see exactly how we're going to spend that money. You can see the jobs that we're going to create, the salaries that we're going to be paying people. This is a legitimate crowdfund, and we're going to put this money to good use. If you think about $3.2 million, sounds like a lot of money, but it's a fraction of what's being poured into our election. By the end of the election, both major candidates will have spent over $1 billion each trying to convince the world, or convince the United States, that they're the best candidate. We could take a fraction of that money, less than the government, not even 1% of what the government set aside. The $3.5 billion that they gave the voting systems industry to try to solve this problem, we can do it with less than 1% of that money. We're going to prove it. I am very confident that we're going to be successful. We got 57 days to raise $3.5 million. And if we don't do it, we don't get them any of the money. So we're targeting millennials. Okay? Millennials are the future, are literally the future. I love this quote. I just have to read it out. But this is your world. Shape it or someone else will. And ain't that the truth? Who are millennials? Millennials are people born between 1980 and 2000. We have just overtaken the baby boomers, and we are the largest population in the world. There are 92 million millennials in the United States alone. Okay, so we are the future. We are the biggest population. So when you think about how much money we're trying to raise, $3.2 million. Millennials in the United States, 92 million. If we can convince 1% of millennials in the United States to donate $5 to our campaign, we'll have raised well over our goal. And I'm confident that my fellow millennials will come to the rescue and save this country, save my country, and save the world, and provide the foundation for Liberland to thrive. It starts with voting. We're building a grassroots movement. We have ambassadors from all over the world. We just have picked Magnus in Iceland, and he's just now become active. We have Neil in Canada, Philip in India. People are signing up. They're knocking on the door saying, I want to promote your company in my country. My country needs your solution. Voting in my country is corrupt, and I know it. And Follow My Vote can solve the corruption problem with respect to voting in every country. We also have change.org petitions. And if you go to our website, you can join one of our supporters lists. All you have to do is enter your email and select your country, and you'll become a supporter of Follow My Vote. We'll keep you updated on what we have going on. We also are looking for developers. We have an open source project. So we develop our code in C++, and the front end stuff we do in Q. If anyone is a developer in the room and wants to get involved and make history, we want you to help. It's an open call. You can go on our GitHub. We have a open source repository on GitHub. GitHub.com/followmyvote. You can go there. You can see our code. It's all open source. You can see us developing it as we're working on this. So, what I guess my message is that I saw a problem. I saw a problem in my country, and I saw a problem with the way we did things. And I chose to be a part of the solution. And I think today, everyone in this room has been inspired by the Liberland story. You know, I've been inspired by Liberland. And when I first met Veet, when I first heard of Liberland, I was like, wow, you know, here I am trying to start a company, you know, and I'm trying to do things that people said can't be done. Here is Veet trying to start a country, you know? Like, oh my God. Like, I have so much respect and admiration for Veet. I met him at Freedom Fest 2015. I found out he was going to be there, and I flew out that night. And within 3 hours of getting there, I met him, and I said, Veet, I have to shake your hand. Like, you know, my hat is off to you. you know, because you're doing things that people say can't be done. You're starting your own country, you know, and people need heroes, people need leaders, people need that inspiration. And yes, we're going to build a voting system, but that's the beginning. From there, we're going to develop secure encrypted communication systems. We're going to develop an entire ecosystem inside the blockchain for anyone who wants to follow in Vite's footsteps and start their own country. We are going to literally have the technology to support an entire digital economy on the blockchain, to where you can literally fork societies. It's heavy stuff, but the blockchain is here and it's here to stay, and it will save us all. We really could appreciate your support because we have big, ambitious plans. And if we get this voting project funded, then we can go and build other tools and technologies to support free societies like Liberland. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. It was an amazing talk. That's why I didn't force you too heavily to carry it, although you were
Sorry about that.
We have time for one very short question. Yes.
A very short one. Who have you voted for in 2000?
Who did I vote for in 2000?
Yes.
Wow. You're going to ask me that?
No. I can give you a better question. I don't want to know. But I have my concern with online voting is that someone can know who I voted for. My husband, my mother, my wife, my children. And these people can know that. I said husband because there is the problem that some husbands, usually men, are forcing women to vote for their candidates. And the voting is we have it. I don't know what the male voting in the US, but in the Czech Republic you have to vote physically, and it has to be anonymous. So no one can, even if you want to prove who you voted for, it's not possible. There's no proof who you voted for.
I would be happy. Thank you for bringing this up. Thank you for bringing this up. Because when I went to Norway, I went to Oslo, Norway. I got invited there by the Pirate Party of Norway, and that was their primary concern. Was he was talking about voter coercion, right? When you're forcing someone to vote a certain way, and what?
Or bribing.
Or bribing. Yeah, exactly. And so that's a very good point. You know, we're not proposing that everyone must be forced to vote online. We are just trying to offer an option. We're saying, hey, for the people that want to vote online, that want to vote conveniently from their own device, you can use our system to do that. And we've developed, this is also another patent pending thing, but we've developed a way in which people can revoke their online vote. Should they be coerced to vote? People can revoke their online vote and go to the centralized polling location and vote that way, should they want to. And so we're very cognizant of that issue, and we have innovated to solve that problem as well. Yep.
Thank you. We really need to get the floor to the next speaker. Pretty sure Adam is going to be available for any queries. Pablo, do you have your hand up or do you mind?
So the question is, if there is some people are yet really it's online, so it is possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just open the browser.
Also, if anyone wants any literature, I have flyers, I have some stickers, even some T-shirts and stuff. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'll be back there. You can come.
So the next presentation is going to be by. I have a message from the president that Jeffrey Tucker is available. Okay. So Pablo, if you are willing to wait
no problem.
For a minute, let's try this. maybe blind the window, please?
Sucks.
Yeah.
There we
Right.
go. Sorry.
Okay. So I think we have a good connection.
Yeah, let me please.
I'll just introduce you very briefly and then I'll give you the floor. Alright?
Okay. How long do you want to talk?
20 minutes. Is that or 10 minutes and then
Good.
questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we finally succeeded on getting Mr. Jeffrey Tucker online. Jeffrey Tucker is the CEO of Liberty.me, a very famous person in the libertarian movement. And without further ado, I'll give the floor to Mr. Jeffrey Tucker. Please sit down and be quiet. Thank you.
First, let me just say that I think it's an honor to be invited. And how cool is it that I can be, and I get from Cleveland, Ohio, and at this hotel room, and I can also be with you there in real time. It's unbelievable. And thank God for free enterprise and innovation and entrepreneurship that makes this kind of community possible. It thrills me every single day, your possibilities. You know, when you look at the world of enterprise today, you see progress, you see innovation, you see people coming together, forming new relationships, kinds of legal institutions, new possibilities to live outside the nation state, which is essentially what this is all about. We're all trying to escape the cage of the state. That's true. Then on the other hand, we look at regular conventional politics today, and it's becoming ever more brutal, as you know. I mean, in the U.S., right now, we're trying desperately to reproduce, interwar politics from Europe. So our main candidates for public office, now are a socialist and a fascist, essentially. And so it's like politics is taking us back in time and dividing people and causing really a literal war zone, which is what American politics has become, probably like European politics has been for a very long time. On one hand, and then the economic and social ground, we're seeing exactly the opposite. The coolest technologies and mode of liberation. Liberland is one example of this. I mean, if Liberland was established 20 years ago, hardly anybody would have known about it at all. Because of the communication and social tools are bringing people together, habits. So what do we do about this? And this is going to play itself out. There's great conflict between politics on the one hand and markets on the other. My own view is that politics is at its best throes right now. That's one of the reasons I'm so absurd, constant with this, and unviable, and embarrassing, too. I mean, and the paradigm shift is moving towards this we're going to realization that you can't manage life. Because I still, is the connection still?
Yeah, we have some problems with the connection, but you can try now. It looks okay.
Looks okay? Okay. So I think what we need to, what people who love human liberty need to realize is that the state is not for everyone. It's a gigantic mistake that's sustainable. And mainly this is because of three reasons. Technology that is bringing us together in ways that we've never been together before. A growing awareness of the failures of the central state model. And you know this in Europe as much as we do in the United States. Everything government is doing sucks. And people know this. From healthcare, to education, to transportation, to their stupid wars and foreign policies, it all sucks. And it's draining our economies. It's living like a parasite on the prosperity we're desperately trying to create. It's the second reason. But the third reason is, I think, the most important. That right now we're seeing the rise of a libertarian, liberty, anarchist movement around the world that is growing and getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's rivaling kind of like what Marxism was a century ago, you know? We're like the new Marxists, except that we're good guys and they were the bad guys, you know? We're an international movement, totally committed to the idea of individual liberty and passionately dedicated to bringing it about in our lifetimes. And these three factors are combining to create a truly revolutionary situation. It's not going to happen all at once, but it's happening systematically. And the evidence of this is all around us. In the US, for example, I think, and all the government leaders from all over the world said, oh, it's not a problem. We'll just create a ton of fake money, flood the world with fake money, and vastly expand government spending, and then we'll fix up everything. That didn't work, right? It was just a complete loser of a program. Keynesianism is completely failed. So now economic growth is a fraction of what it was. I mean, U.S. economy is not quite at like 1 or 2% at best. We're like in some kind of permanent recession. And I know that Europe is very much in a similar situation. And that has people extremely angry at the elites. And in the U.S., if you look at the government spending since about 2010, like for the last 6 years, it has completely flatlined for the first time in 100 years. To me, that is a really important sign of what's happening to the viability of the nation. Here's the problem. It's hard to find anybody who believes that anymore. I mean, sometimes people suggest that they do, you don't. Trust that government is at all-time low. What this represents in the big picture is that a massive failure of paradigm is the total. A state that knows no limits to its power. And that's what's being destroyed. And a lot of it comes down to the unleashing of information in the internet age. Especially blockchain technologies have made new forms of government viable. Actually achievable. Maybe not now, but maybe within 2 or 3 years, that any citizen who wants to become a citizen, any person in the world who wants to become a citizen of Liberland and technology to make this possible. We have the possibility of universal secession. And that will radically evolve the nation state. Mises, Ludwig Mises, in 1919, wrote in his book Nation State Economy that the way forward for the world to achieve peace and prosperity is through increasing levels of self-determination for all people. And he said it should apply to all communities, that they should have their own forms of government. And then he goes on to say, if it would be possible, technologically, for every individual to be in charge of his or her own life and secede from the state, then it would have to be done as a matter of justice and peace. Okay, in 1919, that didn't seem really possible. But in 2016, it is possible. We now have the technology. And my friends, that's the beautiful thing about technology. Unlike states, technology Once an idea has been invented, once a technology has existed, especially the digital age, it never goes away. It just gets more powerful. States, on the other hand, do not have that capacity. They belong to the physical realm. So there's something necessarily temporary about them. They can be extinguished. They can go away. This is the trajectory of history. States are temporary. Ideas live and grow and achieve immortality. So sometimes it looks today like there's no hope. I would urge you to reject that view and look at the larger paradigm, look at the longer term view. The nation state as we knew it in the 20th century is no longer a viable project. Now what happens between now and then? It's like the government, all governments in the world are like rats, the corner of the room being poked by a stick. They're increasingly angry, increasingly violent, and increasingly absurd and arbitrary and dangerous. The answer is that we have to continue to fight. We have to fight on the level of ideology. Again, my master here is Mises, who wrote in his 1927 book, Liberalism, we will not win through songs and parades and rallies and uniforms and screaming masses at large events. We will win through reason, ideology, and passion and courage, and the willingness, and go to take that long journey that it's going to take to get us to liberalism. I think Liberland is a very important part of that process because it holds out the possibility, an ideal of a free society. And how awesome is it that anyone in the world, on his or her own volition, can decide to become a citizen of this free society. In order to achieve something, Ferd made a massive contribution in helping people around the world to imagine something that we don't have right now, which is a world of peace and individual rights. So I'm grateful for this project for having done that. Thank you for doing your part in the great global libertarian revolution. I'm glad to take any questions you have. Thank you.
So, questions? Okay, I will ask I will use this opportunity to invite. Can you hear me?
Yes.
To invite you to Liberland, and we'll be glad to welcome you here.
I would love to do this. It just sounds awesome. I think it's a long trip, right? But I would like to come. You just say the word, I'll be there. Anytime summer or the fall, it sounds so exciting. I'm thrilled by it, really. It's kind of it. You know, you think about it, the United States was once, the great frontier. And people say there's no frontiers left in the world. But Liberland really represents a new kind of frontier. So yes, I want to be there. Thank you for the invitation. I appreciate it very much.
I don't know if you heard about this, but the president is actually not here because the Croatian police denied him entry to Croatia. So how crazy is this? The Croatian government is scared of Liberland, and they will deny entry.
I didn't know that. Yeah, the border police. You think about it. Like a century ago, Europe didn't even have passports. I think they were invented during World War I. And now you can't even move the world without this idiotic document. I want a world where people are free to move without that kind of without passports, without border controls. I think it's just egregious. And I'm sorry that happened. That's evil. But again, we all just have to suffer a little bit these days, in the last days of this state. I think all of you at some point get caught up in the system. I myself have been stopped at the border several times and held for many hours while they investigate my phone and that kind of crap. I mean, this happened to me both going into Canada and coming back into the U.S. It actually happened to me one time while trying to get out of Brazil, which is weird. It's like, oh, so you're going to keep me a prisoner in Brazil? So yeah, these are despots and thoroughly evil. All I would encourage you to do is to use social media as much as you can to draw attention to these kinds of outrages. They won't last.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions? Yeah, Adam?
Where can we learn more about Jim Tucker and his work? Is it a website or anything like that you want to promote?
If you could comment on your work, I guess, with Liberty.me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really excited about Liberty.me because it's now 2 years. It opened 2 years ago. We're about to come up on the 2nd anniversary, and it's a wonderful global community. I started it because it's like an early attempt to create a kind of Liberland in a way. And we've distributed so much material and provided a wonderful publishing platform for many, many thousands of people. Right now I'm entertaining some bids for some very large organizations that are very impressed by what we've created. And it's possible that we're going to be owned in about a month by a major organization that promises to keep the vision alive, and I hope that happens. But I'm very pleased by it. As you know, my other work is with the Foundation for Economic Education. I work for a lot of different things, but I also work for the Foundation for Economic Education. Hey, one of the things that I did at Leslie for our books and at Liberty and at Foundation for Economic Education is we completely reject, I consider copyright to be an artificial infringement on freedom, a violation. All of our content is free for the world. Anybody can take it. So if anybody in this room wants to take anything from feed, translate to any language, or just keep it in English and republish it, you're more than welcome to do so. I think this is our secret weapon. I mean, that's the only weapon we have. We have our ideas, right? Ideas are more powerful than arguments, you just said. In that case, then we want to make it free for the whole world. We've done right now. Feed.org is now got a higher traffic than any other American freedom organization. So we're doing very, very well. Than 1 million users a week. No, is that right? No, more than 1 million users a month, sorry, are using feed.org. I'm very proud of that because we took a 70-year-old organization and made it like cool again. So, that's consuming a lot of the time right now. And I tell you what, it's really interesting to me. I'm sitting in a position to revive Feed and Ayn Rand and Henry Hazlitt, Ibn all these people that used to be associated with Feed. This is the mystical capacity that ideas have. It's like a seance every day, even though they're all long dead, we can make their ideas live again. I think that's really awesome. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. You had a question, sir?
Yes, thank you for the spirited talk. I'm a great fan of your work, of the Mises Institute, and the notions you're expounding. I just want to put a damper on, perhaps not that, but clarify a little bit. I mean, although also we're all in favor of, a lot of us, a free movement of goods, of people, and I think the libertarian world community of sub-communities would be much more free and with respect to this and welcome customers and employees all around the world, but we can say it's a free-for-all, that you can just self-select into any community or into any space, that there is a new structure and very, very much, instead of a universal set of laws of access to everybody, there will be individually crafted protocols of access, I suspect, into various communities, places, and conditions. Just want to make that sure that we're not dealing in glib populisms, as it were.
And the question is?
That's the question, a comment.
I didn't hear a question. Did you hear the comment?
I heard about half. If you want to just
Well, I mean, just to rephrase the question, do you really think that there is, you talked about freedom of movement,
yeah,
and because of anybody could step in and become a citizen wherever they would like.
Yeah.
Is that really the way we can put it?
Oh, okay, so the question really concerns free migration.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, okay, so I think free migration is an essential principle of liberalism. I mean, this is what free migration built Europe. It made it what it is. It made the US what it is. We have free between the states within the US, and I think we should have that same thing between countries. So long as border controls exist, I don't think we're ever going to truly be free. Free migration is like free trade, an essential principle of liberalism. Now, I understand that there are problems with that today just because of so much public provision. I mean, like, one of the big problems is that states are so egregious nowadays that populations that move into countries don't have job opportunities. I mean, this is what happened in Belgium, for example, and it happens in the U.S. too. So I don't think that the answer is border controls. The answer is we have to get rid of labor regulations and restrictions on people's right to work, and the problems of migration will just disappear. So anyway, I know that Europe has its own issues with migration, immigration issues. The US has them too. But if you're a libertarian, if you're interested in liberty and liberalism, I would really urge you to reject the calls for border controls, because migration controls always means control of the domestic.
Mr. Pavel is from Slovakia. He graduated from bachelor's in Bratislava for master's in the Czech Republic in Prague.
I can introduce myself.
His master thesis focused on ultra-secure systems. He holds many prestigious security certifications with very cryptic abbreviations like SISP, CEH, OWASP, and so on. He is the co-founder of Progress Bar, and there he is responsible for ID security. Pavel is a frequent speaker at various worldwide security conferences. In the past, he demonstrated vulnerabilities in the public transport SMS ticketing systems. I'm sure you've seen those. And demonstrated other vulnerabilities in public utilities. Without further ado, I would like to start back. Sure. This talk will be about cyber anarchy and how to be invisible to the government when you do stuff online. So, Mr. Itak, the floor is yours.
So, everybody, so this was just a very boring introduction of me. Practically, I'm anarcho-capitalist and voluntarist, I'm a crypto-anarchist. I'm the founder of Hackerspace in Bratislava and Prague. Maybe you know Prague Hackerspace Forum in Police. We used to organize the biggest international crypto-anarchist conference in Prague, which is called Parallel Police Congress. It will take place in the beginning of October, from 30 September until 2nd October. I strongly invite all of you to this crypto-anarchist conference. Basically, I'm the IT security guy, so I have a penetration testing ethical hackers company. So, yeah, hackers. Firstly, some introduction. My presentation. Oh, I have also this. Probably I don't need to speak to the microphone, I guess. Okay. So. This presentation is based on speakers and ideas of many interesting people I invited to Parallel Police Congress, and there are quite famous crypto anarchists like Frank Brown, Smuggler, Paul Rosenberg, also Susan Tarkovsky, she had a presentation after me, and many other interesting people. Sometimes my predictions are true. So, for example, I made a business plan of Uber 3 years before starting, but unfortunately, I didn't have money and some capacity to start this business. I'm a technical optimist, so usually everything is happening slower than I usually predict. And especially I would like to tell a big thank you to guys like Paul Rosenberg and Mike Gogulski for their valuable comments in my presentation. So, my presentation will be some kind of prediction for the next 5 or 10 years. Maybe some of these predictions are a bit apocalyptical, but definitely technically feasible. So I'm more than sure that all my predictions are technically feasible, or if they are not technically feasible now, they will be technically feasible in the following years. So let's start. I started to write this presentation in the end of 2015. So in that time, we could see a lot of anti-Uber and anti-Airbnb demonstrations around the world. So the states do not like the concept of sharing economy at all, because most of these sharing economy companies, they do not follow the regulation. It's quite difficult or almost impossible to enforce taxation, for example, or some regulation. Also, I predicted there will be more anonymous cryptocurrencies, like true cryptocurrency, like Anon, Darkcoin, Zero Cash, Zero Coin. Unfortunately, I think it's still a question of time when more and more people start to use these cryptocurrencies in the future, because now most people are completely fine with Bitcoin. I also predicted that the Bitcoin will be, or now is stabilized in most Western countries, but it's still quite high regulated. For example, in New York, you can use Bitcoins, but Bitcoin ATM machines are illegal if you want to do that in an anonymous way, so without proving your identity, your driving license or passport. Also, in one big thing that happened in 2015 was that BitNation started to provide a virtual citizenship to many refugees. So let's move to the beginning of 2016. I predicted that we will have a stable version of OpenBazaar, which has already happened. We have OpenBazaar. I started my company business at OpenBazaar, so if you want to buy any penetration testing or something, you can open our OpenBazaar website and order it directly. It's only a question of time when OpenBazaar will support Tor and I2P, which basically means that you can have quite good anonymity when you want to sell or buy anything. Also, I predicted that there will be first open source implementation of Uber or Airbnb sharing service, because we have many different countries when Uber or Airbnb is regulated, and imagine when Uber switched, or if there is open source implementation of Uber or Airbnb, it's quite likely that many people in these regulated countries, they would start to use this crypto-anarchistic version of Uber or Airbnb. For example, at this time, there's a project which is called Arcade.city, which is a decentralized version of Uber based on Bitcoin blockchain. Also, another guy, Philip, he should have a presentation today about decentralized legal system PAX, which is based on Ethereum. He invented a scripting language which is called Codex for smart contract. Technically, it means that now we have a paper contract between physical person or legal person, and these contracts are usually enforced by the government, by the government legal system. And like PAX should be something completely different than all these classical paper agreements. We just transfer to decentralized Bitcoin, and we will have some specific mechanism, smart contracts, and using these tools we can enforce, for example, these contracts. And like, for example, heritage agreement can be even now transferred to some decentralized Pax contract. So what's next? So I think in our space, Parallel Polis in Prague, and also in other spaces, we would like to launch the first physical Bitcoin-based anonymous mailboxes. Maybe you know that if you want to send physical mail, like snail mail, it's completely legal. Receiving anonymous physical mail, despite the fact it's legal, it's not implemented anywhere. Even, for example, in Czech Republic or Slovakia, if you have like anonymous PO box, like or anonymous post box, you have to register it using your ID, national ID or passport. So it's basically not anonymous at all. Also, I think there will be prohibition of anonymous transaction, and so we can see that our society is moving to a cashless society with no cash, and all transactions are using credit cards. So I think that there will be prohibition of anonymous transaction. It means cash, for example. So send a recipe and have to be always identified. Also, we can see a lot of offshore scandals in this moment. I think a lot of people that own offshore companies, they're really pissed off by classical banks and using fiat money like euros or dollars, and they'll be really happy to switch to something else. So I think it's also a question of time when we will have financial offshore based cryptocurrencies. So thanks to drastic regulation of traditional central bank. Okay, what else? So in 2016, I also predict there will be prediction markets, like anonymous prediction markets, which are like prediction markets are completely tolerated, completely regulated by the government. And when you have anonymous prediction markets, you can do a really interesting thing. So, for example, you want smaller taxes. So bet your Bitcoin that the taxes will be unchanged, or there will be higher taxes in the next 2 years. Or do you want to have legalized drugs? Bet your Bitcoin that there will be prohibition for another next year. So, and basically it means that if you are politician with real power and you have real power to change it, you have an economical incentive to make completely opposite bet and then win a lot of money. If you're not a politician, you cannot win this money. So this is technically possible, and these betting portals, prediction markets can be completely decentralized, and they can use Bitcoin or some other cryptocurrency. So this tool can significantly change our society, I believe. Okay, what's next? To the year 2017. Maybe you know the American Act version 2, which means that there will be mandatory government backdoors in all crypto solutions that are offered in the US. So there are very strong tendencies in the US, also in the Europe Union, to approve the similar legislation. For example, in my country, Slovakia, we have a sort of secret agency, and they try to submit proposal of this backdoor law every year. So this is just fact. Also, I think that the threat of cyber terrorism is highly overestimated. The politician will spend a huge money for fighting with cyber terrorism. But also, I think in 2017, anonymous cash will be probably prohibited in most Western countries. For example, in Slovakia, even now, cash transactions are prohibited. If you are a legal person, you can pay maximum, I think it's 5,000 euros, and if you are a physical person, you can pay up to 15,000 euros. So if you decide to buy something or sell something and accept, for example, more as a legal person, accept more than 6,000 euros in cash, it's a criminal act in Slovakia. And also in some other countries of Europe Union, they have a similar legislation. Also, I think that now crypto anarchy works, but the problem is that only geeks, only a lot of technical people really understand crypto anarchy, how to change bitcoins, how to install Tor, and all of these things. So I think it's only a question of 1 or 2 years that crypto markets will go mobile. So usability of all these markets will be significantly improved. So even, for example, my parents, they will be able to install some simple mobile application, and they will be able to buy something from decentralized crypto market without any technical knowledge. Maybe you know the guy who is called Jim Bao. He's a really crazy mathematician guy from the 90s. He wrote a paper which is called Assassination Politics. He described how it is possible to make completely anonymous collateral murder. So even now there are practical implementation of this, like anonymous collaborative murder. But I think in this year, 2017, we will have the first proof and documented assassination. So being a politician will be more risky job than in these days. And of course, not because of this, but also because of this, there will be increased criminalization of crypto market users. So what else? You know the concept of anonymous decentralized crowdfunding whistleblowing. So now we imagine you have Snowden, and Snowden is a whistleblower, but imagine that this whistleblower can be fully donated, funded by anonymous crowd, by anyone. So if you want to support some whistleblower, you can completely anonymously send money, and if there are enough money, the whistleblower are motivated to make some leak and to release some information. So it basically means that if we have really functional, anonymous, decentralized crowdfunding whistleblowing, it means that it can mean a death of all government secret agencies and government classified agencies, because there will be a very strong economical motivation for secret agents or people in all these government agencies to earn money in a completely anonymous way and leak sensitive information in a completely anonymous way. So this is quite cool. So this is not a technical problem, it's technically feasible. The only question is when the system will be used. Year 2018. I think because of criminalization of crypto market user and people that are in crypto anarchy, I think there will be availability of anti-government insurance companies. So completely anonymous anti-government insurance companies. So for example, if you have any problem with use of crypto market, drug possession, bypassing some surveillance law or using cash or anything, you can contact in an anonymous way some decentralized insurance companies. So I think because of this, providers of Tor or I2P exit nodes or open buzzer nodes will be really criticalized. Even so the concept of plausible deniability will not be respected in the future. Also, I expect that there will be a tendency to massive increase of decentralized internet solutions like Frankfurt or server mesh. So even now, for example, if you know the project Frankfurt is a completely decentralized Wi-Fi internet that connects in Austria, Vienna and Salzburg. And it's completely decentralized, using some mesh protocols. So there is no single point of failure and no government can physically switch off this internet. Also, I expect it's quite likely that some Tor open buzzer node will be played maybe in the air or in still poor or not very developed countries with the old school legislation. Okay, so year 2019. I think it's only a question of time, and I think it's only a question of 3 years when we will have a universal sharing economy mobile application, and thanks to this application, anyone in this world can provide any of these services to anyone without the government control and taxation. So this is technically feasible. If you, for example, I finished computer science, so I know this is technically feasible. So it's possible. So Google is now working on some similar universal application for providing any services. I think it's only a question of time if this is possible to use cryptocurrencies or true cryptocurrencies. And this solution will be decentralized. It will be involved, for example, using open buzzer as a framework. So it will be impossible to shut down this system by the government or to block the system in some way. If you like this idea, I definitely recommend you to read the book from Paul Rosenberg, A Logical Buffering Man. It's from Bible, and it's a prediction what will happen in such society when there will be some universal application. Paul Rosenberg called this application Gamma, that helps all people to offer arbitrary services and accept cryptocurrencies for these services and products. Okay, let's move to 2020. So, because of crypto technologies and because the government impossibility to intervene to any mutual voluntary transactions, I'm more than sure that the government will radically change the taxation model, because it will be really technically impossible to tax anything in virtual internet world. And because of this, and this money will be missing in the government. So I think they try to steal this money from the real world properties, from the real world businesses, like physical business, where they still have control over businesses, over people, over properties. So I think it's quite likely that some countries will switch to head tax. Head tax is not a new concept, as many people think. This concept was introduced by British Prime Minister Thatcher in 80s, so it's quite old concept. I also think that in the year 2020, a lot of people they start to migrate to systemic island or some more free countries, maybe Liberland, I don't know. Year 2021, I think existing financial system will break, or will collapse in some way, because even now we have a quite big inflation, like central banks like Fed or European Central Bank, they print really a lot of money, and the value of our money is significantly devaluated. So another concept, what can be alternative is free banking. You know the free banking concept of free banking? It basically means that anyone can start his own bank, anyone can issue their own currency. The only thing he should do is to persuade all people to use it, to use his bank or to use his currency. So, and now when we have a color Satoshi is the smallest part of Bitcoin, we can implement something like color Satoshi, which basically means that we will have big banks, and each bank can issue their own Satoshi. For example, blue Satoshi, red Satoshi. This color only means association with the given bank, and color Satoshi means that Bitcoin infrastructure is used for a transaction, but the value of color Satoshi will be backed up by the given bank. For example, one blue Satoshi will be 1 gram of gold, or 1 gram of silver, or something like that. So there will be different color Satoshi, different cryptocurrencies competing, and we will have a free market of cryptocurrencies. Also, it's quite likely that the US, United Kingdom, Western countries, they will not like the systemic, or they will not like liberal, as you can see, and there will be some kind of invasion, or we should expect some kind of invasion in this country. Even now, we can see quite strong separation of the real world and the crypto-anarchistic world. I would like to use the term from Wagner, which is called the sectorial. So many average people or ordinary people from the current world, they will switch to the sectorial world if they can see that crypto-anarchy works, so that everything can be cheaper in this crypto-anarchy. So, year 2022, I think the current social system will probably collapse because, like, if you know how the social system works, you know it's a pyramid game. It doesn't work. From many ways, we will have so many old people. It simply technically cannot work. So I expect there will be the rise of virtual state, like big nations, for example. And these virtual states, they will offer new social and protection benefits, replacing the current system. And despite the fact that, for example, big nation or Liberland is still not legitimized by the other countries or government, I think they can offer some commercially interesting and attractive services and many different advantages, so that people voluntarily they will decide to ask or to order the virtual citizenship of these countries. Okay, so I would like to summarize all these fundamental events in the future. What I think is the most important. So, firstly, we have now fully decentralized crypto markets like open bazaar. So even now, it's impossible for the government to shut down free markets. So all people behind the crypto market, like Silk Road, if they switch to open bazaar and anonymization technology like Tor or I2B, it will be practically impossible for secret agencies of the government to shut down these new crypto markets. Also, I think it's only a question of time when we have a decentralized anonymous insurance against the government. And thanks to this decentralized anonymous insurance against the government, it will significantly reduce the price of all products and services. So it basically means, for example, if you want to buy some drugs on supermarket or some crypto market, even 90% or 80% of the whole price is just risk. And now, if you are a crypto market seller, and you can delegate your risk for selling some drugs or anything on your crypto market to some trusted insurance anti-government company, you will do that, and you can have much more competitive prices. So even for legal products or legal services, this is a very good solution, I think, and you can be more competitive with the real world. Okay. So it's necessary to realize that free markets are more effective and cheaper than the government-regulated ones. And now, really important thing, probably many of you, or most of you, I believe, you really respect people. But what I think is that most people will not switch to crypto anarchy or this crypto world just because they respect freedom. They switch to this world just because they want to save money. They just want cheap prices. So they switch because of price. Because technically everything can be cheaper in crypto markets, because the companies in crypto market don't need to pay any taxes, no VAT, no income tax, no expenses associated with the regulation or all of this. I would like to mention another analogy. Maybe many of you think that the slavery was abolished in the US just because it was anti-human or something like that. It's not true. Like, slavery was abolished because it was much less effective than the free capitalism. So for you it makes, or if you have slaves, for you it makes sense to have a free citizen, free people, because these people are more productive than slaves. So I think we will switch to free market society just because of price, just because everybody wants to save his or her money. Okay, so bad news. I think that it's quite likely this authoritative government will survive even in the following 20 years, and it's quite likely that it will be more authoritative. And even now we can see, for example, the case of Ross Ulbricht, that a lot of people, innocent people, they will be criminalized and sacrificed, and there will be a lot of victims during this process. And some good news. So, firstly, it's really necessary to realize that the current authoritative system system has following problem. The first problem, the current system is unable to cope with the sharing economy. So, for example, Uber, Airbnb, all avoiding of the government regulation. Also, the current system cannot win the war on drugs, for example. Also, because of anonymization, the current system cannot handle or cannot cope with the crypto markets. And it's not necessary that these three problems are not real problems at all. These problems I mentioned, they do not exist in the free society. So, so I think exactly these three problems, or the current political system or current system is undermined by new technologies. And the new free society can cope with these problems, not problems, with no issues. Okay. So. Okay. I'm just finishing. So what I think is that like crypto anarchy or anarcho-capitalism is definitely less vulnerable and more immune system than the current system. Just as I mentioned, war on drugs cannot be won, and crypto markets technically cannot be prohibited. So so I think not us like crypto anarchists we should add the system, but the system should add us. This is necessary to realize. So for example, I don't like people behind Bitcoin or cryptocurrency that they try to map Bitcoin to legislation of some countries. This is a bad approach. I think that the government should adapt the cryptography. So be strong and protect yourself. It's necessary to realize that even now it's a really big asymmetry between the government and individual. So because I'm a security guy, I have an IT security company, I can tell you that the biggest security problems is physical security and also humans in the real world. So for example, we can see that a lot of dark markets were shut down historically, not using attacking crypto, but using social engineering, and then using some zero-day exploit. So it's quite like the most dangerous thing for cryptography is just human infiltration or social engineering in some way. So I strongly recommend you to avoid the system. So for example, maybe it looks that I'm the anti-government person, but I try to completely ignore the government and I try just to build the parallel system to the current society. So what is really important, do not be personal, do not create enemies. Because for example, I have no enemies in this presentation, even if you can see this presentation is strongly anti-government. So that's all, thank you for attention. I'm not sure if you have time for a question, but if yes, just raise your hand.
Thank you for your talk. We're really not following our schedule, so one quick question, please, if there is. If not, then okay.
Do you have a website or anything where we can learn more about you?
Yeah. Like this presentation, I have a lot of cryptologistic presentation, and all my presentation are public. I can send a link after this presentation. I can Google it, or it's quite easy to find.
Okay. Before we move to the next talks, I have two announcements. First, we're looking for somebody with very nice handwriting. So if you feel like that you're the person, please make yourself available to the minister. And second announcement, we'll have a very short 3-minute break, and after that we'll have another Skype call. But please be very quick.
Breath of fresh air, because I'm not super educated on this technology. I think we will be there. I really like it.
Maybe this profession is better with Chuck. If you're guilty, because of crime, it should be completely bring the very low information. So if the police are account managers, they would be, they should be able to check. Yeah, there will probably a lot of people. It's not a problem at all. For example, open buzzer or quickly dark
So okay, I guess we'll start with the people who are present. Our next speaker is a designer from the design company MIX from Toronto, who is now in Beijing, where it is 11 p.m. So we are grateful that he has taken the time to talk to us today. Without further ado, I will give the floor to Mr. Lang.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
We can hear you, so perfect. The floor is yours.
Okay. All right. So, hi everyone. My name is Stanley. I'm from Toronto in Canada. So, once again, it's my honor to be here to present our project. So, I'm going to be very concise of sharing our proposal to all of you. So I'm going to share the screen. So I will make sure things will be kept in 10 minutes. Can you guys see the screen?
Not yet.
So our proposal, our design proposal, it's called the Fluid City or Fluidity. So basically, we want to emphasize on two items. It's how do we design a nation with nature, how do we move the country with nature, and how do we follow the flow of nature as well. Complex picture, we believe this is the way to go. So just to give you a brief understanding, we are experienced with master planning, we're experienced with landscape design, we're experienced with architecture design, and also we are, our background, a bit diverse. We are also involved in the media as well. I'm a journalist. I'm also involved in the Chinese community in Toronto as well. So now I'm just going to Hello? Can you guys see the screen?
We only can hear you now. Now we see the screen. Yeah.
Okay, so we do master planning. We do architecture design. We do landscape design. We do interior design. We do installation. And we do exhibition as well. So myself, as a journalist and a reporter, my partner Desmond is a professional songwriter and also a singer at the same time. So that kind of makes and put our company together. So back to the Liberland, our proposal. The first thing that we believe is to form the right team. So we have a planner, landscape architect, and ecologist on the table to envision the future for this place. So from now on, how the nation should be built will be explained. And the overall concept is, again, how do we create fluidity and create a city and a nation that go with the flow of nature. The three different design challenges and questions that enlighten us a lot would be the first, how can we create a nation that is free from zoning, minimize conventional kind of zoning. And then the second one is how do we construct in this beautiful kind of nature setting as well. And then the third is to how do we provide different freedom of choices and different selection for people in this place. So three different objectives that we want to focus on, it's freedom, fluidity, and flexibility. So how do we create a master plan that actually without overly master planning it? And how do we flow and adapt and coexist with nature? And how do we program and allow different development to evolve in time. So you can see Liberland is a very scenic, beautiful setting. The climate will change in seasons as well. So in order to cope with this place and design, we propose different key strategies. So the first one is to minimize the zoning. So how can we generate a principle and policy is basically using nature as the guide. The second strategy is about how do we minimize the interference to nature, to the existing site by creating different layers of urbanism, different layers of activities. And the third one is about how do we minimize the intervention, how do we compact different items and design together to reduce the building footprint. So we make sure the place could be very compact and be to expand in a future as well. So you can see the existing condition of the site. There's only a few roads, and most of them it's green. So we do a simple mapping, and based on the provided materials, we know the site is sometimes it's in danger of flood. So we know the flooding area, which is covering about 50% of the site. And then we can see the forest area, basically 70 and 80% of the site are green and forest. So how do we design around these parameters? So when we overlap these two layers together, we know the buildable places and area. So we will know where is buildable and where is non-buildable at the same time. So when we overlay them and when we see the open space, these blue areas are more shaded and it's more wet in general. So we believe these kind of spaces would be better private program here. And then this purple zone will be public areas. So these spaces will be kept as open space and open field where gathering will happen in here at the same time. So instead of building on top, and we just designed and built around the parcel. So around the perimeter to add the buildable area at the same time without disturbing the ground too much. So lower density will be going to the wet area, and then the mid-rise kind of development could go in open area where work is taken here, and then in the later phase when there's enough citizen and population staying in here, we need to look for vertical kind of development. So we precisely located these taller development and compact them with the correct infrastructure, and then connect them with the public transportation here above the ground. So we will minimize the interference on the site. So that kind of gives us the overall kind of vision of how do we see this place is to how to flow and work with the water and create waterways. So that will adapt to the flood situation. And then you can see the open space. How do we deal with this forest kind of area and allow light penetrate into the building as well. So in here, because we are dealing with water and we are also dealing with forest, and we inspired by these nature elements and inspired by the different layers of forest. So we decided the lower canopy space would be more catered towards living and for community, and create this waterway as the transportation route. And then in the middle canopy, we create workplaces. And these forest situations, we can have a simple elevated walkway that we can connect and allow people to circulate around it. And for the upper layer, we create a vertical playing area, recreation area, different cultural facility or amenities to be placed on top of the first. So that kind of gives you the overall idea of how do we structure these place and design. So we see this development. It should be projecting towards the future as well, because we need a new identity for Liberland. And then we see the development in buildings are not simple monolithic or single function building. We want to compact everything, and at the same time we create architecture that could be productive as well, and work with nature. We create these big canopy space where most of the public will be gathered on top, but at the same time we create solar harvesting on the bridge, and we create solar harvesting panel on this platform. And all these columns would actually create habitat, nature habitat for birds and people, for birds to stay in here. So this, we simply not creating just a beautiful place, but actually not just for human. At the same time, we mix these elements together to create nature habitat as well. So we don't disturb the setting as much as possible. So citizen and nature coexist at the same time. So back to the experience, we on the upper level, on the upper canopy, we provide a big platform for people to view the vista view of these beautiful surroundings. And in the middle canopy, we create this forest setting for people to work in public together. And then for the ground level, we this adventure and discovery topography and ground level, ground layers, we allow people to stay in here. So these pavilions and plots, we envision that they could be very flexible. And in the future, we don't see any separation between the living space, the vehicle as well. So how do we compact and integrate and make all these elements together to create different scenic areas and scenic programs to respond to the surrounding site and nature at the same time. So above, we will have transportation routes and big platforms for public together. In the middle, we have a very scenery site for working class, and for canopy, we create an interesting living condition to accommodate different needs of different types of people. So back to the overall idea that we want, through this design proposal, we want to emphasize on site, we want to emphasize on the validity of Liberland, and at the same time we want to create freedom, and how do we create a totality of freedom in this space through this design. So in order to create an identity for Liberland, we want to conclude with this three key ideas. Is to provide 100% nature, 100% city, and 100% future for Liberland. Thank you. So that was the presentation and idea. If there's any question, please feel free to ask.
Yes, please, we have time for one or two questions.
Okay, I have a question.
Sven.
So what is your estimation? How many people will be able to reside in that area?
I think the first scenario, we envision the first phase would not be too many people. I think right now we know that there's about 30,000 people to 50,000 people who will be projecting to move into this place. And then according to our coverage, to provide each citizen ought. We believe whoever sign up to stay in this place will have a place to stay as a start. So what we need to provide in the first place is to just provide these simple living facility for them, whoever wants to sign up. And the coverage that I'm showing you would be easy enough to accommodate 30,000 to 50,000 without any problem.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I thank you for your talk, and
okay.
We're 50 minutes behind schedule, so
all right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone.
Good night.
Bye.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. Hi. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, I'll introduce you very briefly, and I'll give the floor to you afterwards. Is it okay?
Okay, can I share screen?
Experience having worked in Baghdad, Germany, Boston, New York City, and Dubai. In 2015 and 2016, she was named top most powerful architects in the Middle East. She is a founder and design director of RAW NYC Architects, and she formed RAW NIC Initiative for Liberland. Without further ado, please welcome Miss Raya Ani.
Hello everyone. I'm so excited to be part of this, though I know I'm not physically there, but I'm really excited to be part of it, at least virtually. I'm going to try to share skin, let me know. So basically when I heard about Liberland, I was very, very excited. Coming from a place like Baghdad, Iraq, when I was in my early 20s, you would dream of a place like Liberland, where you could have opportunities, where you could really be part of an economic system that you believe in, and where you have you have an ultimate freedom to design and to be part of an economic system that serves you and serves others. So I think we're very excited. So I thought since basically a slate, an open slate where you could actually come up with ideas, and since we are architects and designers usually design and working with certain preset conditions, this was a kind of an open-ended situation where you could actually really create the whole economic system as well as the architectural vision. So I think the two are very intertwined. So the reason why I put together this team is because I thought that it would make sense to involve strategists, economists, political scientists, environmentalists. So it's much more for us was more than design and architecture and urban design. It was more trying to integrate different people with different backgrounds and expertise to form the vision. So you see my screen, but this is our team. The team for Liberland, and we based the concept of the team on the book The 10 Faces of Innovation by Kelly, which was a book that inspired me years back in terms of how you set up a team where everyone parts of the solution. So everyone will bring in their expertise, their ability to kind of look at the problem from a different perspective. So this is our team, and it involves anthropologists, experimenters, experienced urbanists, collaborators, hurdler, cross-pollinators, set designers, caregivers, and storytellers. So when we talk about Liberland, one of the biggest challenges that we talk about, it's only 7 square kilometers, so it's a very limited land. So for us to actually maximize the use of space. Is everyone can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna, I'm hoping that everyone is seeing my screen. So basically, the challenges that we have with a small land, which is only 7 square kilometers, is how can you accommodate more people? As you could imagine, Liberland could be a place, could become the place where people want to be part of Liberland, whether as residents or as transient residents, where they can work there and be part of their economic growth. So we thought that we really need to accommodate as many people as possible without affecting the quality of life. So actually this diagram shows the city as layered, one layer at a time. So for example, in 2025, we have the city layer number 1 that can accommodate 100,000 people. And this
Can you hear us?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Where did I lose at?
I'm sorry?
I'm just trying to reconnect. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. I'll tell you. Can you please disconnect from the Wi-Fi again?
Sorry?
That was towards the audience, sorry.
That's okay. Let me know if we are able to see this.
We can hear you, but we don't see any video or anything. Now we see a screen.
Okay, great. I don't know where I lost you at, but I just wanted to say that we thought about Liberland as one city layer at a time to make sure we accommodate the maximum number of people to create high density development while maintaining the quality of life. So we believe that the city needs to be horizontal, however, we stacked it vertically. And we used an idea which we called it inverted archaeology, which is basically like an ancient city where you have one layer built at a time. We are inverting them, so we are actually building one city layer at a time. And the reason why we're doing this, because we believe that the city should be low, high, like not skyscrapers, but so you have a very good connection horizontally with people, and that everything is connected within 10 minutes walk from each other. And it's then we stack another layer on top of it, and then we have openings that actually brings light throughout the whole layer. And there is a synergy created by the different layers, but the idea is that it's built one layer at a time. So every maybe 25 years, you build the first layer, and then the next layer, and so forth. So the way we actually established the economy system, we established it based on technology-based economy system. So we have 3 core values, which is innovation, transparency, and participation. So we create 3 economic hubs. I will show you in a bit. Okay, so here you can you see my screen?
Yes.
So we basically have 3 main innovation hubs. We call them the innovation hubs. They are connected by a main spine. We call it river-free spine, and there is another spine that is intersecting the main spine, which is called innovation spine. So the 3 hubs that we created are sustainability hub, technology hub. Yeah. So these three hubs are the major part of the economic system, where it is based on through manufacturing and research, and with built-in flexibility, so we can accommodate rotating citizenry. And the aim is that their products and services that are produced, it actually not only responds to Liberland needs, but also to the neighboring countries such as Croatia and Serbia, just to make sure to reinforce Liberland's capacity for regional sustainable economic growth. So the three hubs encourage individual risk-taking, enabling technology-based forms of sociality to fuel economic development. So through these three hubs, we are trying to encourage shared circular economy in which information about its performance is publicly announced to citizens. So crowd-sourced regulations and legislations are then voted through referendum, making them flexible and smart. So citizens in Liberland share intellectual property rights produced by the nation's innovators and manage a national crowdfunding site whereby anyone can contribute to financing projects, whether for large-scale infrastructure or for small businesses. So this active community participation in the financial system would guarantee maximum individual liberty and enable a free market. So the collective prosperity of Liberland based on micro-investment by citizens release the state from the pressures of taxation. So these are our thoughts on the economic system and how we set it up. Now, from an architecture point of view, we actually set up these three hubs. They are interconnected. It is car-free micronation. There is no car. The system is basically bi-directional transportation system, and it's elevated from the ground space, so from the ground plane. So it saves the public space that is very much precious here, and that all the transportation system is connected to tram system, so you reach all your destination you need, and everything is within 10 minutes walk. So we use parametric clusters in order to determine all these ideas in terms of where we would locate public space, the different hierarchy of public space, where are the nodes needs to be located, where are the services need to be located. So this was all algorithmically generated, so we can provide the most compact, efficient development. This is basically like our living cell distribution. These are the studies that we did in order to understand how, where we're going to provide the commercial uses, where we're going to provide the residential uses. And it was very important to us that to offer choices to our citizens. And it's very important that also to create public space that is very flexible, as well as to create a very efficient modular structure that we are thinking to build it, to use the existing timber on site to actually be part of building these very flexible, adaptive system. Also, we believe that we are going to try to make the structures multiple use and adaptive. So the change of program can always happen in the future, so that these type of modular system can accommodate different type of uses, which is really, really important to create agile society and agile program. This is basically the overall site program, and where you see like the three hubs, and each color represents the different type of programs, all connected horizontally. And they are all connected to also the natural environment, which is like what is shown here, because we were trying to achieve the best density without a lot of impact on the natural environment. Here is a section that shows the city, how we are building it one layer at a time. However, as we know, the future is always not clear as what will happen in the future. So what we thought the best way to approach the uncertainty is to actually devise a system that is very flexible and adaptive and agile. So we can actually modify it and adapt it as we go forward. So the way we are doing this, the horizontal layers are connecting the whole layer, and it houses all the pipes that takes the waste and recycle it to produce energy. So we are trying to aim to produce like a zero waste energy, where the human waste and agriculture and organic waste is converted to biogas for cooking, and also the other type of waste is used and recycled to actually empower the buildings. And we have used algae to the underside of the slabs, and we have studied it in a way that we don't really need natural direct sun, and it still produces the energy that would require to power the whole nature. The way we have dealt with the natural environment in terms of flooding and protecting the land from flooding issues is that we actually embraced the nature. So we did not want to disrupt the natural flow of nature. So we have floodable parks, we have retention ponds. So it becomes part of what makes this place in sync with nature, that we are embracing and celebrating nature and how it reacts and responds by not trying to create dams or any sort of major expensive infrastructure. On the contrary, we are just embracing the environment as part of the beauty of the land. I have. This is a kind of the larger vision. As you see, these are when all the layers of the city is built. You can see how there's a lot of green that is integrated, and you can see the layers are open to the layers below, so you could get natural air and natural. So we're really looking at things space time and to want for innovators where they live in a place that is safe and where they can have there's a place for them to express their voices, and there's a constant act of expression, contribution, and regeneration. Thank you. Did I go over my time? Oh, sorry, I think my video had got turned off.
Yeah, but we saw everything. It kind of.
I can't hear you well. I hope everyone was able to hear you.
Yes.
Any questions?
Are there any questions?
I'm sure I missed a lot, but I hope I covered the basics.
Can I ask if I'm not to be heard, if the multi-layer setup of the layout won't cause a lot of shadow covering the trees and the green?
Whether the multi-layered design won't cause too much shadow in Liberland?
Yes. I mean, it's a very good question, because that is one of the things that I know this concept is quite new. I don't know if it ever has been done. However, actually studied this. So actually what happens in each layer, there are openings that brings the light into the next layer. And if you see it in section, actually there are quite a lot of voids. So everything is actually calculated that when the sun comes through, it reaches the lower layers. So that is how we actually did it. And actually, if we look at the boards, every layer is not fully occupied. So actually, as you go up, you build less. That's how we calculate it. So we create a lot of efficiency in terms of higher density, because as you go up, you're actually covering less of the plane. So that allows the light to come through the upper layers.
And what about connection from the other countries, like Serbia or Croatia?
What connection?
Road connection
what ideas you have or what solutions you have for the transport connection to other countries, to Croatia and Serbia, because you come by car from Serbia and do what?
So basically what we have is, as I said, we have a main innovation spine, which is like the circular one that intersects these 3 points to the outside. I can share my screen actually if you want. Let me try to share to show where that is. And the way it is, because it's a car-free micronation, that what we would like to accomplish is when you come in, and you visit Liberland or lives in Liberland, they're all using public transportation. However, everyone gets to park on the perimeter of these 3 points that connect to the neighboring countries. They park their car and they take the transportation system of Liberland, which is based on encouraging main car companies to actually develop this part system that is electrically based and that is green energy, uses green energy to use one spot to another, and it can be moved as a family or as an individual, but it's part of one system, so it's highly efficient.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yes?
Have there been any tests of the algae design, or is it still theoretical?
Whether there were any tests of the algae design or whether it's pure theoretical?
Well, we actually did research on algae, and we looked at the different ways that we could use it, and we believe that it is something that is quite feasible and possible, and it doesn't require any major infrastructure cost. And we actually researched the one that doesn't require direct sunlight, which is something that we have researched and explored. And we believe that because the underside of these city slabs could not have direct sunlight, which is all possible with this type of algae that doesn't require direct sunlight. So yes, it is. It's probably pretty feasible. And there are applications of some sort that has already happened, and we are just kind of taking it to the next level and making it the broad underside of all the horizontal slabs of the city.
Okay, thank you. We'll have to give the floor to our next speaker. It was a
Okay,
pleasure.
thank you.
Thank you.
Seaweed.
So the positive information is that we are done with the Skype connections for today. That should make us all very happy, especially me. And our next speaker is Mr. Sergio Bianchi.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. We are team number 116, and we are Studio Bianchi Architettura. We are based in Rome, Italy, and it's the three of us, but we have 14 members. We have the eldest is Chiara Pellegrini, she is an artist, and me, I'm Sergio Bianchi, and the youngest is Simone Pegasso. And since it's been a work done by the team, we'd like to introduce it all together. And first of all, we want to thank Liberland for giving us such a big opportunity to delve deep into the most interesting topic we ever stressed ourselves in. We deeply believe that this is the most important thing you have to study in. And then we have to thank Chiara's father, Luigi Pellegrini. He was a great organic architect. He was he met and studied under Frank Lloyd Wright, and he loved deeply Louis Sullivan, and he taught us, I think he taught me everything that I can say I know. And I'm deeply honored to try to preserve this freedom, and so we're also working with Chiara, trying to help more and more people know about this work, because we are still studying what he was studying in, and it was not this very well known, but his impact was really deep. And I think he taught us three very important things. That was respect the process, respect the nature, respect the environment. And I let Chiara say a few words about him.
Yeah, okay. I just wrote a few words down this morning because I always get mixed up if I don't write. So I would like to briefly introduce the figure of my father, Luigi Pellegrini. He was an architect and thinker, teacher and source of inspiration to Sergio, our leader, among many others. His vision is behind our concept. He envisioned a new humanity that by respecting the earth that generated it could inhabit the planet with as little impact as possible on the nature that nurtures it. One of my father's visions was that by freeing itself from being grounded, man could raise its center above the earth, in this way leaving the earth free to breathe and fully express its natural diversity, complexity, and potential, enabling the land and humans to engage in a dance of give and take that would result in a naturally harmonious relationship that would lead to an organic evolution of a greater consciousness. This is just a page from his sketchbooks, and it's just a brief history that he did of an idea of how maybe the world evolved in some way. And it explains the ambition of Earth's creatures, and subsequently man, to free themselves from gravity and take off. Here you have this sequence of this snake that then becomes a dinosaur and then grows wings and then flies off, for example. And in his writings at the end, he writes that the snake that eventually flies off and finally acquires the liberty to have the same possibility of moving as celestial bodies do. And one of the other paragraphs in this slide, which is kind of the conclusion to it, is, I'll just read what he wrote, which is, what was in the game was the interaction between cosmic and earthly that plants invented. I guess he's talking about in their verticality. Maybe they copied it from the stones that moved, incandescent from the middle of the sphere, to bring forth the internal fire and present it to the sun. The stones are the ancestors and know-all, conserving memory, patiently waiting for the last arrived on the planet, men, to speak with them, because only by doing so will men truly know themselves. The next slide is just a drawing from the 70s that my father did, and he did a lot of these, organic shapes, these vertical habitats that were lifted from the ground. And I have nothing on him right now, but we are working on all his archives, so if you're interested in him, we'll provide information.
Is he still alive today or no?
No, he died in 2001. He operated mostly, he did a lot of building in Italy and abroad, also in the 60s and 70s. And then, as Sergio mentioned, because from the 80s to 2001, most of his work remains kind of unknown, and he was what I would call a workaholic. He slept about 2 hours a night and drew and worked the rest of the time. So there's a lot of, let's say, unknown projects. So that we would like the world to discover.
Yeah, and so you go to the archive right now?
Yeah, we have, the archive is in a few different places. I have a lot of it. Reggio has some. Then it's in Parma, in Italy, and in the Flax Centre in Orléans. It's spread out, but we're actively trying to promote it.
It's fascinating.
Thank you.
So, another thing that he was always saying was study, keep studying, read, and it was one of the things that he always did. So I tried to study, even I'm not that good, but I tried. And lately I came in this book. I have no relationship with this book. It's Half Earth by Edward Wilson. And I was really moved because it says, living Earth of it all can continue to breathe. And in 2016, 15 years after he left us, he was this scientist, entomologist, is proposing to free half of the world to make space for all the species, promoting a place that is like Liberland says, live and let live, but between species. We don't believe in man to be the center of the universe. It used to be the beliefs of Western civilization, but we have to think that we are just one of the species, not the kings of this world. We have big responsibility, so we try our best to try to do something in this line of thought. So we'll present what we're trying to do. We are trying to build an environment that leaves the ground completely undisturbed. So we touch the ground only on 8 big pillars, and the construction is really dense, up in the sky, 120 meters high, where skyscrapers get. And from up there, everything is like in Biosphere 2 in Arizona a few years ago. The experiment was just an enclosed environment, and we are dreaming about avoiding pollution and filtering waters, and leaving the land mostly for other species to grow. And at the same time, we don't believe that man has to be ashamed of what he does, and he has to try to do his best. So this is what we try to do. And one more thing that is important to me is that we've been working on several buildings in Italy that try to be self-efficient. It's very hard to be completely self-efficient. We could do maybe 30% self-efficient. We are trying to push 70–80% self-efficiency here, and with the help of agronomists and agriculture, we've been studying hydroponics and aeroponics to try to offer everything inside this structure. And I go through those pictures. These are design principles. Density doesn't mean vertical, it can mean something different. Car-free environment, visual permeability. You have to raise the buildings and also avoid from the place from being completely man-made. And mostly, the most important thing is don't mess with the ground. And this is our project storyboard. We start with wild statues from now, then water gives life. We build an island where a port is built and where the main connection, it's the heart of it, between Serbia and Croatia are. And then we go to number 4, leaving the ground. We leave the ground, we start building phase by phase, also because it's a huge investment, so what we plan is do it step by step. And then we have this level development, and then the last phase is go international, and we have the airport on top of it all to connect the world. And these are the city plans, and what you see is the land undisturbed, and we can go on because we have these functions. One more important thing is that we have this strong connection between the functions, and these are some typical sections of the inside. And this is a rapid transit system, so everyone lives close to each other, and we have a photovoltaic system fueling these connections. And Simone goes on telling you more about this.
Talking about the energetical solution that we use, of course, as Sergio said, we try to implement and to use as much as was possible the natural systems, so like the photovoltaic, the geothermal, the biomass, the hydroelectric, and the district heating. We know that it's difficult now to also to say that we want to give power to this huge megastructure just with natural source. But in a way, we know that in the future, not so far, it will be possible. And watching this diagram, we try to explain how we want to do this and how with these natural resources existing in the site, we want to give power to the new Liberland. Photovoltaic is very simple. So we placed in all the inclinated facades on the south photovoltaic panels to produce, of course, energy from the sun. Then from the organic waste of the city above the site and from the site itself, being this like natural forest, we use the biomass, storing it, and then creating energy and at the same time fertilizers for also the cultivations that are inside the vector, where we have hydroponics, as I said. Hydroponics, different kind of agriculture that is in our vision like the way that something that can be and help the city to be self-sufficient. And with the geothermal system, instead, we want to use our foundation, structural foundation, to go deep in the ground and use the warmth, so the heating of the ground to give power to the city. We use the river, being the Liberland under the Danube. We want to use the flux of the Danube with a tidal energy converter system that converts, so this flux, the power of the flux of the Danube, into energy for the city. At the same time, with this district heating, we want to make more local the power, electrical power, the production of electrical power of the city, and make it more smart at the same time, more efficient. Talking about the structure instead, we decided to have a hydron structure made of basically two intercepting hexagonal truss. Being our cross section an hexagonal vector, so like a ring made of hexagons, we have like this double truss, which is made of the external hexagon and the internal hexagon. We unload the weight of the city and of the airport on top through three hinges that are on the bottom of the structure. We kind of calculated also how much it is, and we know that this is sufficient to sustain all this huge amount of weight. Aeroponics and hydroponics, one more time, we wanted to say what were our goals before, behind our choice of this system of cultivation. We wanted to save the 80% of water, we wanted to save the 15% of fertilizers and the 80% of pesticides. But most important was the fact that we knew that with these systems we will not have CO2 emissions. And this is really important for us, was very important for us in the development of the project because we wanted to create this natural sustainable ecosystem inside the backbone. At the end of our project, we also studied and saw how were the proportions compared of Liberland, of our Liberland, with the rest. So, for example, of the cities in the world. And the most important example that we use to compare Liberland with the world, the built world, was Los Angeles. And for us, it was really important to see how Los Angeles, for example, uses a lot of ground. And it has a density which is like just 3,000 inhabitants per square kilometers. But seeing that one of our main principle was to use as less terrain as possible, and we tried to keep this in mind, so to not have this spread of population along the ground, but to use it as less as possible, and to go, as in our case, on top, so to fly over it. We also saw how 1 square kilometer of each of these cities was used, and in particular we saw the percentage of natural green anthropized areas, and we saw that in all the other cities that we have analyzed, we had almost always the 90% of anthropized areas and just the 10% of natural green. We wanted to invert this tendency, this trend, and we did it actually. And analyzing back at the end of our project what was the percentage of these two values, we saw that we had just the 6% of anthropized areas on the ground and 94% of green. So we basically kept what was there before us. These proportions for us, the 94% of natural green and 6% of anthropized areas, are what they should be. So are the perfect combination for what it should be an urban environment where citizens in the city should live with the nature, in the nature, and should respect the nature itself. Thank you. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Thank you for reading.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to close our presentation with just one a brief thought from this book. It's very full of optimism towards life, and I think that the last picture that Simone showed was the most important. We are trying to reverse and to go from 95% built environment and 5% greenery to 95% greenery, natural, and 5% urbanized environment. And I read this, it's very short, and it says, only a major shift in moral reasoning with greater commitment given to the rest of life can meet this greatest challenge of the century. Wildlands are our birthplace. Our civilizations were built from them. Our gods lived in their midst. Nature in the wildlands is the birthright of everyone on earth. The millions of species we have allowed to survive there, but continue to threaten, are our phylogenetic kin. Despite all of our pretenses and fantasies, we always have been and will remain a biological species tied to this particular biological world. Millions of years of evolution are indelibly encoded in our genes. History without the wildlands is no history at all. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We have time for one quick question. Yes, please.
You were showing to a group of people opposed to central planning one huge monolithic structure, trying to convince humans to build mostly for other species, and telling an audience of libertarians that you will put them in one enclosed space.
Yeah.
Are you Are you actually planning this for Liberland, or is this just a general thing that could be anywhere and this is just an opportunity to present it?
No, it's. Well, I think it's mostly suitable for Liberland because I go back to what I said. It's live and let live between species. This I think it works particularly well, but I think that it could and should be applied to other places. And right now we're studying how to apply it to the slums in Mexico City, the same concept. So we may look crazy, but we believe in it.
Yes, very good. Okay, thank you. I think these are important. Our next speaker is going to be Mr. Patrick Schumacher, who is the director of Zaha Hadid Architects. Mr. Schumacher is also an architect, as you could tell. Okay, please take your seats and Schumacher, the floor.
Thank you. Welcome everybody. So I'll be talking about the free market open order for Liberland. I will review quickly what I thought was very interesting and potent competition results. And then I will talk about my take on the problem which was posed and refer to this historically and through some of our work. I'm partner of Zaha Hadid Architects, and sadly and tragically Zaha Hadid passed away recently, and I'm the remaining partner in charge now of a firm with a very large portfolio of works across the world with many open sites and projects on many different scales, including urban master planning scales. And the urban master planning projects became prevalent, particularly in developing countries in the last 15 years, and we've developed concept for it. And I want to share some of this and the particular challenge of maintaining urban order in an increasingly market-driven and market process-oriented urbanization process.
So this is just what when I heard about Liberland for the first time, and actually on the Rockwell show where Witt was interviewed about the Liberland concept, I looked up what was going on and I found this kind of image on site, and I thought it was quite intriguing, but for me certainly the wrong kind of image to project the contemporary vision of. With no offense, I don't know who created this, but this reminded more of kind of Bucharesti or some kind of Stalinist vision of a kind of quasi-Versailles condition, or this, which is typical business cluster architecture. It also didn't seem to resonate with what might be particular about a concept, the radical new beginning of society and market-driven society like Liberland. So I met Witt and we hit it off. I'm, by the way, oriented strongly towards libertarianism, particularly since 2008, where I discovered Austrian economics and a certain way of explaining what led to 2008 and what explained also the ongoing stagnation. And our firm was also heavily hit by this meltdown and later conditions like the European debt crisis, the Arab Spring and all the turmoils which happened in the last few years, which heavily compromised, in a sense, our ability to grow and flourish in a new paradigm of architecture I will present to you also in this lecture. And that politicized me as many others. And so the competition was set with a series of quotes from Hayek and Rothbard celebrating liberty, capitalism, free entrepreneurship, the dynamism of contemporary urban conditions, which would be accelerated by taking the brakes off and, in a sense, finally killing off what is left of kind of losing planning strategy, central government trying to kind of channel and predict and guide urbanization processes, in a sense, in a losing battle. What if that was taken out of the equation, and how could it be a bottom-up entrepreneurial process of urbanization? So this was some of the brief challenges we formulated, and we put together a very high-powered design jury. A lot of these jurors internationally reputed architects and professors and critics and teachers, but a lot of them from the region, in fact. And Daniela Gertovici from Chicago put together the online platform and announced and worked through, designed the competition process, if you like. So these are the three projects which received the most public votes, because we as a jury put together a short list of 12 entries, which we then launched online, and we looked at public response, and these are the three. Two of them we just saw today. And I only partly concur with this, so I think in the end, I don't trust in populism and popular votes, because I think the critique of this particular scheme here is this kind of big mega structure. I think you put your finger on vulnerability there of such a project with respect to the contemporary context. And these kind of mega structures were invented at the height of the end of the long modernist era, where you had central planning reigning supreme, and they actually built some of those mega structures in the UK under some kind of quasi-socialist regime, if you like. Some of these two schemes, I think, have more merit. I mean, this also has some merit in terms of the three-dimensional city, the intensity of communicating in a three-dimensional environment. These are of interest, but we cannot think of them in terms of preconceived final figures. I mean, this could also, of course, grow, but there's, I think, not enough flexibility and far too much initial investment required in this scheme. Although a space like this I find interesting, space of simultaneity, where you have a three-dimensional communicative spine or hub condition. So I don't have to repeat and show you more about these projects. Of course, what is important, the integration of the ecology is of interest in such a landscape, but I think my interest
in this, but also to show how really heavy density could be built up, and you don't spread out, but you concentrate in a hub of intensive communication, because that's why we're living in an era of urban concentration, I think, where a lot of these entrepreneurs need to feed off each other in networks and continuously stay in touch and network and build alliances and revolving alliances. This must exist in a kind of urban concentration condition. But I think Liberland at the moment is, of course, in a relatively remote area. The advantage is, of course, that you can set up a new system, and I think it relies on a global flocking of keen entrepreneurs who then would find each other and create that hub. I don't think it will be a regional significance, it will be an absolute global significance, I think, in terms of mostly high value, high performance, mostly IT sector related production and communication hub. I mean, this particular project had a lot of ideas, and I'm really stunned, or it was very rewarding to see that very mature and professional teams entered with highly sophisticated and well-elaborated schemes. So I think that was a very great success for this effort, for just an idea competition, which is really remarkable. And I like this scheme. It has an incredible intensity and richness and diversity of product. Maybe it's in the overall view perhaps too isotropic, too much the same in all directions, but you can see it's a kind of agglomerative process which builds up. And it is positing very high density conditions. And also a light touch on the ground. So.
But what happened when the level was already Dunai will be higher than now?
Well, I think so a lot of the schemes address this one as well. You can see here that there's a kind of flooding plain, or the ground is also left unoccupied, which creates, of course, problems with connectivity. So there's I think trade-offs to be had. There's also the idea of an airport signaling that this is a kind of hub which connects back to the world strongly into a global network, if you like. This one we've seen, it's also interesting. It's maybe not positing the density we required, but it leaves a lot of room. It just sets a certain infrastructure, leaves a lot of room for free settling and agglomeration and plugging in. I also like the idea of the residential units being actually roaming and traveling units, so you can kind of shift position and cluster, perhaps, and kind of live in a mobile unit. I find that quite imaginative. And again, the working through and rendering out of these visions is quite intense and remarkable, and I think speaks towards how much the idea of Liberland is catching the imagination of the architectural and urbanist profession. This one is an interesting one because it took an example of an accidental, unregulated city agglomeration in a 3D intensity, and the walled city of Kowloon, which is actually was a grid of residential towers, which were then filled in by three-dimensional shantytown conditions, and that's a kind of intense sponge space where you can imagine a super high density occupation, all with totally unregulated, self-organizing, swarming of small entrepreneurs coming together, and this became a model for this particular project, and it has the kind of metropolitan urban density one would like to see. But perhaps in its detail is a little bit retro. It looks like a version of Manhattan, perhaps. This one is quite interesting. It has an agglomeration against a kind of artificial forest substrate, if you like, and creates a lot of clearings and interesting spaces. Something very imaginative and strange. A three-dimensional urbanism. The city nearly treated like, in the end, a kind of building in its three-dimensionality, but also potentially not a single-hand preconception or blueprint, but something you can imagine to agglomerate against an abstract matrix. And then again, another one which puts a new matrix on top, and again, you leave the ground unoccupied and have a whole artificial ground. This is of course very infrastructure and investment intensive, but you could still do it in a piece by piece way, a bit like Hong Kong, where people build their towers and everybody is contributing to with their bridges and connections, some kind of shared sort of rules that they connect to this high-level connective tissue without a central infrastructure provision, but something where everybody plugs in and contributes, building a network. These are interesting, they're inspired in the sense of by my own research, the idea that you create instead of grids of monotonous blocks, so it is block topologies, a very much differentiated field where the default condition is variation and differentiation rather than repetition. And then you have the potential that entrepreneurs and residents can self-select into the wide variety of offerings and find each other, small companies and small buildings, large companies and large buildings, etc. So it's a kind of colonization process which is swarm-like, which isn't preconceived, which is rule-based and algorithmically constructed, a bit like a species settles onto topography. And these are kind of close to the kind of methodologies we've been developing at Zadi Architects, and I've been developing in the design research lab at the Architectural Association. So this is again what I've been calling at that time parametric urbanism, another version where you have these swarms and fields of buildings which differentiate but have a lot of difference, but they're not randomly distributed, but they swell and squeeze and pull, and they're order in. You can therefore find the different category of building if you pull along the field condition from the dense to the more open, from the small to the medium to the tall. And there's kind of legibility and the attempt to have complex variegated order where you combine variation with overall global order. And this is kind of layered of slabs which accumulate into some overall figuration which is like a landscape, navigable and legible. That's an important condition I will talk about later. This one is more traditional, that you have actually several zones. Each of them is maybe playful, but this distinct. Something maybe is also no longer of our current time, that you can delineate these playing fields. And although there's let's say dialectic of curation and internal freedom within these fields. Some of these are also a little bit outmoded. I think there's a lot of repetition and neutral grid-like proliferation of the hexagon. Also the idea of a very, very crisp and clear figure, which is delineated, which has a zone preconceived and finite. Yeah, so I have criticisms of this. I just want to throw this one in. We're living in a world where, let's say, as I said, we reject government authority, a coercive, blueprinting, majoritarian dictate of what is to happen where and what the constraints are. This kind of government-backed planning, which is highly restrictive and lacks information processing subtlety and knowledge. The knowledge problem comes up. We have, in fact, another model one could point to in history, which is the first urban planning was actually delivered by private entities. This is the Great Estates of London. There were big noble families who had land, and they took on and curated and made sure that the various development elements were ordered and mutually synergetic and value enhancing. Yet they were privately structured and competitive with several of these great estates offering development potential. So I think an interesting model, private kind of quasi-corporate planning through a leasehold system, so that you don't give away forever a piece, but you lease out initially only 15 years, and it was increased to 25 years, 30, 40 years, and by now it's 99 years usually. But these properties keep falling back, so the overall synthesis of a district can be managed, and there's continuously falling back to the property holders. A kind of curated, managed private planning process, quite interesting. Another one I think is an interesting reference is similar to the Kowloon walled city on a much larger scale, Gurgaon in India. There was a kind of vacuum of planning jurisdictions in this kind of territory in the outskirts of New Delhi, and there was just developers coming in and taking things into their own hand because there was so much corruption and restriction on development and so much pressure to develop in all the in New Delhi and other cities and those regions where you had planning. This was a kind of backwater where suddenly developers and developer potential charged into this vacuum and just created a city from scratch, which without any public infrastructure provision, with any planning authority, with very, very little and restriction, and created these kind of larger islands similar to the development model of London, the greater states, but with many more players at play. And of course with challenges on the level of integrated infrastructure systems and a lot of externalities, not fully under control of course, because when you build up an urban environment, there is kind of one development could enhance another, but equally kind of take light and pollute and congest another development. So there's kind of collective action problems and issues, but overall this city has been much more dynamic and successful, even in the infrastructure, than most government-led city developments in India. So this is a very large city which grew very, very rapidly and is now over 2 million, totally private, and now they're setting up this quasi-government collective action systems to regulate a totally private transport system, and a lot of autarkic separate sewage and electricity system. Each development has its own systems, and then they negotiate to connect together. Now whole new areas are created in Gurgaon. So it's an interesting model to study, and there's an article about it, I can refer to it later, which is actually quite interesting, connects up with the whole kind of new institutional economics and libertarian discourses, discussing the issues, problems, potentials of this. So in terms of my work and my research, just a few projects we've been doing, large developments in many different continents. I like this a lot. This is a mixed-use urban complex in Beijing. And what I want to show here is the potential of having nearly a three-dimensional piece of the city where you are suspended, there are things that are below, above, and all around. It's all about inter-awareness of the various spaces. This is for hundreds and hundreds of small startup companies, small retail units as well, and a lot of social spaces around several atria. And you get this kind of sense of a simultaneity of choices, which is very important, I think, in the contemporary network society, that you see what everybody else is doing, that you can connect. There's a lot of inter-awareness rather than this period where we can lay down and separate out into the suburbs, undisturbed from each other, beavering away in isolation according to a central plan, a few standard products which are a million times reproduced. You can have this kind of fine-grained division of labor without much reconnecting or re-networking. That was Fordism. Now we're living in the post-Fordist era where reproduction and production is out in the countryside in robotic factories, and we are sitting in these hubs, which I would call the kind of societal super brain, where everything is work, all work is only communication work, it's research, development, marketing, and connecting up all the expertises, whether it's in medical and agro research and in all sorts of technologies, and then feeding out and reprogramming the robots on a monthly or even weekly basis to produce these new interventions. That's a totally new production pyramid, which means that we all concentrating back into historic cities or into major cities. So we have this era of urban concentration which demands that hyper intervisibility, intercommunicativeness of buildings, and that's what we're kind of trying to develop. Then we're also going into existing structures and webbing and connecting and networking with cultural institutions, and these spaces of simultaneity where you orient, where things are in all directions, opening in layers available, is very important, while maintaining some kind of order and legibility, where all these hundreds of offerings and events you want to know about and be potentially participating in become not a visual chaos, but something you can kind of navigate and orient within. These are orientation spaces we create, for instance, for a library and so on. So, and I want to say step back a little bit and argue how important is the built environment for social formations for social order and building up societies from very small scale to intermediate scale to large scale now, really societies which encompass millions, and what are the infrastructures of communication, and architecture has been at the very heart of this to allow societies to evolve out of the animal kingdom, so to move from a flock of 35 apes to a society of 200, 300, 500, etc., etc. And that we needed to create orders, spatial structures, which could accumulate cross-generationally and build the social organism and being structured and stabilized and evolving through the kind of quasi-DNA of cultural evolution, which is the built material substrate of the built environment. And you can see that you can structure the intercourse, the social players, the status groups, the activities, and you routinize and you can evolve that. And you need also a graphic overlay to differentiate and treat, in a sense, the built environment is not so much shelter, and it's an information processing structure, a text which we read, which instructs us where the different interaction situations are, where the collaborative connections are established, trade, collaboration, work, exchange, information exchange. And we also need design not to make us recognizable in a field of social players through demarcating ourselves. So this kind of ornating of oneself, of the environment, is a universal of all human societies, and we still do it, we still rely on it. And this is kind of the way a human society is clinging to and structured through all the built interventions, the tools and artifacts and dress codes. And that's all the design world, that's the way we're creating human society. And we always, everything in its place, and a place for everything, and wherever we go, we understand the location as being a premise and communicative premise for what come next. And that's a big difference to animals, and we see that in all, even primitive societal structures, that they need settlement structures and they need, in a sense, semiological structures to make that collaborative process work smoothly and on ever larger scales. So I'm looking at the built environment as a kind of graphic, structural text, and use it as a symbol, and that accumulates and grows and builds up types which proliferate across the landscape. And there's a very, very clear set of market and council and church and the various handicraft streets and etc., etc. These kind of models proliferate into the landscape and create human society. And we have to look at history, how the urban morphologies evolve, and at a certain point they become consciously not only just accumulate in a trial and error unconscious process, but they become consciously drawn, drafted, and in architecture they become a discourse and roll out now with design processes into the landscape and build up different stages of human civilization from the early capitalist, let's say, Renaissance period, where you have small city-states, into larger mercantilist absolute nation-states, and each era has its own architectural, morphological registration. And I think that's important to see, to understand how this ties in and what's the next stage and step, and how we still depend on the built environment of a particular kind to make the next step and stage. So we're moving in from classical architecture to modernism, which has a much stronger differentiation of the different segments and many more institutions. We have industrial logistics, we have industrial production units, logistics unit, residential unit, business district. But this society, the industrial society, is very, very stereotypical. So you could get away maybe with one endlessly repeated housing condition, one kind of business and administrative tower, one kind of factory shed, and they're all neatly separated out, and that's the suburbanization process about zoning these things away from each other, and separation, specialization, repetition is the model of this era, and it delivers a huge material plenty, of course, a car for everybody, a washing machine for everybody, the cornflakes for everybody, a standardly produced house, a television set with one television channel. This is universal consumption standard rolled out. That's the era of the 20th century, mid-20th century. And it was incredibly productive, but of course had its limitation. There wasn't variety. You had to make very, very long-term investments. Everybody had to stupidly beaver away at their slotted in this machine, whether it's the corporate administration machine or the production machine, to deliver that. And then everybody can take one of these bundles at home and on a 9-to-5 schedule. I mean, that's mutated and morphed into something very different. But modernism created this, and this is maybe Brasilia is the last kind of, in the 60s, manifestation of this, that you could design, preconceive the whole city with this kind of residential spine. These are separate retail spines and a kind of administrative axis, and it's all well ordered, and it's the last time there's, let's say, with an urbanization and the urban formation, which we could recognize as an ordered, maybe beautiful city environment. And since this, in let's say the late 70s and 80s, you have a totally different urbanization process, and I would challenge you to name me any urbanization or district or city expansion which you would consider beautiful since the late 70s. We all reject that in many ways as ugly because it's very, very disordered. It's this kind of urban chaos. In fragments still, this is modernism, but in its agglomeration became this urban chaos. This is still modernism. This was rejected because we gave up this idea of greenfield factories and sleeping silos and everybody the same and this 9-to-5. There was a dynamism of re-inhabiting the urban city. There was lifestyle differentiation, and this has a lot to do with the microeconomic revolution that was earlier, but you don't have to gain prosperity by having only very, very few items you endlessly repeat, but there's faster cycles of innovation, and this is still the kind of modernist machine, and you get very, very different sensibilities. Actually, re-inhabitation of the urban centers in the 80s, entrepreneurial freedoms, the breakup of these huge industrial conglomerates, also the breakdown of communism and socialist regimes, in a sense, relatively well adapted to this Fordist production paradigm. It was just a bureaucratization on the next level, and not on the corporate level, but on a kind of state government level. But even corporations in the 50s and 60s were heavily government directed, and it was in fact very similar to what happened in the West and happened in the East. These were all kind of forms of state capitalism or state planning. Now this broke down and was replaced by this neoliberal expansion of entrepreneurial freedom, of outsourcing, of globalization. And the models which we looked at since then looked like this, where you have this kind of interlayering and superposition and intensification of urban figures and urban systems which are pouring into each other and agglomerating in a mixity of use and that open-endedness and dynamism in a sense. And these are models of which we created at Columbia University, for instance, in the early 90s with students, this kind of intense meshing and intersection of the multiple systems. They're no longer separated, they flow into each other and intersect and resonate with each other. And Zaha Hadid had such visions. And these are models which we came up with, for instance, for Singapore, to have something which, an architectural language which is fluid and dynamic and adaptive, which can take very irregular sites, which can affiliate to existing conditions, and which has a block structure which is flourishing on differentiation. So you have a lot of variety. There are 100 different size blocks instead of 100 same size blocks, and you can self-select yourself into it. And it's much more open-ended, and yet through this kind of topographic form and the continuity of the curves, you don't get this kind of garbage spill, discontinuity and disarticulation you have in a contemporary urban expansion. So there's an attempt to have some kind of organic unity, what I call complex variegated order, instead of just the messiness of an intensified agglomeration process. And we worked on this for a while. You can see that there's an attempt to affiliate, to adapt to condition of cartography, to recognize existing structures and tie in together a lot of existing fragments into a new unity. And this was the way we worked this. In a certain cluster of blocks we developed, and these curves move through and locate a block in an overall sweep, which has a high point, a low point, a squeeze where you know in this direction the buildings become ever more smaller, in this direction there is swell, so there's an order of a gradient sequencing, and the curves run through the whole project, and this is the first thing where you also bridge and connect and network, and on the ground level all the lobbies connect and have a continuous passage system pouring through this kind of networking. This is something we created in Singapore and the various hubs, medical, science hub, IT hub. Instead of a model of industry hub or industrial clusters where you have a big block surrounded by a car park on a highway, a bit like Silicon Valley, this was an intensified urban tissue where we also have residential hotels within. So we're moving in a sense from a condition like this separated endless repetition to this kind of violent clustering, and this is Moscow city. It just piles in, you want intensity, you want density, you want connections, all these banks and financial sector people want to be together. And that's vital. We needed to re-aestheticize, we needed to start to like this and dislike this, but there's also problems here because there's illegibility and anything could happen behind every building, so there's a disorienting visual chaos. And this is London today, the financial sector, and you can see somehow nobody, although there are planners, and they are messing around and restricting entrepreneurial freedom, but it's a losing battle. This doesn't have any sense of planning. It seems planning is futile if you wanted to construct an ordered cityscape. They're patently failing, but they're still hanging on and actually preventing the entrepreneurial synergy garnering, because I think entrepreneurs should be totally free to come into such a texture and find the sites and decide what should be there. That at this particular spot where you know what's all around, which are the bars, which are the companies, which are the connection points, what kind of club, office environment and mixed use cluster you want to calibrate there. There shouldn't be any planner having some horribly slow political process predetermining some kind of land use mix and density requirements. So I think that the process should be let loose. It will initially produce this. Planners anyway can prevent this visual chaos, but you can imagine that the interventions here, if the market drives them, they make sense with respect to place, purpose, and the unique crafting of audience and requirements. And if they don't, then somebody else steps up and has a better idea, which sells better and proliferates better. So there's a continuous discovery process of the market for entrepreneurial freedom, which I think we also should imagine to happen in Liberland. I mean, that's why you can't preconceive too much. If you're very light-footed and only developers who feel the feedback of profit and loss of what they're offering, rather than bureaucrats who don't, who feel maybe some kind of a political process which is uninformed and highly problematic. But the result is this is Tokyo, and we, at this one point, architecture was celebrating that chaos and saying, we don't want the sterility of the modernist city, we want this, but of course it's also menacing and problematic. So I call it garbage urbanization. And a lot of people don't like it because this could be anywhere. This could be Shanghai, this could be London, this could be Mumbai. There's all sense of specificity and place-making and identity and character is lost. Not that these things, because there's too much richness and there's total disorganization, that makes everything white noise sameness. So that sameness is not real, but it's because we cannot comprehend the differences. They all cancel each other out, let's say, these nuances. And this was aestheticized in deconstructivism and such architectural styles where there was a celebration of this kind of visual chaos. And there was the deliberate creation, making a principle of what was found to be vital and intensifying further through this. And Zaha Hadid was in fact an early protagonist of this. So this was the London planning set against that. If you look at a city like this, it's like London, it's really that spill, that drift, and you would not know where is what and what to expect. And the only thing which gives structure and order to cityscapes now is those natural features. It's the river, the rhythm, it moves, it has an asymmetry, it becomes wider and wider and flatter and tighter, and then it has it has a certain shape and recognizability of a figure, and maybe mountains and green features. And that became a clue for us to say, if you want that kind of complex, variegated order and intricacy, but you want at the same time and flexibility and open-endedness, but at each step you want order and recognizability. There's a certain lawfulness about these valleys, and waters and land masses, how they intersect and intercept and how they bifurcate and flow. So we looked at these kind of models as better models you can orient and navigate and find yourself, and looked at other natural models where you have a lot of variation and differentiation, but instead of scattering this in a kind of garbage-filled randomness, there's a kind of intricacy of ordering, but how could that be done? Does that require now back a big planning rule and setting this out and imposing this? That was initially the sensibility we had, and we did some projects like this where we scripted, and then you realize that you don't have to do that. These things, there is no designer in nature, right? And you have these kind of symbiotic clusters of species, ecology of species, and there is no central plan, but they find each other because they have survival and selection processes and constraints, and they kind of nest with each other, find each other, gather around each other according to kind of algorithms, if you like, quasi-algorithms of their life process. And we now work with literal algorithms to script such urban landscapes. And they're just rule-based, and the differentiation that comes from the intersection of the rule set and the initial differentiation of topography. You can drive now streets through this according to rules, and these streets will find each other, navigate the topography and texture and a certain rule set, and create an intricate network which makes sense. You can run and rerun it. So we have an algorithmically developed urbanization process. Okay, that doesn't work right now. Let's move on. And this is a kind of textures and complexes we generate. We can be very generous with allowing topography to exist. We don't have to tabula rasa that. We have existing urban structures interface. We can swarm around existing building, absorb contingencies in existing structures. And it's an open-ended system which can grow and accumulate in nature, evolving, but at any stage it's well ordered to the kind of bottom-up self-organizing principles which form this. These are not invented forms, these are grown and evolved and artificially evolved urban structures which we're creating, and we're doing this with research in universities and in the practice, and we run a number of competitions for this. And this is also multi-authored, so these structures, sometimes they are very abstract and can be filled out, process, but they also could be multiple rule sets intersecting, swarms flying through each other. In ecology, multi-author, multi-entrepreneurial. These are some of our buildings which adhere to these kind of continuous field conditions. I call this whole process in style parametricism, and now recently parametricism 2.0, there's a number of publications. There's a whole group and field and paradigm of like-minded researchers and young architects who are investing in this intelligence, computational intelligence, and there's a new paradigm on the horizon, and if that paradigm succeeds and becomes hegemonic like a global best practice, then these interventions, all the entrepreneurs who would participate in building this new system would hire an architect. Each architect would bring his tool set like this, and this could run an initial master plan, or it could run with across and around existing interventions, and several of these could be layered. And that's the way we empower ourselves to generate this kind of quasi-ecology, bottom-up, without preconception, but with a lot of order and a lot of navigability. That's the kind of vision of, or my vision of something, and these algorithms, you can also have analog models which self-organize these cell structures and run across the other. So these would be natural formation processes one would harness and generate these kind of structures. There's Priorto is a great pioneer of natural structures and settlement structures in the animal kingdom, human settlement structures, and all the vernaculars of this world are in fact quasi-evolved in this way. They have the intelligence with respect to topography, material constraints, energy and climatic conditions. They are passive systems, and you can also simulate physical models or digital models of such formation processes. And that's the kind of proposition. And the vision is to have the built environment as this kind of bottom-up ecology and continuously evolving with a lot of richness and differentiation. And each entrepreneur who comes in, would select an architect who deliver, let's say, 50 Starbucks shops according to scripts and rules across the city text of a particular building, which sends out its tentacles and makes connections and creates projects. And for instance, this is our project, a project which shows a little bit how we can amoeba-like take very complex site conditions, multiple level conditions, integrate park and building, and generate something in the center of Seoul, which is very unusual and very kind of inventive, but very rigorous in terms of recognizing flows and being adaptive to conditions and evolve the form out of conditions and create a new morphology. Very, very connective tissue conditions. This is when nobody was there, but this is different projects which have this kind of organic language, and it can also go into towers, and it's all about this connectivity and visibility, intervisibility. I'm finalizing this, and just some of our projects around the world, and that parametricism is in a sense that style which finally allows for the coincidence of order and freedom, whereas before there was degrees of freedom were won by giving up ordering capacity and degenerating the order of Sicily. I think with this new style we have the coincidence of order and freedom, and just to show you kind of building as a city where it's all about this communicative intensity. There could also be large investments, but there could also be swarms of small investing, feeding in, feeding around, like symbiotic agglomerations. And this is a big building we proposed for Hyundai headquarter building, for instance, instead of a tower where everything is separated on floors and around the cores little cells. Nobody knows what everybody else is doing. This kind of sense of being in a swarm formation of companies and events. You know everything that's going on. You zoom in, so you make your choices. These are the kind of visions of projects we're generating. And I think this would be my proposition of where Liberland could go, because I think it has to be a kind of high density communication hub with global significance, feeding the world with, and for instance, for me, the ideal client would be Google, and the Google hub in such a cluster would be the great prosperity engine which needs these kind of environment, because face-to-face communication is incredibly important. There's a lot of information ticking through here. We have this in our pocket anyway. We are set loose the build environment to have gatherings like here where we have a simultaneity of actors communicating quickly. So that's my proposition. Thank you. One or two or several questions.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to allow any questions, because the talk was wonderful, but it was quite long, and we're like 90 minutes behind schedule. Okay, one quick question, please, if there is any.
Otherwise, I'm available in the courtyard.
For myself, I must say that I really enjoyed it, and I was especially like that you included the examples of Kowloon and Gurgaon, because I think those are interesting examples and not many people know about them. So no questions? Okay.
Have you found in your experience any location where maybe the leadership or the conditions on the ground are more conducive for this type of idea of the fluidity, dynamism, adaptability that allows for information dynamics to be much more efficiently?
Yes. So I think what I realized is that first of all, the corporate sector and its advanced companies, they're very much into openness, network, these kind of environments. Whether it's Google, and you find Google campus designs, or even a company like BMW, a lot of these companies, and we want some headquarter buildings also, a lot of companies. And in terms of the governments or urban planning scenarios where we are involved, Singapore was very interesting. Singapore had to create an urban task force, this particular industry hub. They had a competition with international jury. We created a very, very radical proposal, but it was also quite sure that it had to be very gradual, the build-up. The blocks are autonomous, they can accumulate, but they would share certain constraints and a lot of freedom within the constraints. And they had a very young kind of group of academics and and urban planners who are tasked with really thinking outside the box. So Singapore, very, very powerful and potent. And the other experience we had was in Davao before the crash. There was a very, very visionary urban planning institute, which they had gone through a series of proposals with towers and highways, and our texture-based would allow them to keep a lot of existing textures in place and be very adaptive and granular and piecemeal. Yet the piecemeal would build up to an overall structure which was legible. And they gave us first the big island in the river, and then gave us one of the opposite sides with topography, and then they gave us the other topography side, because they felt that we were also politically viable by being very flexible and open with letting a lot of stakeholders and contingencies to be absorbed. So these are very good examples. And the third one was in Istanbul, on the Asian side, an old industrial, zone which wants to convert into more high density living and retail and office cluster. And there we also were managing two groups. We were managing with the planning, we were very open, from central Istanbul, stakeholders from the two adjacent towns, and a land owner association. And I think that's very important. Rather than having a government, I believe that collective action should come from the entrepreneurs, and there is free the association to see what they want to tie in with each other and where they want to maintain freedom. So I think the landowner association, which was the most potent and dynamic, is a private, self-constituted client driving the projects by a handful of larger firms who had large holdings, and they kind of gather together the whole cluster, but in the end maybe 100 owners. Very dynamic and very interesting.
Thank you. We'll move to the next presentation. Mr. Schumacher, I'm sure, will be available to further questions, either here or in the yard. The next talk is going to be given by Mr. Rick Falkvinge, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. He's a Swedish entrepreneur and politician, the founder and first leader of the Swedish Pirate Party. Please welcome Mr. Falkvinge. Do you need a presentation?
Although, may I suggest we take a super quick leg stretcher to just ventilate the room with oxygen?
Yeah, I would suggest that too, but I was afraid that we would lose like half of the audience. So. Okay.
I think it's a good idea.
2 minutes.
I was not sorry, I didn't know that there was anybody else.
That's why I said good to see you.
I was playing music,
Patrick.
founder. We changed the name.
Oh, right. You organized?
Yeah, I helped organize them, volunteering.
The gentleman was asking
If I was just finishing the last part.
No, we haven't decided.
We haven't decided.
No, because it was good actually to see the presentation.
I've seen partial, but you know, there's here and there.
We haven't. We have to make. I have to point a little bit more with Vid than with the jury, and we announce it soon.
Okay. So,
yeah, sorry, it's not. There's no winner yet.
Off the shop, yeah. I will explain. Those people were in the shop.
So you're going to be here?
Just don't peek. See how they won't be supposed to.
We're supposed to take a group photo, so.
Ladies and gentlemen, presentation is starting. Take your seats. Please take your seats.
So we're gonna start in 10 seconds. So please take your seat and listen to the presentation of Mr. Falkmine.
Thank you so much, Martin. So I'm not going to use a microphone. If you can't hear me, it's going to be your own damn problem in this room, yeah? So, how do you make shit happen? That's the name of my presentation. Learning from the Pirate Party and how we beat the old world and translating that into making Liberland happen at the big scale. So I'm Falkfinger on Twitter. I love seeing my name on Twitter. Whenever I say something clever, whenever I say something fucking stupid, doesn't matter as long as my name is on Twitter, yeah? So whenever I say something memorable, no matter what reason, go ahead and post it. Usually when I start presentations, they are at conferences which are really expensive, yeah? So I need to spend at least 1/3 of my presentation telling the audience how awesome I am, so they can get back to their pals and say, I bought this really expensive ticket, and there were all these awesome people there, and telling them all I just told the audience about how awesome I am. The good thing about this conference is that it's filled by anarchists and libertarians who don't give a shit, and just care about how you build liberty, which allows me to get straight to the point. So, we're going to talk about the tactical advantage of organizing Liberland by Liberland's own principles. Live and let live. Be what you want to build. We're going to talk a little bit about how you build that kind of leadership, how you make people want to be part of the change you're doing to the world. Because you can make people want to be part of that change. How you optimize this so-called swarm organization for maximum efficiency. And finally, when people go all marketing on you and start talking about social media, showing that they've basically been at a marketing conference for the past decade, you can tell them what Facebook does not give you and what you can build, which is better. So, how do you create this tactical advantage? How do you create something that is just plain better than the old world, and yet able to outcompete that old world on its own merits? As a quick background here, Adam spoke about the awesome Icelandic pirate party and Follow My Vote, yeah? My claim to fame is that, well, I founded that. Not exactly the Icelandic pirate party, but the first pirate party, which everybody else copied. So I built something that beat the establishment at its own game, but at less than 1% of the cost. That's the kind of tactical advantage we're going to be looking at here. And this was in 2006 when we built these methods. We were organizing online, and we're being seen as idiots because you couldn't possibly organize online, yeah? This was before Facebook, this was before Twitter, this was before organizing online was a thing. And the thing we built in 2006 is still better than what exists today, and I'm going to show you how. The idea of organizing voluntary people is a very powerful one. I sometimes tell executives, to their shock and horror, that no, you're wrong. Your most valuable asset is not your employees. You may think they are, but your valuable asset is most valuable asset is all the people who want to work for you for free. And you're not letting them. Why are you not letting them? Because here's the thing. A swarm organization is tens of thousands of volunteers who are building something because they want to see that thing built. This sounds simple. The idea is ridiculously simple. The execution does take a bit of skill because it goes against everything you learn in marketing school. There's a Futurama quote here. Bite my shiny metal ass. This presentation is not about that quote. It's about this quote. When push comes to shove, you gotta do what you love. Even if it's not a good idea. I mean, really, who thinks they can change their world by founding a political party and having it spread all over the world? Well, apparently this idiot does, and it works. So, just something being a bad idea, and especially, again, like Adam said, other people telling you that this cannot possibly work, is not any kind of indicator that it doesn't work. It just means that they've fallen into the classic trap of saying why something cannot possibly work. There are two reasons. There are only two reasons why something cannot possibly work. Everything is variations of those two reasons. The first is, this has been tried before. The second reason is, this has not been tried before. So, go with your gut. The basic idea really is very simple. You create an environment where you give individuals leverage for their work. What that means is that if people do what they would have done otherwise through your organization, in your environment, instead of the usual X result, they get 1.2x result or 1.5x result. You're creating their interest, their greedy interest, to work through your organization because that gives them more output. Imagine, for instance, we have an organization that would require 40,000 work hours per week. The traditional model of doing that is you hire 1,000 people. The technical term for this is a shitload of expensive. The swarm model, however, instead uses 20,000 volunteers, working 2 hours per week. Traditionally, you could not possibly organize 20,000 volunteers without having a staff of at least 1,000 full-time employees. With the swarm model, you can, and that is why it is so fucking disruptive. So what you do is, since volunteers get better output for their effort, which they would have made anyway, you don't need to pay them anything. Because what we are creating is a transaction where both parties win. Capitalism at its finest. And this is how you build the 100 times factor advantage. And I'm not making that number up. When we beat the established political parties in Sweden, they had a budget between them of 6 million euros. Our budget was 50,000. And we beat them. We beat them at their own game, having less than 1% of their budget. Do not underestimate the advantage this gives you. So how do you launch a swarm? Now that you sort of have the basic idea, just making it profitable for people to work through you instead of on their own. How do you launch this? When you announce your goal, if you do this right, if you have the right kind of goal, it'll snowball from there. People will want to be part of this so much, they'll talk to their friends about how awesome you are. When I launched the Swedish Pirate Party, what I did was I wrote 2 lines in a chat channel. That was it. That was all I ever did. I wrote, hey look, the Pirate Party has its website out now after New Year's. This was on January 1st. And the address. That was all the advertising I ever did. The next day, I had 300 people in the chat channel, figuratively holding out their hands to me like this, saying, I want to be part of this, give me something to do. And it just grew from there. Now we're in between 40 and 70 countries, a bit depending on how you count it, in a number of parliaments. And the Icelandic Pirate Party is lined up to be the next prime minister. That's kind of cool. But, so swarm intelligence, and I'm going to go deeper into what swarm intelligence is, emerges when individuals can rally to a cause for their own greed, for their own interest. But it can be almost any cause, but it needs to fulfill certain criteria. Those 4 criteria are that the goal needs to be tangible, credible, inclusive, and finally, epic. Tangible. This goal must be binary. It must be very clearly defined. A lot of people have ambitions that are noble, but which aren't binary. You can't say, have you reached it, have you not reached it? It's like, man, we should all build like a better world, man. That might be noble, but it's not very clear. It needs to be credible. Anybody who sees your project plan needs to see that, yeah, this plan takes us from A to B. And B being the goal. So you need to show the people seeing this for the first time that you have a credible plan. That plan needs to be inclusive. People seeing it for the first time need to see that I need to be part of this. And I need that. I want to do that. I want to do that. And without asking anybody's permission, you need to create the environment where they can just jump in and start doing what they want to contribute. Take out all the bottlenecks. Permissionless participation. Permissionless participation. Finally, it needs to be epic. Shoot for the moon. Actually, don't shoot for the moon. You know why? We've already been there. Shoot for Mars. That's epic. And the thing with creating this kind of goal is that you need to have something that energizes people. Imagine if I were standing here and saying, we are going to create the world's 3rd best tax return form system. Doesn't create a lot of enthusiasm. So in this, even though this hasn't been done before, what you're doing hasn't been done before, there's no reason to fear obstacles. What you should be fearing is the unknown, the dark. Because as soon as you know exactly what an obstacle is, you can plan what it takes to surmount that obstacle. If you know the height of Mount Everest, if you know the path to the summit, you can plan for reaching that summit. If you know what it takes to Mars, and we know what it takes to get to Mars, you can start planning. I need 24 volunteer metallurgists, probably 12 volunteer rocket scientists, some guy crazy enough to mix rocket fuel in their backyard, and so on. So anything you can plan like a project, you can execute it like a project. And this starts encouraging the emergence of swarm intelligence, permissionless participation. So how do you optimize for this? Once you have the basic concept nailed down, what principles do you apply? What values do you spread in this organization? There are 3 things you should be spreading. There are 3 factors you should optimize for. They are speed, trust, and scalability. In speed, you're removing decision bottlenecks. That means you're cutting yourself out of the decision loop. You're communicating what we're going to accomplish. And the organization is trusting everybody who feels they're competent to make a decision, to make that decision and execute on it. What this creates is an environment where everybody is taking some small step to take the organization as a whole toward the goal. I had a 3-person rule, just to illustrate how far this goes. If 3 self-identified participants in the organization were in agreement that something was good for getting the organization toward the end goal, then those 3 people had the green light from the highest authority in the organization to not just talk on behalf of that organization, but also spend the organization's money. Any 3 people that had found something that they thought would take the organization in the right direction had complete green light to do so. And when you're telling this to ordinary marketers, they're saying like, you're fucking insane. We're talking about empowerment, but seriously, you're taking it too far here. You know what? I led the Swedish Pirate Party for 5 years. There were 50,000 members, and this was not abused once. Not once. So when you give people the keys to the castle, and particularly that you require 3 people to cooperate in opening that castle, they step up to the plate. They step up to the plate. Which leads us to the next point, diversity. Actually, that's not the next point yet. This also requires people to relearn what authority is. Because when you're giving people authority to make decisions, they're thinking that they also can make decisions over other people. But this is a mechanism to self-empower. You have the right to make the decision that you have the right to do something. In all other contexts, that also means that you have the right to deny other people to do something, but not in this context. In all contexts we know, or that we're brought up with, the right to do something is always coupled with the right to deny other people to do that. And it's important that you re-teach that authority is self-given and self-taken. The anarchist and the libertarian way. Live and let live. We need to expect mistakes. We're blazing a new trail, we're doing something that nobody has ever done before, and that means that we are going to make mistakes. If we're not allowing mistakes, we're also not allowing success. Because we're trying the unknown. And when we're trying the unknown, mistakes will happen, almost by definition. And this comes back to this 3-person rule, yeah? Because when you're looking at really big organizations with huge budgets, many committees, absolutely brain-numbing bureaucracy, they still make mistakes. They still make mistakes. And what that teaches you is that if those huge organizations are still making mistakes, then mistakes will still happen. So let's assume they will and learn from them when they happen. My favorite example of huge organizations making mistakes is a Swedish healthcare landlord. Their name is Locum. The logo looks just like this. So they are renting the land to hospitals, yeah? So hospitals pay them for the land that the hospitals are built on. Locum, just a Latin name meaning location, a very good name for a landlord, but they were still kind of seen in a bad light in Sweden because they had taken very high rent from hospitals which are seen as good and so on and so forth. So in a huge advertising campaign, they wanted to portray themselves as a warm and friendly company. So what they did was they took this O in their logo and replaced it with a big red heart and plastered the result of that all over Swedish media.
30 seconds.
So my point is, if a big organization can make this kind of mistake, then mistakes will happen. You also optimize for iteration speed. It might take 15 tries to learn something, yeah? Oh, and you can find this later. Just search for Locum advertising and it'll pop up at the top. You optimize the iteration speed. It might take 15 attempts to learn something. That means the quicker you iterate these 15 attempts, the sooner you'll be at the goal. Optimize for quick cycles. Programmers understand this perfectly. For others, just think in terms of getting to the next attempt quickly. And trust. You encourage diversity. You encourage a lot of different things tried in parallel. This specifically means that you're communicating what we want to accomplish. Other people translate it to their contexts and make decisions based on their knowledge, their local understanding, which their understanding is the best at making decisions in. This specifically means that we don't go the socialist route of voting where 51% tell the other 49% what not to do. Self-empowerment again. So it might be that those crazy 5% out on the margin are sitting on the key to success, but you don't know that initially. You're trying. So your colleagues are translating your vision in their context, leading to a lot and lots of different approaches tried in parallel. And this is the good thing, because this means you are making progress on several fronts all the time. You're making people aware of this diversity, so people trust each other even if they don't understand what the guy out there is doing. Even if they don't understand it, everybody knows that we're working toward the same goal. And finally, scalability. You're getting feet on the ground. You're creating a so-called scaffolding, I call it a scaffolding, that supports this work of people taking on small but important responsibilities. Might be things like having the PA system in a city in their home. You're creating a decentralized organization with very, very small responsibilities, and where these responsibilities can be sub-delegated in turn. I can have a budget. I can give this budget to, I can subdivide this budget to a number of different people who can subdivide it in turn, who can subdivide it in turn to infinity. A centralized corporate structure cannot handle this, is not equipped to handle this. It doesn't just go against their culture, it goes against their tools. They don't even have the tools to do this. And when you do this, a swarm intelligence emerges. People are working on their own without your permission to further the vision you have put a stake in the ground with. And if you want to compare this to capitalism, you can compare it to when a trade happens, it happens only because both people consider themselves winners on that trade. Yes? A voluntary trade always has two winners. This means that the more trades that are happening in an economy, the more value is created. Yes? So we want to maximize the amount of trades happening in a decentralized market economy. The swarm concept works the exact same way when comparing a swarm to a corporate centralized structure. Every decision made in a swarm furthers the organization's goals just a little bit. Every single action taken takes you a little further toward your goal. This means we want to maximize the amount, the quantitative amount of decisions made in a decentralized manner, just like we want to maximize the amount of trades made. We want to enable people to make as many decisions as we can. And the differing efficiency is really as stark as comparing a market economy and a planned economy and comparing a swarm to a centralized corporate structure. Exact same difference, except you're maximizing the number of trades versus the number of individual decisions and actions. This is what gives you the cost efficiency advantage of 2 orders of magnitude that we have. You are maximizing the number of decisions made to further the swarm. And then there's this, yeah, but Facebook thing. As in, we created this 10 years ago, and people said, yeah, you were visionaries then, you organized online, but now we too can organize online because fucking Facebook. So let's just take a short look at what Facebook does not give you. Or rather, what Facebook still doesn't give you 10 years after we created the swarm methodology. Do you have self-sufficient discussion groups like Liberland fans in Paris? Yes, fair enough, you have that. You have small pages, you have groups, etc. Do you have transparency into these groups? Well, yes, sort of, but maybe not. As in, yeah, you can look into one of them or two of them, but it doesn't really become sustainable to keep a track of what everybody's doing. Can you do calls to arms? If something important happens, can you mobilize the entire swarm at once? Well, you can post to a page, but then again, Facebook decides what gets shown, and besides, it won't get out to everybody interested anyway. So no, not really. Do you have this hierarchy with accountability I was talking about? As in, can you subdivide budgets and have bottom-up accountability of how that money is spent? No. Facebook doesn't have hierarchy. Facebook doesn't have accountability. Do you have decentralized resource allocation? Does Facebook allow me to give money to somebody who can subdivide that money in turn and have accountability and receipts all the way up? No, not a chance. In fact, Facebook doesn't have any resource allocation. And to sum this up, can you have an ongoing conversation between 50,000 people using Facebook? That's what the swarm gives you. We heard early today about Dunbar's number, how there is a ceiling of about 150 people in any discussion, in any tribe, in any context. So Facebook fails miserably at scaling a discussion to 50,000 people. But the swarm will give you that. I can't go into detail here, but let me get back to it anyway. So in conclusion, there's this notion that social media platforms in market speak has caught up with this way of organizing. And as I've shown you, that notion is entirely false. There's still a lot that the swarm can do that Facebook cannot do. And you can compare to open source and free software. I mean, that movement has developed software to develop software for the past 40 years. Now, what we are building is software for collaborative policy making and statecraft. This does not exist. We are building this. We are pioneers. We are going online and creating a community in a way that nobody has ever done before. So I want to give a quick shout out to the way I am generalizing the Pirate Party's admin software, which allowed us to do this. It's still very much early in alpha, but if you want to take part in this development, if you want to try it out, etc., the name is SwarmOps. You can get it on GitHub as github.com/swarmops/swarmops. And obviously, it is entirely public domain because I want to see libertarianism and liberty kick the old world's ass. And the more people who use the tools that can do this, the quicker it happens. One last thing. What I've given you for the swarm model is not entirely enough. There's one component missing, and that's fun. And having fun is about more than just enjoying your work. Because people go to other people who seem to be enjoying themselves. Having fun is necessary to attract volunteers. It is a requirement for success. It is a requirement for success that you are enjoying what you're doing. In contrast, if you have an organization that is full of infighting, people will walk an extra mile just to avoid you. So having fun is actually a requirement for success. Summarizing, your goal needs to be tangible, credible, inclusive, and epic. You're optimizing for speed, scalability, speed, trust, and scalability. You're giving people self-authority. You're creating a hierarchy of accountability and decentralized. At that URL, I can't actually wait because I have 7 seconds. So, that's the book which has more information. That's the QR code. And at that point, it's 30 minutes exactly. Thank you.
Thank you. This was by far the most passionate speech of today's program. Do we have Ms. Tarkowski somewhere? In the meantime, there is time for questions. What? Sorry? What was that?
She will be here in about 2 minutes.
Okay, we can ask and answer questions in the meantime. Yes, Mr. Fletcher?
Hi, great talk. I was a current party voter in Germany, and a few of my friends were part of the German school, and they did really well with them. And
Yes,
my
that's
friends
because they
inside-
did not follow this.
Yeah, so I asked my friends inside what happened. They said that basically a huge number of people suddenly joined after
Yes.
the previous election was success. So it seemed like it imploded them. And that
What happened was that when a huge number of people join and you have this idea that you must vote on everything, then you lose the ability to maintain your guiding star.
So that doesn't in any way validate your small methodology.
No, it's precisely because the swarm methodology was not followed, but internal democracy was held above everything. That when you have, when you are not just doubling, but tenfolding your membership with voting rights, then everybody's pet project will get into the guiding star, and at that point you lose the guiding star.
Any further questions? Yes?
It's a bit of a joke, but has Vit given you an official role in Liberland yet? And if not, when is he going to do so?
Has Vit given me an official
role in?
Role? No, I would have known if he had, so no. I don't have to think about that.
So, okay, you have the, everything has to be, you have the rule of free and you permit everyone to join. So how do you overcome the problem of, exponential growth like in Germany?
The problem with exponential growth was that everybody had the ability to affect the vision, the goal, and the guiding star.
Yeah.
That's what you need to keep and safeguard. Your vision is the organization's reason for being. If you jeopardize the organization's reason for being, then everybody will start questioning, what am I doing here?
So,
Tell the other 49 what they cannot do.
okay. So you just have to be, there has to be a figure that just guides, there has to be a strong opinion.
Well, that is the organization's reason for being.
Yeah.
So yeah, you might develop this over time, you might have a mechanism for fine-tuning it, but this, your reason for being, is the entire organization's focus. And that is very, very expensive and sacred to the entire purpose.
Is there a mechanism to prevent the swamping or the takeover of redirection?
You can use something called the founder's prerogative. Just saying that we are using, actually this is very much in this book, called the law of 2 feet. And it applies even to people who don't have 2 actual feet. Meaning that it is everybody's right and duty to walk where they think they can do the most good. And that includes leaving the organization altogether. So the check and balance here is that you want as many people as possible working for the organization, but at the same time, they are absolutely free to leave if you do something they don't like. And that's a very functional check and balance.
Yeah, I have one question. What you spoke about is basically something that belongs to non-government organization, a strong, it's not really typical for parties, for political parties, which we know from the past. So my question is related to what stops corporations or small and medium-sized businesses to behave like political parties, to use the same tools? Okay, they go
Nothing
to
at all.
school.
Even in Sweden, where I come from, the election law says that a political party is 1 or more people running under a common name, meaning that a corporation could actually run for office. It hasn't been tried, but it could.
I'll take the next question. Have you founded the Pirate Party of Liberland yet?
All politics is local. That would take a Liberland citizen to do. And I'm hinting here, quite not so subtly, that I don't have a Liberland passport yet.
Why not?
Yep.
Why not, Minister?
Ask me to Skype.
Yes, Mr. Schumann.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I mean, I hadn't started the trial party so much, but I wonder why I had the impression that it was very left-wing. That's one question.
It is, the thing is, we were very atypical when it comes to traditional left-right sympathy.
Yeah.
A traditional party would sort of have a bell curve distribution like this. Instead, we were a valley. We were strong in the left extremes and the right extremes, not being violent extremes, but as in strong left and strong right. So over time, in some parties, the strong left sort of won and took over. In others, there's still a good balance.
When you talk at Neil, it seemed to me that you also recommend this to corporates.
I do.
Correct?
As in, you can create a community of volunteers.
Yeah.
I sometimes use Microsoft as an example, actually, and this is Microsoft of 5 or 10 years
you
ago.
talk about cost advantages and so on.
Right.
Just wonder if, but that doesn't generalize, because if people give free time, they also have to have somewhere earn a living and have pay time. So how, when does
right, which is why you want
point?
Right, which is why you want volunteers who are working 2 hours a week and still having a day job.
Yeah. So you have to come first.
Okay, I guess there are no more questions. So,
all right.
Thank
you very much. Thank you very much. While we're waiting. And while we're waiting for Mrs. Sarkowski, I'll take the opportunity just to disconnect my equipment.
Yeah. And so, did anybody actually go to get her?
She said 5 minutes.
Okay.
Get her. I can't break it. Very good.
Thank you so much.
An agorist and a founder of BitNation. So please take your seat, and I'm sure we can survive the last 30 minutes talking and then have some beer. So,
Well, we cannot compare now. Just bring in alcohol.
yeah, you can have beer now. So you have the floor.
If I could smoke it, that would be very expensive.
You can smoke.
Oh, thank you. All right. Cool.
I think that's why
Demonstration class.
Can I have another gin tonic this one?
Michael end up with a wagon.
So is this live streaming?
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine. All right. Is everybody there?
More or less.
Okay. All right. That's a lot more
Okay, guys. Liberland. Thank you so much for having me here today. The reason I like Liberland, the reason I want to be involved with Liberland is because it's not just a project on paper, right? People are actively working to find diplomatic solution, actively working to build into an economic powerhouse as it is saying. I think in the world of virtual nations and city-states or micronations, Bit Nation and Liberland are currently the two most aligned projects in the world. So I'm very happy to be here to work for Bit Nation, to work with Liberland. And I want to talk first a little bit about my vision for a post-nation state world and demo actually what Bit Nation does. Because I think we have always a lot of theory at these sort of conferences, and it gets pretty boring after a while, right? I'm more, as he said, you know, I was operating in Warzone, I'm an operator. I like to make stuff happen and actually do stuff. So I want to show you what you can do right now, not in the future, not any time, you know, but right now on your cell phone. Alright, so I believe the nation state is going away, regardless of what we do, just because of globalization. This is going to happen. We can't do anything about it, nor for or against, right? Whatever we think of it, you know, it's due because of global transportation, global communication, internet, everything. So the only thing we can do is to make sure it happens in the right way. Currently, the way it's due to happen, like the UN, the United Nations, take over, and that's a one-fit-all model. And that's going to lead to perpetual war and terror. Seriously, I saw what UN did in Afghanistan. In Afghanistan, where I used to work they put out a one-fit-all model about democracy, women's rights, whatever. It all sounds wonderful on paper, right? But when it comes down to it, it means we are trying to impose our vision on how others should live their lives, and whatever we may think of that vision, and whatever we may think of their lifestyle, that is never the right thing to do. That is always a horrible thing to do. To think that we have that kind of moral high ground, or that any one entity in the world should have that moral high ground. A world with UN as the kind of global leader would be a world of perpetual war between people who just want to live their own way in peace, right? With their own code of law, their own lifestyle, their own culture, their own everything. That is not acceptable. We cannot let this happen. And the only way I found to counter this is to basically create an open source model for nations so that everyone can create their own nation, and our vision that a nation must be a coercive entity that we need. People think that we need a nation because we expect certain governance services. We expect roads, we expect schools, we expect etc., etc. And it's true, me too, I like that. I like certain aspects of having governance services. You've been brought up thinking it must be delivered by a coercive entity that controls a certain geography and that they have to force people to pay for it. And that makes absolutely no sense, right? Why? These services can be provided by anyone, and in fact they are. Taxpayers pays for it, the private contractors implements it. The government is just a middleman. So why not cut out the middleman, right? So we create this open source model where everyone can provide non-geographical governance services to anywhere in the world they are, right? Wherever, because that's another thing with the current nation-state order, is that people, just because they were randomly born in a specific geographic area, they have no right. Sometimes they will go through genocide because of it. Sometimes they have no right to decent governance services. Sometimes they have North Korea too much governance services, right? So And this is the biggest apartheid in the world currently, right? And we have seen this just now with the current refugee crisis. It would be like me saying, you there, you in the red shirt, right there, just because you happen to sit on that particular spot, you are not entitled to listen to this talk. You have to leave the room right now. For no other reason than the fact that you are sitting on that particular chair, right? How is that okay? It's not. It's totally not okay. So, just like Liberland is creating an open source protocol for geographical nations, BitNation is creating an open source protocol for virtual nations. So yeah, so that's what I hope the future will be. The future will either be a one-fit-all UN one world government model, or it will be a million-nation model, millions of geographical nations like Liberland, or millions together with millions of virtual nations like BitNation, right? Hopefully working peacefully together and cooperating. So I think this is an important first step towards that. So as I said, a lot of people are speaking about these ideas, but not a lot of them are doing it. We actually done it. We have citizens, we're providing them governance services. We have proven our point, right? So now I will demonstrate with you. Okay, so who wants to be a one citizen? No, not you, James. You're the young one. You? Okay, come. He wants to be a BitNation citizen. Yeah, okay, come on. And you're not one already, right?
No.
Okay, perfect. Lovely. Okay, come on then. All right. So now we're going to broadcast this. All right. So here's the website. Okay, so I'm going to demonstrate how BitNation works, right? So you see this beautiful logo. I love it so much. It's nice, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so you go to join on this list. And here you can see the different options, right? So become a world citizen. That's a nice option, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so he's going to become a world citizen on BitNation right now. And we'll demonstrate how easy and quick it is to do. And once, yeah, just register. Yeah, put in the form. And then once he is a citizen, we will demonstrate exactly what he can do as a citizen, right? So, whilst he's doing this form, let me talk a little bit more about what we have done so far with BitNation. So, basically, right now, we're using the website as a kind of proof of concept.
This is the column.
I'm
not familiar with those.
Okay. So, everybody asks a question, so that's the question to ask. Okay.
This is in Czech language, so I
have
have no.
Oh, really? Is it? Okay, so Holland, we're a holacracy. We don't believe in democracy. Because I don't believe that my rights should be stripped away from me simply because I'm outnumbered. Yes,
should it be cyber ninja Holland or anarchist Holland?
It's so easy.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. And ambassador Holland?
We can take that too. As many as you want.
So many options.
I know, right?
Great choice.
So this is the thing with holacracy, right? You don't have to agree to anything. You just choose the Holland you like the most, and if you don't like any, you just create your own. Boom, as easy as that. No need for agreeing to anything. No need for voting. No need for whatever. That is liberty to me, right? I'm a sovereign person. It doesn't matter how many people in this room think I'm not, because I still am, right? Nobody can strip away my rights simply by the virtue of being outnumbered. Okay.
Complicated, you know.
Yeah.
No, I'm just, I want to find out more, you know.
You need to scroll down.
Suggestions.
But you can have all later on, yeah.
Okay, but
Click elsewhere.
I'm confused now. Holland already needs to do suggestions, so I don't have a clue. should I suggest?
So just a little bit on. Yes. All right. So the website is our current proof of concept to kind of illustrate how everything works, and we're testing all our game theories, if you like.
No. No.
Yeah, click somewhere and it will disappear.
It's funny, when everyone's saying, oh, technology is going to change the world, and we are like,
We should simplify the registration.
yeah. Well, I don't think it's that complicated. That's
You
right.
can just click
Yeah,
on
but
it.
then there is an average user.
Yeah.
But you can just use your Facebook account, right? And you're in.
Damir, don't touch the right side of the Stick to the left.
Yes.
You think that it's very easy to become a volunteer?
Okay, so this is currently a centralized and non-encrypted version of Lignation, right? What we're building now is a platform called Pangea, which will be the centralized and encrypted, blockchain-powered, basically dispute resolution protocol on which other applications can be built on top of. I'll come back to that in a little bit.
So the government services are provided by the citizens themselves to each other?
Yeah, I mean, there is a measure of P2P, peer-to-peer, of course, like, I'm going to showcase that in a minute. There were, for stuff like, for instance, P2P insurance, where kind of like mutual insurance, right? Where people pay a part of money, which could be for health insurance, it can be for, basic income, unemployment insurance.
Mutual aid societies.
Sorry?
Like mutual aid societies used to be.
Exactly, mutual aid societies, yeah. Or mutual insurances, which are actually the biggest insurance services in the world currently, so the model obviously works. So there's a lot of kind of peer-to-peer, but it's not only that. Like, for instance, to give you another example, like we did a partnership with a group called Exosphere that provides education. They provide a boot camp for entrepreneurs, focus on radical technologies, right? The implementation and use of radical technologies. So that wasn't anything peer-to-peer. It was just them saying, like, okay, we understand BitNation citizens are interested in this vision, and therefore we'll give them a $2,000 discount for everyone who's a BitNation citizen. So there is also some of that. So that's not peer-to-peer. That's just, it kind of is peer-to-peer in a way, because people just go online themselves and say what they want, right? But it's not, yeah.
Probably, yeah.
You're doing great.
But I hate this Marco, please.
Yeah,
I can't type my usual one, so.
You can change it afterwards. You just type it.
I'm going to forget them tomorrow.
Type coconut.
All right, in the meanwhile, I can take questions.
Where are you based? It depends.
In BitNation. So this is not the My home is in Brazil, but yeah, but I live all over the place.
I know it better.
Okay.
So you see, it's really complicated. Passport and